Tractate Berachot is the first book of the Talmud, or the Gemara as it's called, a massive 40-book-long series written over 2,000 years ago, which basically discusses and to some extent codifies all of Jewish law. Each book deals with some topic of Jewish practice and are essentially some of the most important and fundamental books in all of Judaism. The first book of which, being this one, Tractate Berachot, deals with primarily the laws of prayer and blessings, although due to the formatting of this book and basically all of the books of the Talmud, it gets sidetracked very often and quickly descends into conversation about personal anecdotes, historical figures, medicine, angels, demons, life advice, or just general miscellaneous things which are totally off topic. Specifically, the formatting is that there's a much older text called the Mishnah, which is somewhat vague and undefined in all of its laws, so there's like 100 or so rabbinical sages in a room wherein a portion of the Mishnah is quoted, and they all spend the next few pages discussing it, trying to figure out which opinions are correct, what's what, all of which is then written down. So there's a lot of information. It jumps around very often into whatever subject someone feels is relevant to bring up. So that's just something to bear in mind. I mean, this video is almost an hour long and it's just chapter 1 of book 1, which is actually a super compact summary going by what's generally out there. In fact, I go through this pretty fast, doing my best to explain it properly, but if you feel something needed more explanation, please leave a comment and I can try and help explain whatever portion you need to you, or if you can, just open the text yourself. There are tons of fantastic English translations online nowadays. And with that intro out of the way, let's get straight into it. To begin with, however, I feel like it might be necessary to just provide a bit of background information on the general laws of prayer in Judaism. The main principle is that you need to say the Shema prayer, a very important verse which speaks about several fundamental concepts in Judaism, particularly accepting God over you. Generally, it's meant to be said while wearing the Tefillin, which are these, and it's meant to be said at least twice a day. Once in the evening and once in the morning. Specifically, there are 3 prayers said in Judaism: the morning prayer, the afternoon prayer, and the evening prayer. Now, besides for the Shema prayer, which is said by the morning and the evening one, there is also the Amidah, which is a bit of a longer prayer, which is said by all 3. Those are really the main parts of prayer, which is predominantly what's being discussed about during this entire book in the Talmud, and that predominantly makes up the basis, at least for the first 5 chapters of this entire book. Tractate Berachot opens by quoting the Mishnah in regard to the designated times of saying the evening Shema prayer, one of the most fundamental prayers in all of Judaism. There are several opinions as to the times that this prayer is said. Rabbi Eliezer says from the time that the priests serving in the temple would eat of their truma, which was a special designated holy food, until the end of the first watch, which will be defined later. Opinion 2 is the rabbis, who say it's until midnight, and the last opinion is Rabban Gamliel, who says you have until dawn. This is seen in a story where his sons came back really late from a wedding hall, and he told them that they could still say Shema as it wasn't yet dawn. In fact, Rabban Gamliel holds that, as the rabbis said you have until midnight, they actually always mean until dawn by all instances, even with temple sacrifices which had limited times, and they only said until midnight to be safe, and not have people wait until the last second for things. And that's the end of the Mishnah. Now to the Gemara, discussing this piece. First of all, 2 questions. What's our source for saying a Shema prayer in the evening at all? And why are we discussing the evening one first? Why not the morning Shema first? 2 answers are offered, both citing verses from the Torah in regards to the Shema. It says, when you lie down and when you get up. And by the creation of the world, it says the verse, and there was evening and there was morning, implying 1, that Shema is said in the evening, as it says when you lie down, and 2, based on the order in the verses, the evening one is discussed first. And in fact, the day in the Hebrew calendar actually starts by night because of all this. Question: but later on, when the blessings of the Shema are discussed, it mentions the morning Shema first, not the evening one, Answer is, after we've discussed and established that evening goes first, we can revert to using morning first later on. Okay, question. That first opinion, Rabbi Eliezer, said that the time starts by the priests eating their terumah. When exactly is that? It's when the stars come out. So why didn't they just say that? Because he wanted to also establish that the time that the priests eat their terumah is actually at this time of the stars going out. Okay, we're going to get a bit sidetracked now and discuss priests and their terumah food. Basically, in the times of the temple, the priests would eat their special holy terumah food, but they had to be pure in order to do so, which had a number of rituals in order to become purified in such a manner. They had to wash themselves, they had to bring an atonement offering, and they had to wait for the day to end. The verse states, "And the sun sets, and it is purified," in regards to them eating their terumah. Implication is that to be able to eat their terumah, they just need to wait for the day to end, and it's not necessary to immediately bring the atonement offering. Okay, but what about that "and it is purified" part? Doesn't that imply he needs to do the water immersion step too? Well, no, because it doesn't say "and he is purified," it says "and it is purified," which implies not him being pure, but the sky being pure, meaning day ending. This makes a bit more sense in Hebrew, but yeah, you get the idea. Then it also says that elsewhere the same question was brought up, and they reached the same conclusion. Okay, new point, back to in regards to the set times for Shema. We said an opinion of from the time that the priests eat their terumah until the end of the first watch. However, there's a contradictory opinion, which states that the times are from when a poor person eats his supper until when he ends his meal. So, the second part about the ending time definitely contradicts each other, because there's no way you finish supper by the time of the first watch. So, clearly these are two different times. However, the beginning time, when a poor person eats his supper, could very well be the same time as the priests eating their terumah, so that point is not a contradiction. However, we can cite a different source where there's an argument between a Rabbi Meir and the rabbis about this exact topic, one saying the time is when the priests eat terumah, and the other being when the poor eat their bread. The fact that these two opinions are pitted against each other can only mean that they actually are two separate times, and that's the conclusion. In fact, it lists another example of this elsewhere where a ton of opinions when you say Shema are listed, and both of these are mentioned separately, again further proving that they are separate times, which is our final answer. And as they've been established to be different times, we can also say that the poor person's separate time is actually the later one, as if it was the earlier of the two, then that guy's opinion would actually end up being the same as someone else's. In fact, just to get sidetracked a bit further, one of the opinions mentioned in that big list of quoted times was of Rabbi Meir, who says that the time of the evening Shema starts by the time that the priests immerse themselves. Question, but the priests immerse themselves by day, and this is the evening Shema. How could that be the starting time? So he answers that he has a bit of a different opinion as to when night starts. Unlike them, he holds that twilight, Bein Hashmashos, as it's called, isn't a period of time of the day, it's just a dividing line, meaning there's the morning before twilight and the night after, but there's no actual time period of twilight. So the priests could immerse right before this line, right as it's getting dark, so it's technically morning, but it's late enough to be able to say the evening Shema. Okay, question. If you've been paying attention, we said one opinion of Rabbi Meir was that the time is of the priests eating terumah, and later we quote Rabbi Meir saying the time is when the priests immerse. So is he contradicting himself? Answer is no. These two opinions were said by two different people, quoting Rabbi Meir, each with their own version as to what he said. In fact, there's a similar contradiction with the opinions of Rabbi Eliezer, and the same answer is given. Or you could say that Rabbi Eliezer said both, but only part of the first opinion, the part which doesn't contradict. Okay, back to the main point. Rabbi Eliezer said the times are from when the Kohanim eat terumah, which we spent quite a while trying to figure out, and then he says until the end of the first watch. So, when exactly is that? Well, he holds there are 3 watches, making each watch 4 hours, and he said until the end of the watch, instead of just saying until 4 hours, because he wanted to represent that the same way there are watches, there are corresponding watches up in heaven. He also establishes ways of knowing when each watch begins and ends, things like when babies wake up to nurse, when certain animals are awake, making noise, etc., each of which corresponds to the end of the first watch, the middle of the middle, and the beginning of the last watch. Or possibly the end of the last watch, and he establishes a sign instead of just, looking outside and seeing if it's morning, in case you're in a dark house. Rav Yitzchak Bar Shmuel pops in here to agree that the night has 3 watches, and in each of them, God mourns the destruction of the temple and the exile of the Jewish people. Story time. Rabbi Yossi interjects to tell us a somewhat relevant story, where he was walking along and popped into some ruins to pray. So Eliyahu the prophet showed up, and when he finished praying, informed that he probably shouldn't enter ruins to pray. And if you were worried about someone interrupting you, you could have just prayed an abridged prayer, which establishes that you shouldn't enter a ruin, you may pray on the road, and if you do an abridged version. Then Rabbi Yossi informs Eliyahu that while he was praying, he heard a voice from heaven warning the destruction of the temple and the exiling of the Jewish people, and Eliyahu says, yeah, that also happens all night, and when people say the Kiddush prayer, God considers himself fortunate and mourns his exiling of the Jewish people. Okay, that's the end of the story, but we're going to get hung up on it a little bit and say 3 reasons not to enter ruins. 1, because people might think that you're up to no good. 2, because it might collapse on you. And 3, there might be demons. We need all 3 of these reasons to establish that this is unacceptable even if you go in with 2 people, which would prevent demons, if the structure is stable, which would prevent collapse, or if the 2 people are of good moral character, which would prevent suspect of doing something wrong, or with any combination of 2 of any of these. You'll always end up needing all 3. And even by demons, 2 people being there isn't always a guarantee of safety. Additionally, we could need the demon answer in case it's a new structure in an open field where there's no concern of getting up to no good. Alright, that's that for now. Now, back to the watches. The source for there being 3 watches by night is from a Rabbi Nassan, who quotes the book of Judges. Gideon and the 300 men with him came to the edge of the camp at the beginning of the middle watch. Middle watch implies a first watch and a last watch, so therefore 3 watches. There's a different opinion, Rebbe, who says there are 4 watches, and he interprets this as saying that there are actually 2 middle watches. His actual source for there being 4 watches is that it says by King David that he woke at midnight and that his eyes preceded the watches. Watches is plural, implying he got up before a minimum of 2, and it's after midnight, which has 2 watches, totaling 4. Rabbi Natan's view of this verse is based on the fact that it's established that kings wake up a little bit later, so his total sleep amount would only be for 3 watches. In addition, you could say that 1.5 watches is referred to as 1 watch, which further works to reconcile those verses. On a totally unrelated note, this just being tossed in here because we're quoting teachings by a specific person, and this is one of them. You don't discuss Torah-related matters before the dead, as it could be seen as mocking them. Some even say you shouldn't discuss anything at all before them that's not strictly related to the dead. Okay, back to King David's sleep schedule. It says that he woke up at midnight, but elsewhere it says that he got up by the evening, so a few answers are suggested. Firstly, he usually got up by the evening, but always made sure to be up by midnight. Secondly, he would sleep like a horse until midnight, meaning in very brief 30-second intervals, and at midnight he would get up fully. There's a bit of discussion here if the Hebrew word neshef means evening. In this context, conclusion is yes, it does. It's just that it could refer to both dawn and nightfall. In fact, in regards to midnight, it says that Moshe, when he was informing Pharaoh about the 10th plague of the death of the firstborn, he said that he would go out at about midnight. So, what's going on there? Did Moshe not have an exact time? Why'd he say about? And if so, how was David able to know exactly when midnight was if Moshe wasn't? So it's answered that David hung his harp by the window, and at exactly midnight a wind would blow playing the harp, and this would wake him up, at which point he would spend the rest of the night in prayer and song, and then the entire day dealing with court-related stuff, with Achitophel, his war counselor, Benaiah ben Yehoiada, as the head of the Sanhedrin, the High Court, who were consulted before any military decisions were made. The point about the harp waking him up is based on a verse in Tehillim where it references this. As for how Moshe and David knew what time to get up, there's an answer that both of them knew precisely what time midnight was. It's just David needed the harp to wake him up, and Moshe said about in case the Pharaoh's astrologers got their calculation wrong and called him a liar. From this we learn to accustom ourselves to say, I don't know, so you don't get yourself in trouble. A final answer is given, which is that of a different translation. The way it's spelled could either be about midnight, or it could mean like this midnight, meaning tomorrow at the same time as right now, which would explain Moshe's sentence. Okay, some more on King David. Famously, he says in Tehillim that I am pious, and it's explained that he says this as 1, he wakes up early at midnight to pray, and 2, unlike other kings, he was hands-on in dealing with physical cases of law, often which got his hands pretty dirty, literally handling blood and whatnot. Also, he would always consult his teacher, Mipi Boishes, before making a ruling without feeling embarrassed. In fact, Mipi Boishes' name was actually Ish Boishes, but he was called Mipi Boishes because it's similar to the word Mevayish, which means to embarrass, which references this idea. And because of David's humility in this regard, Kilov, a very wise man, was descended from David. In fact, by him, too, his name was actually Daniel, but he was called Kilov as he would embarrass, which is similar to the word Machilim, similar to his name, Mephibosheth, with his wisdom in a good way. Okay, we know David called himself pious, but it's taught elsewhere that David questioned whether he was worthy of having a portion in the world to come, so why would he call himself pious in this case? So, that's only because he was afraid in case he might sin and become unworthy. A similar thing happened by the forefather Yaakov, where he was afraid of being unworthy of God's protection in case he sinned. That actually had happened in the time of the prophet Ezra, as the Jews entered Israel after the Babylonian exile, based on a juxtaposition there to a verse by Yahushua bringing the Jews into Israel. That by Ezra, it would have been in a miraculous manner similar to Yahushua, but due to the Jewish people's sins of that time, they were not worthy. Okay, back to Shema times. The rabbi's opinion was until midnight. This is established to mean that they actually hold like the last opinion, Rabban Gamliel, which is until dawn, but they're just saying it's earlier to be safe, in case you think you'll try and catch a little sleep before you say the prayer and accidentally sleep past the deadline. It also adds that if you violate this particular rabbinic stringency, you're liable for the death penalty. This is said to either discourage people who are super sleepy, or to establish that the evening Shema prayer is mandatory fully. There's actually an argument as to the Shema prayer. Rabbi Yochanan says you say the evening Shema and then the rest of the prayer, and Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi says you say the prayer and then the evening Shema. The source of this disagreement is either logical, that Rabbi Yochanan holds that as the Jewish people were freed from Egypt also by night, we want to have the Shema prayer and its blessings, which cite this event juxtaposed to the evening prayer. According to Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi, the main redemption event happened in the morning, hence his opinion that it said by the morning. Alternatively, the argument is based on a verse, when you lie down and when you get up. Rabbi Yochanan says the same way. By the morning prayer, when you get up, has Shema said first, and then the rest of prayers, so too by evening Shema and prayers when you lie down. Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi would interpret this that you say Shema closer to when you get up, meaning first thing, and closer to when you lie down in bed, meaning after prayer. There's an additional point that there are some blessings said in between Shema and the rest of prayers, but they don't count as an interruption or separation between the two. It's just an extension of the Shema portion. There's a similar point to a short prayer said before the actual prayer, which doesn't act as an interruption, as it also serves as an extension of the prayers. Side point, if you say the 145th Tehillim 3 times a day, you're guaranteed a spot in the world to come. Specifically this one, as the prayer is alphabetical and speaks about God sustaining everything on earth. It actually isn't totally alphabetical, it lacks a verse starting with the Hebrew letter Nun, as that references a verse speaking about the downfall of Israel, which starts with this letter, hence its exclusion. In fact, the next verse in the Tehillim references this. The following letter speaks of God supporting the fallen Jews. Side point, the angel of Michael is greater than the angel Gavriel, as Michael is referenced being able to make journeys in a single flight, unlike Gavriel, who requires 2 based on some verses. Elio the prophet takes 4 flights, and the angel of death takes 8, but during a plague, only 1. Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi also says that in addition to the Shema by the evening prayer, say Shema in bed. Rabbi Nachman says you don't need to do this if you're a Torah scholar, since you'll probably be involved with Torah as you fall asleep anyways, but Abaya says you still do. On this note, Reish Lakish says you should always have your good inclination fight against your bad one, and if you can't, you should learn Torah. And if that doesn't work, say the Shema prayer, and if that one doesn't work, remind yourself that you'll die one day. The rabbi also explains how every single facet of Torah was given at Mount Sinai, each word of a verse referencing a different aspect. Rabbi Yitzchak says that saying Shema by bed is akin to holding a double-bladed sword by night, guarding you against anything not good, particularly demons. Reish Lakish says learning Torah keeps you safe from suffering, which will occur particularly if you're able to learn Torah and still don't, and this is something that even kids know. On this point, it said that God is unlike mortals, as mortals give up their beloved objects and then mourn, but God gave up his Torah to the Jewish people, his beloved things, and was happy. Anyways, if you're suffering in any way, you should examine your actions, and if you can't find anything, assume you need to learn some more Torah, and if you're still having a rough time, assume it's done for whatever God's reason is, and know that it's done out of love, and you should accept it knowingly. If you do this, you'll be blessed with a long life, and your study will be successful. Some say these afflictions are only if they don't prevent you from studying, some say only if they don't prevent you from prayer, some say both. This is all because, in some cases, physical suffering in this world could be to atone for your wrongdoings, and this is compared to salt, which is salty, but if placed on meat, actually just makes everything better overall. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai says that the Torah, the land of Israel, and the world to come were all given to the Jewish people only through their suffering, so they could merit these. It's also said that if you learn lots of Torah, give lots of charity to the poor, and suffer by having to bury your sons, all your sins will be forgiven by God, based on some verses which relate to each other. Rabbi Yochanan says that specifically leprosy and suffering due to your children are not included in the above category, although it could be that leprosy is not a positive suffering only back in Israel, where they had it super rough and were banished and whatnot, unlike elsewhere, where it really wasn't a huge deal. As for suffering due to your children, this can't refer to them dying before you, as Rabbi Yochanan famously buried his 10th son and kept a small bone from the last one as a memorial to console him. Rather, it's referring to someone who doesn't have any children. On that note, there's a story that a Rabbi Chia bar Abba became very sick, and he told Rabbi Yochanan that he wanted neither this suffering nor whatever reward it entailed, so Rabbi Yochanan took his hand and he immediately got better. The same thing happened to Rabbi Yochanan, with him giving up his own sickness and its reward. Also, he had to take the guy's hand. As the saying goes, a prisoner can't free himself from prison. There's another story where a Rabbi Elazar was very sick and was weeping, so Rabbi Yochanan, his teacher, went to visit him and told him that he had no reason to be sad over a lack of learning, wealth, or children, and Rabbi Elazar told him that he was sad that Rabbi Yochanan would one day decompose after he had passed, so they then cried about that together. Then Rabbi Yochanan took his hand, and he got better too, after saying he didn't want this suffering or its reward. Yet another story. Rabbi Huna had 400 barrels of wine that turned to vinegar, so he examined his actions to see what he had done to deserve this, and someone said that it could be because he doesn't give the agreed shares to one of his workers. But Rabbi Huna responded that he didn't because the guy kept stealing from him. But he was told that still it's pretty questionable, so he started paying the guy in full anyways, and some say that his vinegar turned back into wine, and some say that the price of vinegar rose and he was financially fine. Okay, back to prayer. Abba Binyamin said that he was always careful to say Shema in bed, and his bed faced north to south as the temple was to the east and west. It's said that if you do this respectful thing, you'll merit lots of blessings with children. Another teaching by this guy, if you enter a synagogue to pray with somebody and then leave while the other guy is still praying, distracting him, your prayer will be disregarded, and this causes the Shekhinah, the divine presence, to leave Israel. However, if you wait for your friend, then you get a lot of blessings. Another teaching from Abba Binyamin, which will bring us to a whole discussion about demons. Firstly, they're everywhere and invisible, thousands all around you, and cause you to feel crowded, tired, pained, and they wear your clothes out. If you want to check, spread ashes around your bed and check for chicken footprints in the ashes the next day. If you want to see them, take the placenta of a firstborn female black cat, which is the firstborn daughter of another female black cat, burn it, and then put the ashes in your eyes. Also seal the ashes in an iron tube so they can't steal them from you and harm you. One rabbi did this and got severely harmed, but the sages prayed on his behalf and he got better. That's that on demons. Now it's a very long list of miscellaneous teachings relating to prayer and the synagogue that will take up the next few pages, and in this the next 10 minutes or so. It's basically a bunch of loosely correlated quotes and teachings, so I'll go through them very quickly. Usually each of these is a teaching along with a verse from the Torah as the source, but to save time, I'll say the teaching, and if you want to check the source quoted, well, just open the book. So yeah, here we go. It's said that prayer is only heard in a synagogue based on some verses, similar to how we learn that the Shekhinah rests with 10 people praying together, with 3 who sit in judgment, with 2 who learn together, or even with 1 who learns by himself, but with 2 people, their words are written in the Book of Remembrance. We mention also that the Shekhinah rests by 3 people in judgment to establish that that's also considered learning Torah. We mention 10, because with 10 the Shekhinah gets there before they do. It's also taught that if you intend to do a mitzvah, but can't due to circumstances beyond your control, it's considered as if you did. Also, based on some other verses, it references that God wears Tefillin, and Tefillin gives strength to the Jewish people. It's taught that in God's Tefillin, it says the verse, "Who is like your people, Israel, one nation in the land, and God is glorified through the glory of the Jewish people." The Tefillin actually has 4 compartments, so the other 3 by God contain all of these verses listed over here. Now, this is way more than 4, so some of the verses are grouped up like this, and also every single verse is written on one long parchment for the Arm Tefillin, which has 1 compartment. Also, it said if you normally come to synagogue and miss a day, God asks where you were. If you had a mitzvah to take care of, though, it's fine. If God enters a synagogue and there's not 10 people praying there, he gets upset. Again, based on a verse. It's taught that if you set a fixed place for prayer, God will assist you, and when you pass, you should be eulogized as a humble and pious man like Avraham, who also had a fixed point for prayer. Also, you should never run out of a synagogue, but you should always run into one, and should always rush to do such things. Also, some teach that the reward for attending a Torah lecture is from the rushing to do it, some for the crowding that occurs, some for the logical analysis. On this note, the reward for attending a house of mourning is for the silence. The reward for fasting is from the charity given on the day. The reward for a eulogy is from those that cry. And the reward for a wedding is from the good wishes granted. In addition, if you pray behind a synagogue, you're considered wicked, as it's like you're viewing them with contempt, assuming you turned away from the synagogue. Otherwise, it's fine. There's a story where somebody did this, praying behind a synagogue, so Eliyahu the prophet saw him, drew a sword, and killed him. In fact, in regards to this wickedness, it's also considered very not good to view mitzvahs or prayer with contempt. This is based on a verse which has the word kerum, which we're interpreting as vileness. Some say it means a type of bird which changes its color, and there's reference to the embarrassment people feel when asking others for help, which apparently feels as bad as if you were punished with both fire and water, and makes your face change colors. It's also said to be very particular with the afternoon prayer, as Eliyahu the prophet's prayer over by the altar and the idolaters of Baal was answered by the afternoon prayer. By this, Eliyahu asked for God to answer him twice, once that fire should consume his offering, and the second so that the Israelites watching should believe that it was from God. But still, be particular with the evening and morning prayer too. In regards to rejoicing at weddings, if you go and don't cause the groom to rejoice, you're in violation of a verse which speaks of 5 special voices right before the giving of the Torah, and if you do, you'll merit to acquire lots of Torah, and it's the same as if you had brought a Thanksgiving offering. One person says doing this is as great as rebuilding Jerusalem's ruins. Also says that if you have fear of heaven, your words are listened to, and it's as if the whole world was made just for you. Another teaching, if somebody wants to greet you, greet him first, and if he greets you and you ignore him, you're considered a robber. Also, we know God prays, because it says in a verse, the house of my prayer. What does God pray for? That his mercy should overcome his anger and all of his other attributes, and that he should go beyond the letter of the law for them. In fact, the Kohen Gadol, Rabbi Yishmael ben Elisha, said that on Yom Kippur, when he entered the innermost part of the temple to do the special Yom Kippur service, he saw an image of one of the names of God, who asked him to bless him, so he told him the above, and it was accepted. This teaches us to not take for granted even the blessings of an ordinary person. We can also learn to not try and placate somebody while they're in the middle of being angry, as God told Moshe after the whole golden calf incident to speak to him after he calmed down. This anger is daily, however, and it's for an incredibly short moment, specifically 158,888ths of an hour, once per day, or according to some, the length of time it takes to say the word rega. And no one's really figured out when this time is, besides for Balaam, and even then God decided to restrain his anger during that period, so Balaam's attempts at cursing the Jewish people had no effect. The general time period for this moment of anger apparently is somewhere within the first 3 hours of the day, when the sun whitens the crest of a rooster until it has no red streaks and it stands on one leg. So, whenever that is. In fact, there's a story about this one heretic who was annoying Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi, so he decided to wait until this exact moment to curse this guy, but he kept sleeping through the time period, so he took it as a sign not to. Apparently, the source for this anger is when the kings of the world worship idolatry. It's also taught that a moment of true remorse is better than a bunch of lashes. It's also taught that Moshe requested 3 things: that the Shekhinah dwell upon Israel, not on the other nations, and that the ways God runs the world be revealed to him. All of these were granted, and he was told that a righteous person who prospers is a righteous person, the son of a righteous person who suffers is a righteous person, the son of a wicked person who prospers is a wicked person, the son of a righteous person, and a wicked person who suffers is a wicked person, the son of a wicked person. There's some verses referenced, some which say that people aren't punished for their ancestors' deeds, some which say that they are, and it's explained that the difference is whether you continue down their path and do as they did. So, how could a righteous person suffer for his wicked ancestors? So, rather, it's that a righteous person who prospers is a totally righteous person, a righteous person who suffers is a not totally righteous person, a wicked person who prospers is a not totally wicked person, and a wicked person who suffers is a totally wicked person. According to others, however, the way God conducts the world was not revealed at all to Moshe, so you can just disregard all of that. In fact, now that we're talking about Moshe, it says that as Moshe turned away from God's face by the burning bush, he never merited to fully see it again. This disagrees with the opinion that Moshe was actually rewarded for that humility with a glowing countenance, with the people fearing him, and that he got to sort of see the likeness of God later on. Specifically, Moshe got to see the back of God's head, meaning the knot of the Tefillin right above your neck. We also know that all of God's promises are always fulfilled, as God offered Moshe to destroy the Jews and make him a massive nation, and although Moshe refused, Moshe's descendants ended up being more than all of the Israelites during this period, over 600,000. It's also taught that Avraham was the first person to call God Lord, and even Daniel's prayers way later were answered in Avram's merit. Similarly, no one thanked God for creating the world until Leah did so by the birth of Yehuda, hence his name, which comes from the word meaning thanks. Her first son, Reuven, was named that as it's a mix of two words, Reu and Ben, which means sea and sun. How her firstborn son was unlike another firstborn son, Esav. That, unlike him, Yosef, Reuven's brother, wound up with the firstborn rights, but Reuven wasn't upset about that, unlike Esav had been when the same thing occurred by him and Yaakov. On this note, Rus was named that because the word means to sate, which her descendant, David, did to God with his songs. In fact, based on another verse, it's established that your name can affect your life. Side point, the rabbi who taught this teaching also teaches that wayward children are as bad for your household as the war of Gog and Magog before Mashiach's coming. Back to King David, he opened the book of Tehillim by saying a psalm of David while fleeing from his son Avshalom. Why does it say a psalm and not a lament of David like other ones? Answer is because David knew something unfortunate would happen to his dynasty due to the incident with Bathsheba, so he was kind of relieved when he found out what it was, and that it could have been way worse. This person, among others, teaches that you should provoke wicked people and not to be like them. Some say you actually should not provoke them, and the difference is established to be that you should leave them alone if it's with personal matters, but with matters of heaven, you should try to get them to do the right thing. Alternatively, it does refer to always, just leave them alone if they're doing successful, but if they're doing poorly in life, then you should advise them to do better. Or, even more alternatively, you should do this in literally all cases, but it should only be done if you're completely righteous. If you're not, don't, as if he gets mad at you, you won't be fully protected. He also taught that if you have a fixed point for prayer, your enemies that want to afflict and then destroy you will fall beneath you. He also says that physically following the Torah is more important than its study, as Elisha is quoted by being complimented with his deeds, not his study. There's a quick story about a Rabbi Nachman who was sick and unable to pray in synagogue, and he decided not to ask people to come pray with him in his home, so he was told to find out what time everyone else was praying and to do it privately at the same time. This is because the time when the congregation is davening is considered a time of favor, and there's a few opinions which verse this is sourced from, or if it's from a teaching which says that God says that if you do acts of kindness and pray alongside the congregation, you're considered as if you redeemed the Jewish people and God. In fact, it's said that if you have a synagogue in your city and don't go, you're considered to be a wicked neighbor and are punished that you and your children will go to exile. As for why during this period some sages chose to live in Babylonia during this time, they were fine because they spent pretty much all day in the synagogue, so we learn from this that you should go early and late to the synagogue. Also, if you enter a synagogue, go to doorway lengths in. It's mentioned you should pray in a time of finding, and this is explained to mean that you should pray when you want to find a wife. And it was a custom in Israel that when somebody got married, you would ask them if their wife was akin to the verse which speaks about your wife being good and wonderful, or bitter and worse than death. Alternatively, the time of finding refers to finding Torah, or to finding death in a peaceful manner. In fact, 903 types of death were created, the worst of which is croup, an exceptionally painful respiratory infection, and the easiest is the extremely painless kiss of death. Or, finding is a respectful burial, and said you should pray for mercy until the final shovelful of dirt is dumped on your grave. Alternatively, finding refers to a normal lavatory situation, which was less accessible in those days. It's taught that God loves the gates of study of Torah more than any other, and since the destruction of the temple, God is only within the 4 cubits of people studying Torah law. Based on this, many sages would only ever pray in the place where they studied. It's also said that if you benefit from your hard work, it's greater than somebody who has lots of fear in God but doesn't work. It's also said that you should live where your teacher lives because it'll prevent you from doing wrong, assuming you generally do what he says, otherwise it'll just lead to fights. Leaving the synagogue when the Torah scroll is taken out to be read is considered like you're forsaking God, and if you need to go out, just do so between readings. We're not really sure if you can leave in between the readings of the actual verses. One rabbi would actually just study as the Torah was being read, but others say you should read the Torah portion of the week also, actually, twice, and the translation of Onkelos once, which is the custom that many do to this day. Usually right as Shabbos is starting, and the reward for this is a long life. One rabbi tried to make up all the weeks he had missed of this on Erev Yom Kippur, but he was told that he shouldn't, and it should just be done along with the week. In fact, in regards to the day before Yom Kippur, having a large meal the day before to prepare for the coming fast is considered like doing the fast itself. Okay, some actually totally unrelated points here. Be careful when cutting the jugular veins when slaughtering an animal, and also be careful to respect an old man who forgot his Torah knowledge due to his old age, as it's comparable to both the unbroken and broken tablets that were stored within the ark. Then it says that the sage Rava taught his sons 3 pieces of advice. Don't cut meat while holding it, whether for the danger or it could ruin the food if you get cut. Don't sit on the bed of an Aramean woman, which is either a metaphor for not sleeping without saying Shema, or saying that it's preferable to marry a woman who was born Jewish, or perhaps it's literal, as there's a story that one time a Rav Papa was told by an Aramean woman to sit on her bed, and he refused, and then he found a dead baby there that he would have been accused of killing if he had sat down. His last teaching was to not pass by a synagogue while they're praying within, as it could be seen as disrespectful. The Rabbi Abaya says you can do this if there's multiple entrances because they'll just assume you're going in through the other entrance. The same applies if there's a different synagogue in the city or if you're carrying something heavy, running, or not wearing Tefillin. Similarly, Rabbi Akiva taught 3 things he liked about the Medes: that they cut meat on a table and not on their hands, that they only kiss on the back of the hand, and that they hold counsel in private in the fields. Similarly, Rabban Gamliel says that there are 3 things he likes about the Persians: that they are modest in their eating, in the lavatory, and in intimacy. Okay, that was a lot, and just like that, we're finally going back to discussing Shema times. The last opinion was that of Rabban Gamliel, that you can say Shema until dawn. This is the opinion we follow. Technically speaking, you can actually say Shema twice, pretty much in a row by day, once right before dawn and once right after, and fulfill the evening and morning Shema obligations at once. Actually, right after dawn is still classified as night, but since people do get up then, and the obligation is to say it when you get up, it's permitted to say the morning Shema here. Again, this is the law. There's a very similar concept that you could say Shema twice in a row instead of before and after dawn. You can say it before and after sunrise, twice in a row during the day. Similar to the above, the time right before sunrise is still considered day, but it's referred to as night because some people do sleep then. So, this is also the law. However, if you are going to wait until right before sunrise to say the evening Shema, don't say the conjoining blessing of Hashkivenu, which is about going to sleep, as it's the middle of the morning. Some learn this ruling from this source, while some learn this based on an inference where there is a story where some sages got drunk at a wedding and woke up right after dawn, but before sunrise, and they were told they could still say the evening Shema, but only in an emergency. Moving on, there was an incident mentioned way back at the beginning of the Mishnah where Rabban Gamliel's sons had gotten drunk at a wedding and their father told them that they could say Shema as it wasn't yet dawn. But why did they ask? Shouldn't they already know that? So it's explained that they just wanted to know whether the rabbis agreed with their father fundamentally, which they do, and they were just being stringent. Next, it was mentioned that this ruling of Rabban Gamliel, that whenever the rabbis rule something is until midnight, they actually mean until dawn, and this is in reference to a lot of sacrifices which have strict time limits. This actually doesn't include the Paschal sacrifice, although some disagree, and say you do have until dawn for this one. The argument is based on a verse which says in reference to the sacrifice until midnight, implying you have until midnight, but it also says it should be eaten in haste, referencing the Jewish people rushing out of Egypt, which was at dawn. Also, it clarifies other parts of the verse, things like it says on that night, night meaning not by day, unlike other sacrifices, and that night meaning only on that specific holiday night, and not across several days, although there is another opinion that says that you can eat it even until a second day. This entire argument actually happened at a different time, with their logic being based on different interpretations of verses. For instance, perhaps with haste actually means the Egyptians' haste to rush the Jews out, which was done at midnight. Also, in regards to the exodus from Egypt, there's some discussion about God telling the Jews to go and ask the Egyptians for a ton of gold as they left, which they got. Specifically, God actually said, please do this, because he had promised Avram that the Jews would be enslaved and then they would leave with riches, and he wanted to fulfill this promise, even though the Jews just kind of wanted to leave already. Some say it was the Jews who weren't that into it because it was going to be a long journey and they didn't want to carry all that stuff. Some say it was the Egyptians based on a verse, but either way, they totally emptied the place out. Also, by the burning bush, God said, I will be that I will be, which was God telling Moshe that the same way God was with the Jews by this exile, so too by all future exiles, but Moshe only told of this current exile to the Jewish people. Then it repeats that teaching about Eliyahu and Avi that was said a bit earlier, and that's the end of this section. Okay, next Mishnah. When do we start saying Shema in the morning? At the point in time where you can distinguish between the colors light blue and white. Rabbi Eliezer says between light blue and green. You have until sunrise, but Rabbi Yeshua says you have until 3 hours into the day, the time when kings get up. If you say Shema after this time, it's fine. It's just as if you read some Torah, so you won't get in trouble. And now, the Gemara on this portion. The whole blue and white differentiation refers to being able to tell the difference between blue and white tzitzis, as they're smaller, and you could easily tell the difference at any time by, say, a large pile of wool. Some teach that it's a time where it's bright enough that you can tell the difference between a wolf or a dog, some the difference between a donkey and a wild donkey, and some when you can recognize a friend from 4 cubits away, which is actually the opinion we hold, according to some. Although some say we should only follow by the time we put on Tefillin, and by saying Shema, we should be extra scrupulous and wake up extra early and finish saying the Shema by sunrise, which was done so that they could immediately start the day with the following blessing, which speaks of the redemption. And it's taught that if you do this, no harm will come to you during the entire day. Rabbi Zera said that he did this, and yet he was actually harmed during the day. But that wasn't any actual harm. He had to bring an honorary gift of myrtle branches to the king's palace, which he really had no interest in doing, so not actual harm. In fact, in regards to kings, you should always rush to be able to see the greatness of a king, even a not Jewish one, if only to compare. And then speaks of the greatness of this one sage, Rav Beruna, who would rejoice in mitzvahs particularly by following this custom of waking up really early and saying the prayer of the redemption at sunrise. Also, there's some concern about there being an interruption between these prayers, because you open up this prayer with a little mini prayer in between where you ask God to help you to pray well. So some say you only do this by evening prayers, some only by the afternoon prayer, but consensus is that it's not considered an interruption, and it's just an extended part of the actual prayer, similar to the earlier mentioned prayer of Hashkivenu. Also, there's a similar blessing said at the end of this prayer, after the 18 blessings of the Shemona Esrei, as it's said after the first 18 Tehillim. Technically 19 Tehillim, but the first 2 are technically 1 chapter, so it's actually 18. In fact, originally, Tehillim had 103 chapters, but the remaining Hallelujah chapters were added after David saw the downfall of the wicked. Technically 104, but again, combine the first 2. Chapters of Tehillim that David was particularly fond of begin and end with the word Ashrei, happy is. In fact, based on these Tehillim, there's a story about Rabbi Meir, where there were these neighborhood people who were driving him nuts, so he prayed for some of them to die, but his wife, quoting some Tehillim, said that it would be better to pray that they should repent, so he did that instead, and they repented. In fact, there's a different story about Rabbi Meir's wife, where a heretic decided to make fun of her for being barren based on some verses, but she educated him on the teaching of that verse, and it was somewhat resolved. In fact, people frequently get confused by certain verses. There was a question about why Tehillim opens with the one about Avshalom and then goes on to King Shaul, so that's kind of out of order. So it's explained that there's teachings that you can always learn by which verses are put next to each other. Specifically here, next to one which speaks of Gog and Magog, to show that the same way a son can rebel against his father, the world can rebel against God. In fact, King Shlomo praised his father, David, in his books for all this, and the 5 parts of his life, in the womb, birth, nursing child, fighting his enemies, and death. On this, it's taught, how is God unlike mortals? A mortal can carve the image of a person on a wall and it won't come to life, but God can give life to a fetus encased inside of another person. He's also different in the sense that he outlasts his creations. Alternatively, God and the soul are the ones that are represented by the 5 parts. That God and the soul fill the world and the body. They see, but are not seen. They sustain the world and the body. They are pure, and they both live in a chamber within a chamber. Also expresses how great God is, as he can effectuate compromise between righteous individuals, such as the story between Chizkiah and Yeshaya, by making one sick and having the other visit him, and tell him that he's not going to the world to come because he had no kids. So Chizkiah said it was because he foresaw that he would have wicked descendants, so therefore he didn't have any kids, and Yeshaya told him that that wasn't his call to make. So he asked if it was too late, and Yeshaya said, yeah, but Chizkiah said it's never too late. Even if there's literally a sword held over your neck, you should still pray to God for mercy. Similarly, it's taught that even if you're told in a dream you're going to die tomorrow, you should still pray for mercy, and it's never too late. Anyways, then Chizkiah prayed facing a wall to represent how he had made gold and silver walls for the temple, and prayed about how he had woken up early for Shema, or alternatively, that he had hidden the Book of Remedies, which contained how to heal any illness, so people would then rely on God. Apparently, the consensus was that was a good decision, along with him destroying the copper snake Moshe had made in the desert, and also not giving a proper funeral to his wicked father. But it was considered improper that he messed with the city's water tunnels, he gave the doors of the temple to Assyria, and he made changes to the calendar. Based on this prayer, it's taught that praying on behalf of your merit will have you judged off the merit of others, as Moshe did, and praying off of others' merits will have you judged according to your own actions, as occurred by Chizkiah. Since Chizkiah prayed based on his wall, now we're going to discuss another wall, the wall that Elisha stayed at by a poor woman's house, specifically that either they had an uncovered second story that they put a roof on for him, or that they had a porch, which they set up a partition based on your translation of the verse. They also gave him a bunch of amenities, and it's good conduct generally to either accept such things or, according to some, not to. By the whole event with Elisha, it was apparently the woman who noticed his holiness, as apparently women are more perceptive to their guests, specifically that either there were no flies or that he maintained his purity. His servant, on the other hand, was definitely not, and he tried to assault the woman. In regards to all of this, if you host a Torah scholar, you're credited as if you brought the Talmud sacrifice in the temple. And back to prayer. It's better to pray in a lower place, not standing on a chair or a stool with your feet pressed together, similar to how angels stand. You also should pray before you eat, as eating first is pretty arrogant. Okay, back to the point in the Mishnah. Rabbi Yeshua says you can say the morning Shema up until the 3rd hour of the day. This is the law we hold. We also say that if you pray after the time, it's no big deal, it's just as if you read some Torah, but this is excluding the prayer of Yotzer Or, as it's directly tied to the Shema. Some say you can say it, it's just the equivalent of reading some of the blessings, which is the opinion we hold like. In addition, if you say Shema past its deadline, you can still say it as blessings. Based on the fact that you're at a minimum considered just reading Torah, this would mean that saying Shema in its proper time is greater than learning Torah itself. And that's that. On to the next Mishnah. Beis Shammai says you need to literally be lying down when you say the evening Shema and standing up when you say the morning Shema. Beis Hillel says you can say it however you want. It's just that he uses those terms to tell you the times, and there's a third verse when you walk along the way, which seems to imply that either or works. Rabbi Tarfon once was traveling, and he tried to lie down like Beis Shammai said, and he got robbed, apparently because he transgressed the statement of Beis Hillel. So now for the Gemara to explain this piece. Beis Hillel explains his logic and why he disagrees with Beis Shammai. Beis Shammai also said that he disagreed with Beis Hillel, but his logic is that of the literal explanation of the verses. You lie down by the evening Shema, because it says when you lie down, and the same for when you rise, that you must be actually standing by the morning Shema. As for his interpretation of the verse, and when you walk along the way, he explains that this means, as this is referring to doing something voluntary. If you're in the middle of doing a mitzvah, which is not voluntary, you're exempt from saying the Shema. Or a groom who is marrying a non-widow is also exempt, as you're more preoccupied there. This notion of being too preoccupied to say Shema really only applies there, as there it's a mitzvah, as opposed to, say, if you travel by sea, which is voluntary. So, in that case, you'll still need to say the Shema, even if you're preoccupied. This is similar to Tefillin, which are only exempt by a mourner based on a particular word in the verse. As for traveling to do a mitzvah, Beis Shammai would say that this person is also exempt from saying Shema. Beis Hillel would agree, and points out that this is only if you're traveling for a mitzvah specifically. In fact, to further illustrate the difference of opinions in how you say the Shema, there's a brief story mentioned where a bunch of sages were gathered together saying the Shema. Some said it lying down, some stood up, Some did specifically the opposite of what others did to try to establish the law, etc. Also, apparently, you can hold like Beis Hillel or Beis Shammai according to your preference, although there's a story about their disagreement about the laws of Sukkah, where apparently some hold you have to hold like one, and some go so far as saying that if you hold like Beis Shammai, you're liable for the death penalty. But yeah, okay, now for yet another Mishnah. By the morning Shema, you say 2 blessings before and 1 after, and by the evening Shema, you say 2 blessings before and 2 after, whether you say the long or short version of the blessing. Although the general rule is that you can't shorten, extend, add, or subtract blessings that have been instituted. The Gemara asks, which blessing do we say before? Yotzer or, and we don't change the verse, although it mentions darkness, which is a negative thing, because it's a quote from the Torah, and we don't swap it for a euphemism like we would normally do, as we want to mention the night by the date too, which we also do by night when we mention day and light in the prayer of Golo Or, which is said by night. The other blessing is that of Ahava Rabbah, which is unique in the fact that it actually exempts you from saying a different blessing over the Torah that you're meant to say before the Shema, because this blessing is very similar, so you could just say this one instead. And yes, there's a blessing you need to say before you study Torah, although not for Midrash. Some say you do need to say a blessing before studying Midrash, but not for Mishnah. Some say you do need to say a blessing before learning Mishnah, but not before Gemara. And some say even for Gemara you should say a blessing, based on the actions of Rav, who would wash his hands and say a blessing before teaching his classes. The actual blessing is that of La'asok b'divrei Torah, and some add that the V'ha'aravna prayer is said, and some add the Asher Bachar Banu prayer too. So it says to just say all of these, and we do this every day as a part of the earlier morning prayers. In fact, in a later tractate of the Gemara, it lists the order of the duties of the priests in the temple, and it mentions they start by saying a blessing, which is explained here that it's this blessing of Ahava Rabbah, or according to some, it's the blessing of Yotzer Or, based on the fact that elsewhere it says there are 2 blessings said here, and if you mess one of them up, it's okay, which only works out if it's the blessing of Yotzer Or. Now, this notion of messing up the blessings could actually mean saying them in the wrong order, as opposed to like missing one of them entirely based on whether or not this logic is based on an inference or not. A bit on the prayers said in the temple. They originally said the 10 Commandments, Shema, a bunch of other prayers, the Avodah, and the priestly blessings, but they cut out the 10 Commandments because the Tzadikis, a radical group of heretics who were causing a bunch of issues back then, and only believed in the written Torah and listened only to the 10 Commandments, so they didn't want to lend them any credence, so they just cut that part out everywhere. Anyways, there's also some blessings added by the priests on Shabbos. In regards to a different topic of the Mishnah about not adding or subtracting blessings, there are specific blessings said for each variant of food before eating, be it bread, wine, wheat-based foods, fruit, vegetables, or anything else. There's a specific blessing for each one of these. In the event that somebody has wine and starts saying the blessing for beer, but then switches at the last second, as the difference between the two of these is really in the last few words, it's fine. In fact, it's fine if you don't switch at all, as the blessing on beer is the miscellaneous food blessing, which technically could be used on any food. Alright, but what if the situation is reversed, meaning you have beer and you say the wine blessing and switch at the last second? Well, by the Shema blessings, if you mess up the first half and say the last part correctly, it's fine. So perhaps the rule is that as long as you conclude the blessing properly, it's alright. Well, not really, because the blessings of Shema are unique in that they are really long, so they could technically count as 2 separate blessings, in spite of the fact that these 2 wouldn't have God's name in it, unlike the food blessings, where such a concept doesn't exist, so you can't really compare the 2. Fine. Although, actually, the rule of that as long as you conclude the blessing properly, it's alright, actually does exist. It's just learned from a source where a case is discussed that if you eat dates and say the blessing for bread and then get confused and think it's bread, so switch to the bread blessing and then realize that no, it actually is dates, so finish with the date blessing. In such a case, it's fine. Although, again, if you said the bread blessing on dates, it's still fine because the bread blessing speaks about giving sustenance, which dates also provide. Okay, now back to the argument as to which blessings you say on the Shema. Some say you must say Emes v'Yatzev by the morning and Emes v'Emunah by night. Also, when you say the prayers, you bow during certain words, whenever you say the word Baruch, and straighten up by God's name, based on some verses. Okay, some details on the Shemona Esrei, the Avodah, which is the prayer after the Shema and one of the main segments of prayer. One of the blessings is Melech Ohev Tzedakah U'Mishpat, besides for the 10 days between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, where that prayer is actually switched to HaMelech HaKadosh and HaMelech HaMishpat, although it's technically fine if you forget this change. New point. According to one rabbi, somebody who could pray on the behalf of somebody else and chooses not to is called a sinner. Another adds that if the person you're praying for is a Torah scholar, you need to make yourself sick with worry. This is based off of King David's worry and mourning over his enemies who are Torah scholars. An additional point is that if somebody fully is ashamed of a past sin, they are fully forgiven, even if it's alone and not with a community, as seen with King Shaul and his sin of killing all the residents of the city of Noiv. Okay, back to Shema. Originally, they wanted to institute Bilam's prayer as a part of the Shema prayer, but they decided not to because it was way too long, and it would be a bother for the congregation to say, and you can't just cut that part out from its lengthy context because Moshe didn't, and we don't either. We actually did have the verses speaking about tzitzis as a part of the Shema, as those speak about tzitzis, the exodus from Egypt, accepting the mitzvahs, admonition against heretics, admonition against improper thoughts, and admonition against idolatry, all learned out from this verse and its derivatives. Alright, last Mishnah of the chapter. We speak about the exodus from Egypt by the night Shema. Rabbi Eliezer ben Azariah said, I am like 70 years old, and I only learned this after Ben Zoma taught that it says in the verse to teach it, all the days of your life, which implies also nights. The rabbis say it's to imply also by Mashiach's coming. On the Gemara, it's explained that the rabbis hold that by Mashiach, that will be the thing spoken about in prayer instead of the Exodus. This is similar to how Yaakov's name existed but was replaced with his new name, his main name, Yisrael. This is also relevant to the verse, Behold, I will do new things, which is in reference to the wars prior to Mashiach's coming. In this regard, there's an analogy given of a man who is traveling and keeps getting attacked by new wild animals, each worse than the prior, to the extent where he's forgetting about each previous one and only focusing on the most recent one. So too with the issues of the Jewish people, that they get progressively worse to the point where you forget all about the previous ones. Also in regards to name changes, Avram's name became Avraham, to reference that he became the father of the world. Also his wife Sarai became Sarah, as she became the princess of the entire world. Also, you shouldn't ever mix up their names, but it's fine with Yaakov or Yisrael, as even he is referenced by both names later on, unlike the others. Although it does by Avram a little bit, but that's just because it's somebody referencing one event prior to his name change. And with that, that is the end of chapter 1. The Mishnah begins by discussing a case wherein what if somebody hasn't yet said the Shema prayer, but they coincidentally read it in the Torah, the verses which comprise the Shema. In such a case, it counts, as long as they do so with the proper intent. What about interrupting in the middle of saying the Shema? Generally, it's not allowed, but Rabbi Meir says you can say or respond hello to somebody in between paragraphs, out of respect, and during the paragraph itself if you're afraid of this person harming you if you ignore them. Rabbi Yehuda, on the other hand, says in between paragraphs you can respond to somebody out of respect and greet any other person, and within the actual paragraph you can greet someone due to fear and respond to somebody out of respect. The different paragraphs are the first blessing, the second blessing, the Shema, the Haya, Vayomer, and Emes V'Yatziv. Rabbi Yehuda holds that those last two are actually one paragraph. This order is explained that Shema is first because that's accepting the responsibility of following God, then Vahaya because that's accepting the responsibility of doing mitzvahs, and then Vayomer is last because that one's only said during the day. Okay, now for the Gemara. Based on that first statement of the Mishnah, that when saying Shema from the Torah you need intent, we can learn that all mitzvahs require that they be done with the proper intents. Also, the rule it says about coincidentally saying Shema while just reading the Torah applies when you're not reading the Torah by prayer, but just going through it to edit it and see if it was written properly. Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi says that Shema must be read in Hebrew, based on the fact that the verse says these words will be on your heart, implying in the original text. The rabbis say it can be said in whatever language you want, as it says, Hear Israel, implying in whatever language. Rabbi Yehuda says that those words are used to teach you that you need to say it audibly, while the rabbis would say it's fine if you don't hear yourself say it. As for what the rabbis learn from the words will be, they learn that you can't say Shema out of order, while Rabbi Yehuda learns that from the verse, the words, which is redundant in its context. Also, Rabbi Yehuda's statement that specifically Shema must be read in Hebrew might lead you to believe that everything else can be read in English, but no, he says everything must be in Hebrew in general, and he specifies Shema here for all the above confusion with the different things you can learn from different words, and the same exact logic in the inverse applies by the rabbis, that they also hold that the whole Torah can be read in any language, but they specify here because, again, of all the above confusion. We can also learn from some of the words that only the first part of Shema requires intent, not necessarily by the rest. Rabbi Akiva disagrees, saying it says, "Which I command you this day will be on your heart," implying the whole thing requires intent, and that's the opinion we hold like. Some say it's the first paragraph only that needs intent, some say just the second, some say for both based on the verse, "and you shall place these words on your heart," while others take the verse to learn that the arm tefillin are placed on your upper bicep next to your heart, which they are. They then argue back and forth a while on the verses, whether they imply the need for intent for both paragraphs, only one, etc., whether the verses are used to teach the need for Torah study, or others. In the end, Rava says that the rule is like the one who says we only require intent at the opening verse of Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad, and that's it. Also, some say pronouncing that last word Echad properly, whether by stressing the Ches or the Daled, will reward you with long life. There's also a very brief story where a rabbi admires Rabbi Chia bar Abba for doing just that. It also says to say the words Al Livavecha on your heart while standing in one place, the implication being for the entire verse. There's also some conversation about how Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi, the original author of the Mishnah, said that Shema, which was that he said just the first verse, and did a full proper accepting of God over him later while covering his face while studying. Specifically studying about the Exodus from Egypt, because that's a part of the Shema prayer, and he wanted to say that in its proper time. Based on this, it shows that if you say the first verse of Shema and then accidentally fall asleep, it's fine and sufficient. In addition, because it's disrespectful to lie on your back while saying the Shema, don't do that and sit properly. Also, you shouldn't be lying on your back when you sleep at all for other reasons. Rather, a person should sleep on their side. Also, Rabbi Yochanan would lie on his back while saying the Shema, but that was because he had health issues. Okay, back to the original point. Rabbi Meir said you can greet people between Shema paragraphs out of respect. More specifically, Rabbi Meir holds that you can greet and respond due to respect between paragraphs, and greet and respond due to fear within the actual paragraphs. Rabbi Yehuda holds that you can greet due to respect and respond for any reason within the actual paragraphs, and that you can greet due to fear and respond due to respect within the actual paragraphs. There's a very similar case cited elsewhere. On this note, can you interrupt during Hallel or Megillas Esther? Those are only a rabbinic decree, and if this is allowed, for sure those too. Or perhaps not, as they have unique qualifications, meaning to publicize a miracle. Rabbi Chia says you can interrupt there. Rabbah says by a full Hallel, you can only interrupt between paragraphs, while by a half Hallel, the shortened variant of this prayer said on certain days, you can interrupt wherever. There's also a point tossed in where one rabbi, Ravina, didn't greet a different stage during his prayer, but that was because he was his superior, so he didn't have to. Side point, if somebody is fasting and preparing food for after the fast, can they just taste the food? Is the fasting from eating or from enjoying taste? Answer is, you can taste. How much? Up to a quarter of a lug, which was an old form of measurement. Another side point. Rav says, if you greet somebody in the morning prior to prayer, it's akin to idol worship. Shmuel says, no. They're arguing over the interpretation of a verse, and it's simply that greeting somebody before prayer is disrespectful. Also, you're allowed to greet somebody very early by your door if you just meet them there. There's a similar conversation elsewhere, and others say you can't attend to your business prior to prayer, but if you pray prior to dealing with your personal stuff, God will help you with whatever you do. Bit of a random point now. According to one guy, if you go 7 days without seeing a dream, you're called wicked. If you learn lots of Torah before sleep, you won't receive bad tidings. Okay, back to Shema. We hold with the opinion that you can't interrupt between the last paragraphs between the words Elokeichem and Emes v'Yatziv. There's an argument about whether you should repeat the word Emes a second time. Some say yes, some say no. There's also a few opinions about if we say the portion about tzitzis, whether by day or by night, whether the whole paragraph or only some of it, and we also make sure to mention the Exodus. We said we say the prayer of Shema prior to Vahaya, as you want to first accept responsibility to do what God says, and then mitzvahs. There are some other reasons too. Shema speaks about learning, and then Vahaya is about teaching, and then Vayomer is about performing, with the mitzvah of tzitzis. Actually, Shema mentions all three, to teach, to learn, and then to perform. Vahaya mentions learning and then performing, and Vayomer just mentions performing, although all of these reasons apply. So, to introduce a new question, the Gemara quotes a point about that a gravedigger isn't obligated to say the Shema, and then later says he is. So the difference between those two cases is if you have somebody helping you out. If you do, then you're required to still say Shema, and if you don't, then not. However, that source mentions you put on your Tefillin and then say Shema, while Rav would say Shema and then put on Tefillin. So, by him, in that case, it was that somebody brought him his Tefillin late. Normally, everybody holds that you say Shema after wearing Tefillin. There's a question from a Rav Chia Bar Ashi, who seems to imply otherwise, but that's explaining that he's just teaching to say blessings before learning. In fact, saying Shema without Tefillin is compared by some to bearing false testimony against yourself, or offering an improper sacrifice. Instead, the proper order of things in the morning is to first use the restroom, wash your hands, put on tefillin, say Shema, and then pray. If you can't wash your hands in the morning as you have no water, just wipe them against the surface. However, by praying, you should try hard to get water, even traveling up to a distance of a parsa, or out of your way less than a mil. Both of those are old forms of measurements. Okay, new Mishnah. If you say Shema out loud but couldn't hear yourself, it's sufficient. Rabbi Yossi disagrees. Rabbi Yossi says if you don't properly pronounce everything in the Shema, it's fine. Rabbi Yehuda disagrees with that. If you say Shema out of order, it's insufficient, and you should go back to wherever you made a mistake and start over from there. And now the Gemara on this piece. The difference of opinions as to whether you need to hear yourself say Shema is based on how you explain the word Shema, which means hear. One says it means you must hear yourself say it. The other says it means that you can say it in any language you can hear and understand. Rabbi Yossi would hold this too, along with his opinion. Rabbi Yossi also holds similarly to saying a blessing over separating teruma, just a bit more leniently, in that it's permissible after the fact, just not initially, as that's a rabbinic institution, not biblical. We know it was him that said it based on some words which imply so, but as it turns out, that's actually disproven, and no, that opinion of the Truma was actually said by Rabbi Yehuda. There's a very similar case discussed about the reading of the Megillah, whether or not you need to be able to hear yourself saying the words. It's discussed back and forth for a bit, quoting sources and attributing those sources to different people, but the results are similar. Some say only by Shema is there an option to not have to hear yourself say it. Others disagree, saying the inverse, but yeah, that's a whole thing. The conclusion is that we rule leniently here, that it's allowed by Shema, and also, if your enunciation wasn't precise, it's also fine. Side point, there's a comparison cited between a grave and a womb. How are they comparable? That they both take something in and give something out, the grave by the resurrection of the dead. The implication of this is that a baby leaves the body with lots of noise and crying, and a person enters a grave with lots of noise and crying, so too he should leave the grave with lots of noise and crying by the resurrection of the dead. We also learn in the Shema from the word uchsav tam, and you shall write them, that on the mezuzah and tefillin, all the requisite verses must be written on them, including even the command to do so, unlike the writing done by the Saita process, which is a whole thing for later, where they didn't also write the commands. In addition, in regards to the writing, you should leave spaces between words where the last and first letters are the same, so that way everything's clear, particularly in all of these spaces. On this note, it's taught that if you're very particular about saying Shema properly with the proper enunciations, Gehenna will be cooler for you. There's also a comparison between streams and tents, as streams can purify a person, so too learning Torah can tip your scale towards merit. The Mishnah had said that if you say Shema out of order, it doesn't count. On this note, there's a brief story about two rabbis who were tying a wedding canopy, and one of them went to go learn something, and he was taught that if you made a mistake while saying the Shema but don't know exactly where, if you're in the middle of a paragraph, go back to the beginning of the paragraph. If you're between paragraphs, go back a paragraph. If you made a mistake between the two times it says the words to write in the Shema, go back to the first time, assuming you haven't gotten to the end of the paragraph and said, in order to lengthen your days. New Mishnah. In regards to the level of concentration necessary while saying Shema, you're actually permitted to say it while working on top of a tree or on a wall during construction, unlike by the Amidah. On the other hand, you would be exempt from saying Shema on the night of your wedding, as you'd be a bit distracted, all the way up to the Saturday night after. Rabban Gamliel, when he got married, still said the Shema because he said it was too important. Okay, Gemara on this portion. The trees that are permissible to pray on are only fig and olive trees, as their branches are shaped in a safe way that you won't be distracted if you're standing on them. If it's at your own home that you're doing this, however, you need to go down to pray. There's a question asked on this, that perhaps this implies you can say Shema without proper focus and intent if all this is allowed. An answer is brought that you can only say Shema on a tree if you're not actively working and can concentrate. Specifically, the first paragraph, that is. The later paragraphs you can work during. In fact, there's a different source which says that a worker is responsible for basically every part of prayers, excluding going to the ark and the priestly blessing. There is an opinion that says that a paid worker, in this case, would do an abridged Amidah, but that doesn't apply in this case discussed, as our case refers to laborers who are working for food, not pay, and don't get to do an abridged Amidah or blessings after eating. Okay, we said a groom is exempt from saying Shema. This doesn't apply by a widow, by the way. The reason is based on the verse, when you sit in your home and when you walk along the way, which exempt somebody from doing a mitzvah and a groom, respectively, as the implication of the words is that of a voluntary action. So, if something isn't voluntary, you're exempt from saying the Shema then. Maybe when you walk along the way actually means walking to do a mitzvah, and it's actually saying that you're obligated specifically while doing a mitzvah, and the answer is no, because the Hebrew word used is your way, which implies something voluntary, hence you're exempt if you're doing something involuntary. Specifically, in this case of a groom, and not with something you're preoccupied with voluntarily, such as travel, and not with a widow, as apparently that's less distracting. New Mishnah. This is a bit of a continuation of the previous, which left off speaking about Rabban Gamliel when he got married, and it picks up from there. When Rabban Gamliel's wife passed, he immersed himself in water, which is generally not allowed for mourners, but he was an exception as he was very delicate in that regard. In addition, when Rabban Gamliel's servant, a guy named Tavi, passed away, Rabban Gamliel accepted condolences for him like a relative, as apparently he was a very virtuous man. Back to Shema on your wedding night. According to Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel, even if you want to, not everybody should do that. And now the Gemara to discuss this. Rabban Gamliel was exempt from certain difficult particularities of mourning, as apart from the day of the actual death, everything after is only a rabbinic ordinance, so you can be made exempt in extreme circumstances for stuff during the later days. In regards to him mourning his servant, normally that's not something done, as seen in a story where this other sage, a Rabbi Eliezer's maidservant, passed, and all his students followed him around all day to offer condolences, so he avoided them, but they just kept following him around all around the building until eventually he told them that they couldn't take a hint and should leave him alone. In this regard to how to eulogize people, there's a discussion on titles. The term patriarch is only offered to the biblical forefathers, and matriarch to the biblical foremothers, as those are the most significant ones. Similarly, you shouldn't refer to your servants as father or mother, except for Rabban Gamliel's servants, as they were exceptionally worthy people. Back to Shema. It says the verse, "So I will bless you as I live, to your name I will raise my hands." This means to say both the Shema and the Avodah, respectively, and the reward is this world and the world to come. Then the Gemara lists a bunch of different variations of the Yehi Ratzon prayer said at the end of the Amidah. Many rabbis have their own variation, and most of them are not the accepted variation. Of note is Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi's version, which speaks about personal protection and safety from dangers of every sort, in spite of the fact that he was a very well-guarded man, being a friend of the then Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius, and while that prayer isn't said in the Amidah, we do say it at the beginning of prayers in the morning instead. Then it just keeps on going, listing even more variations of the prayer than a prayer said by one during a fast, and a prayer said when you finish reading the book of Iyov or Job. It's about a page or so of just different prayers said by the sages. I'm not going to go through each one word for word, as again, most of these aren't the accepted custom, it's just what they personally said, so moving on. Then the Gemara gets even more off topic and just lists a bunch of idioms taught by a bunch of different sages. I won't read them word for word, even though that kind of defeats the purpose of an idiom, as that would take a really long time, and this is intended as a summary. But if you want a collection of just idioms, quotes, and sayings from these sages, there is a book which is exactly that, penned around the same time as this, known as Pirkei Avot, or Ethics of Our Fathers. So, Rabbi Meir spoke about the importance of learning Torah and not doing anything wrong, and that God would be with you. The sages of Yavne taught that for some, their purpose is to learn Torah, and that's what they do, and for others, their purpose is to work in the field. One is not better than the other, both are fulfilling their individual purpose, and don't presume to be better than a worker because you learn more Torah than him. Abaya said, "Be careful to have fear of heaven and create peace with your brethren, relatives, and everybody, Jew and non-Jew alike, so that God will be happy with everybody." Rabban Yochanan ben Zakkai would always greet people first in the marketplace. Rava said that the point of Torah wisdom is to repent and do good deeds. If you do it to try and glorify yourself or to become haughty in your knowledge, that's wrong, and if you learn Torah not for its own sake, you'd be better off not having been created. Rav said, "In the world to come, there is no eating, drinking, procreation, negotiations, jealousy, hatred, or competition. Rather, the righteous sit with crowns, basking in God's presence. Also, there is a greater promise for the future to women than men, based on a verse, and this is achieved by them helping their family learn Torah." Okay, after that, then it lists a bunch of individual blessings said by people as they left their respective teachers' study halls. Blessings for a good life, and they should do good deeds, and that no bad of any form should form within the Jewish people. Side point. Some say that the entire world is sustained because God is charitable, while some righteous are sustained because they deserve it. Some say that the world is sustained on behalf of the righteous, and the righteous themselves just exist. There's a famous story here where it says that every day the voice of God descends from Mount Horeb, and says that the entire world exists only due to the merit of a Rabbi Hanina ben Dosa, who was a particularly holy man, and apparently ate a lot of carobs. Then, for some reason, they say that the people of the cities of Gevai and Mata Mahasya are exceptionally foolish, and also none of them ever converted to Judaism. So, that's that. Back to Shema. Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel said, "A groom can in theory say Shema after his wedding, but it's better not to, as you don't want to appear presumptuous." This contradicts his logic on the fast of the 9th of Av, saying you shouldn't do any work on this day, as is done if you are a Torah scholar, which could be considered presumptuous. So what's the difference? The same contradiction applies to the rabbis who say you should say Shema by your wedding, being in a sense presumptuous, but you should also do work on the fast day, which is not. One answer is that you just switch the opinions around to make it fit. The other answer is that the rabbis have their logic that by Shema, everyone is saying Shema in general, so you do like everybody else is doing, and on the fast, most people are working, so you should also work, so as to not be conspicuous and appear presumptuous in either case. Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel would say that since it's your wedding, everybody knows that you're not concentrating properly if you say Shema, so it would actually be more conspicuous to say Shema, and by working on the fast, it's not really conspicuous to not work, as lots of people aren't working while they're in public. So their logics actually do line up with themselves. And with that, that brings us to the end of chapter 2. Beginning with a Mishnah. If your unburied relative lies before you, you're exempt from saying the Shema, the Amidah, putting on Tefillin, and every single positive commandment in the Torah. Positive commandment meaning to do something as opposed to a commandment to not do something. In regards to the pallbearers by the funeral, if you're going to carry the coffin, you're exempt. If you already carried it, even if you might need to carry it a second time, you're obligated to say the Shema. This is all a continuation of the prior discussions about whether you're obligated to say the Shema if you're distracted or preoccupied with something. They both, however, are exempt from saying the Amidah prayer. After they finish the burial, if they have time to say the Shema before they get back to the families, they should say it then. If they won't have time, then they don't say it then. People standing by the interior row with the actual mourners aren't obligated to say the Shema. People standing more on the outside are required to say the Shema. In addition, women, servants, and minors are all exempt from saying the Shema and putting on Tefillin, but are obligated to pray, have a mezuzah on their doorpost, and to say a blessing after eating. And now the Gemara on this piece. We said he's exempt if the corpse is right in front of him. He does, however, need to say Shema if the corpse is not right in front of him. However, there's a discussion about all the customs as for what to do if you have a person who passed away in your house, saying to not eat there and go to somebody else's house, and if you can't, then make a partition, etc. And one of the things it says is that you're exempt from the Shema, Amidah, and positive commandments, even if the corpse is not directly in front of you, which contradicts over here. So, it says that that's referring to one of the scenarios mentioned, that if you have no other option, you should just not look at the body, and in such a case, you'd also be exempt from all those things. Normally, however, if the body is not right there, you are obligated with your prayers. Or if the dead body is not your relative, then you're also still obligated. There's a similar concept by graves, that when you're around a grave, you shouldn't wear your Tefillin or read from the Torah or similar things, as it's seen as mocking the dead in a way, and this applies by any corpse within 4 cubits, along with an exemption of saying the Shema, but only if you're that close. In addition, some pages say that there must always be one person watching a corpse, and if you need to pray, have 2 watchers, and do it one at a time. Another sage says that on a boat, just put the corpse on the other side of the boat and pray. The difference between these opinions is that the issue is of mice eating the corpse, and the second guy holds that there aren't usually mice on boats. On this note, if you're traveling with bones, you should carry them in a respectful manner, and not place them in your saddlebags and sit on them. But if you're afraid of being robbed, you can do this to move quicker. The same rule applies with traveling with a Torah. In addition, it's taught that you should escort a burial, and if you choose not to, it's a very wrong thing. There's also a story about some sages traveling through a graveyard and one tucked in his tzitzis so as to not mock the dead. In fact, the dead do know what's going on, and the righteous people are referred to as alive even when they're dead. For instance, Benayu ben Yehoiada, a biblical character, is referred to as the son of a living man when it mentions that he slew a lion in a pit on a snowy day. This is explained to be an allegory that either he broke blocks of ice to be able to immerse in water for purification, or that he learned the entire Sifra texts on a snowy day. There's a story where Rabbi Chia's sons went out to work and realized they had forgotten their learning, and wondered if their father, who had recently passed, knew how upset they were. They cited one source, which implies not, saying that the dead don't know anything, but there's another source that says the dead feel pain as their body is consumed by worms and maggots, so they conclude that the body knows what's going on with their body, but that's it. However, there's a different story related, which contradicts this a bit. Basically, it goes that a man gave charity to some poor people during a drought, so his wife mocked him for being so generous, so he went and slept in a cemetery. There, he overheard 2 spirits conversing that they should go and listen in behind the heavenly curtain to see what would happen during the coming year. The other spirit said she couldn't, as she was buried in a mat of reeds. So the other one went, came back, and reported that there would be severe hail during the following year. So the guy who was listening to this went and sowed his crops accordingly, and everybody else's crops got destroyed besides for his. The next year he went back to the same spot and overheard them having the same conversation. Again, one went to listen in, and the other stayed, as she had an improper burial. The first spirit returned and said that again there would be a rainy period during certain months, so he went and planted accordingly and was successful. His wife asked him how he knew all this, so he told her the story. Then the wife a few days later got into a fight with a different woman, who coincidentally happened to be the mother of the dead second spirit, and she told her that she should be ashamed for giving her daughter an improper burial. And so, the next year, when the man came back, the spirits didn't converse because they said they knew somebody was listening in. Alright, so the point of the story is that clearly the dead do know what's going on in the world, as they knew somebody was listening in and had told people. Well, not necessarily, as it's possible somebody had died in between all of this and reported what had happened himself to them. Fine, so there's a different story as proof. A sage would leave his money with an innkeeper, where she would then hide it for him, but she died, so he visited her grave, and she told him where it was, and also asked that she be sent her makeup and a hairbrush with somebody who would be dying tomorrow. So apparently the dead do know what's happening in the world. Well, no, because perhaps the angel Duma, who oversees the dead, announced to everybody who would be dying the next day. Fine, so another story is proof. Shmuel, a sage, had an issue, which was that his father collected money for orphans, but then his father passed away, and he wanted to give the money out, but he didn't know where it was hidden. So, he went to the cemetery and was told to ascend to the yeshiva school on high. Side point, then he saw his friend who wasn't allowed into the yeshiva because he'd upset one of his teachers when he was alive by refusing to go to a school, so Shmuel asked if they could allow his friend in on his behalf, and they said yes. Anyways, Shmuel then met his father, who informed him of the location of the money, how it was buried so as to protect the orphan's money first and foremost, and then told him that he would unfortunately be dying soon. So clearly the dead know what's going to happen if he knew that. So, no, as Shmuel was an important man, his arrival to heaven was announced a while beforehand. In addition, based on some verses, it's implied that the dead speak to each other, and God informed the forefathers of everything going on with the Exodus so that they could credit Moshe. Another point on the dead. Some say speaking badly about the dead doesn't really matter if they either don't know or don't care. Another disagrees, saying a story where somebody spoke badly about a sage and a reed fell off a roof and injured his skull, but that could be an exception because it's a sage who God looks after their honor. Similarly, another says that if you speak disparagingly about the righteous, you'll go to Gehenna. On a similar note, it's said that if you see such a man do something wrong, you should assume he repented by the following day, unless he did something wrong to another guy, in which case you should wait until you see him reconcile with the other guy. Also, there's a source which says there are 24 different reasons a person could be ostracized for disrespect, 3 of which are demeaning the idea of ritually washing your hands, speaking disrespectfully after the funeral of a Torah scholar, and being arrogant towards heaven. The source for the point about being disrespectful towards a Torah sage after the funeral is based on a story in regards to a conversation on the laws of Soita when a Rabbi Akavia ben Mahala was brought up who had done this disrespectful thing, so was ostracized, died a few years later, and his coffin was stoned. Alternatively, it actually wasn't that guy that did wrong. According to some, he was actually a stellar individual, and the ostracized and coffin-stoned guy was a Rabbi Elazar ben Chanuch, who demeaned the hand-washing thing. The source for the being arrogant towards heaven is based on the whole incident of Chani Hamagil, which isn't actually cited here. It's said a bit later, but basically it goes that there was a severe drought, so he drew a circle on the ground and refused to exit it until it rained, and then it started raining immediately. Anyways, the sages told him that normally they'd ostracize somebody for being so disrespectful towards heaven, but they made an exception here as it had worked. There's also another ostracism suggested towards this other guy who had instituted a whole roast kid to be eaten by Passover, which mimics the Paschal sacrifice and looks very improper. So that's another whole thing. There's also the whole ostracism situation of the oven of Achnai, which is a discussion in a much later tractate involving the laws of purity of a certain kind of oven. It's an interesting story that goes off the rails pretty quickly, but it's only referenced here, so I'll save it for later. Back to saying Shema by a funeral. The rule is you shouldn't do the burial at the time of the Shema so as to avoid all these issues. If you did, it's fine. There are exceptions to this rule if the individual is particularly important. If you're at the funeral and need to, if the body's right there, just casually walk out and say the Shema. If it's not right there, then you could just say it. The grieving individual at the funeral says a prayer saying that God hasn't even collected 1,000th of his debt, but others say not to do this as you don't want to say anything that gives room for the Satan to persecute you. We said earlier that if you have time to say the Shema before getting to the funeral, you should do so. This refers to the entire Shema, including all of its paragraphs. We also mentioned that certain people at the funeral are exempt. The actual mourners and everybody else who just shows up just because still need to say the Shema, though. There's a priority of God over personal respect, always, as seen in the law that if you realize you're wearing a prohibited cloth mixer, even in public, you have to rectify that. This is attempted to be challenged based on a case where a funeral party chose to walk down an impure path and everybody else was allowed to follow there out of respect, but that case was an exception because there was a question if it was fully impure. They weren't certain if there were people buried along the path, so it was only a rabbinic ordinance. On this note, if you're walking where people might be buried, blow aside the dust to make sure you don't step on bones, and if it's a well-trod path, you can just assume it's fine. In regards to the point of how the priority of God is more important than that of people, there's a question about how people were permitted to run see kings, even running over the locations of coffins, which could cause ritual impurity, but that's allowed because coffins are designed in a way that they don't carry the ritual impurity up through the ground by having a gap between the corpse and the roof of the coffin, and even if they didn't have this, there's an exception for seeing a king out of respect. Some interpret the verse all of this is based on to mean to abide by rabbinically instituted decrees, which are the ones which can be suspended in certain cases out of respect for people. Side point, there are certain circumstances where it's permissible to disregard a lost object you found if you're a priest and the object is in a cemetery, if you're old and it's demeaning, or if you're just really busy. The point about it being demeaning overriding Torah law is unique here because it's a part of monetary laws which have their own unique category. Another question on this topic. Normally, a person who took a Nazirite oath cannot come in contact with any dead body, even his own relatives. He is, however, permitted to bury a mace mitzvah, an abandoned body, which nobody else would bury. Seemingly this is overriding Torah law with respect for people, so not really, as that's a special case where you're not really technically in violation of any actual commandments. Side discussion now. They discuss how in previous generations the Jewish people were worthy of miracles happening for them as they did proper Torah study and learning, and they were dedicated to the sanctification of God's name, as seen in the story where they accidentally confiscated an improper cloth mixture from a woman and then realized she wasn't Jewish, so they reimbursed her. And also that one sage would stand outside the entrance to the woman's mikveh immersion pool and explain the proper laws of mikveh in a manner which was totally proper in intent. And another sage did the same thing because he wanted the woman to have the blessing of beautiful children. People believed back then that if you looked at a beautiful person when you were pregnant, your children would be beautiful, and he was particularly handsome, so he wanted to give them this blessing. And he wasn't afraid of the evil eye on him, as he was a descendant of Joseph, who the evil eye has no power over. New Mishnah. We repeat the ending of the last Mishnah and say women, servants, and minors are all exempt from saying the Shema and Tefillin, but are obligated to pray, have a mezuzah on their doorpost, and to say a blessing after eating. We need to specify women are exempt from the Shema, even though women are exempt from all time-bound positive commandments, because Shema is about accepting God over you, so you might have thought there's an exception over there for women. The same question applies to Tefillin. Why do we need to specify that? And it's because the verse about Tefillin is juxtaposed to the verse about mezuzah, so you would have thought that women are obligated in mezuzah, so too they should be obligated by Tefillin, but that's actually not true. We do need to specify that women are obligated in prayer, as prayer is kind of technically a time-bound commandment, as you do it by the evening and morning, so it specifies that women too need to pray. The same logic applies by the fact that we specify women also need to do mezuzah, as mezuzah is juxtaposed to Torah study, which women aren't obligated in. Also with blessings after meals, as that one is just straight up a time-bound positive commandment, so that's listed as an exception for women. Also, women are obligated to hear or recite the Kiddush prayer on Shabbos, in spite of them being exempt, as it's a rabbinic ordinance. And it's unique among those, as by Shabbos it says to remember Shabbos and sanctify it, and later observe Shabbos and sanctify it, implying anybody that's required to observe Shabbos, which is everybody, also needs to remember it, which is done by saying the Kiddush prayer, hence women are obligated specifically in that too. There's also a discussion as to if women's obligation in saying the blessing after meals is a rabbinic law or a biblical law, the difference being that if it's only rabbinically instituted, they aren't fully obligated, so they can't do it on the behalf of others. We try to bring a proof from a case where it says that a woman can say the blessing for her husband, but that's a unique case where the person didn't eat sufficiently, meaning to the point of being full, to be required to say this after blessing. So they only have a rabbinic requirement to say the blessing, which can technically be fulfilled by somebody with only a rabbinic obligation, like a woman, meaning it wouldn't be allowed in a typical case. There's also a point stated that the angels went to God and said that God shouldn't show extra favor to the Jewish people, and God responded that the Jewish people bless God for satiating them with a meal even if they aren't full, so he favors them extra in return. New Mishnah. If a person finds that he's impure, until the point that he's purified, he shouldn't say the blessings before or after Shema, but should just think the words of Shema. Also, you should say the after blessing by food, as that's biblically instituted, but not the before blessing. Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that you say all of those blessings. And now for the Gemara. There's a bit of an argument if thinking words is considered the same as speech. According to the one that says it's not, the reason it's done in this above situation is so that when everybody else is saying Shema, you should do something similar because you should do as the congregation does. However, in regard to doing as the congregation does, if you are in the middle of prayer with everybody else and realize you are impure all of a sudden, you should do an abridged version. But if you haven't started, you shouldn't start, implying that in that case we don't do like the congregation. Well, yes, but Shema is unique as you're accepting God over yourself when you say it, so you must say it there. The source for saying a blessing after eating is, "And you shall eat and be satisfied and bless the Lord your God." Similarly, the source for saying a blessing by reading the Torah is, "When I proclaim the Lord's name, give glory to our God." Based on this, it would imply that you also have to say a blessing before eating food and after reading from the Torah, as those things are required by the other ones. Well, no, as the two aren't really comparable, as they have different circumstances and reasons, which is a valid refutation. Although we do eventually say that we do say blessings before and after reading Torah later, and before and after reading the Torah later, just not here. Rabbi Yehuda says that if you forget if you say Shema, don't re-say it to be safe, as according to him, Shema is a rabbinic obligation, but do re-say the later paragraph of Emes V'Yatziv in such a case, as according to him, that's the one that's rabbinically obligated. as it speaks of the Exodus. According to his opinion, the verses when you lie down and when you rise, which most other people take to learn to say the Shema prayer as a biblical obligation, according to him, that's just a general verse obligating you to learn Torah. According to others, however, Shema is the preferable paragraph to say, as it speaks about both accepting God over you and the Exodus. According to Rabbi Elazar, in fact, if you said Shema, you must re-say it, unlike by prayer, which if you said it, you don't re-say it to be safe. Others disagree. According to others, if you are praying the Amidah, and remember you had already said the Amidah earlier, then you just stop right there. Others say no, based on a source that if you accidentally say parts of the weekday Amidah on Shabbos, then you complete the blessing. But that's actually not a comparable case, as by the Shabbos case, he needs to say the Amidah, he just said the wrong kind, versus the first case where he actually already said the whole thing. According to others, if you enter a synagogue and see everybody else praying, you should do the same. But if you already prayed, you should either say something new or nothing at all. The implication from that is that if you prayed by yourself and then came to a congregation, the same applies, and you can't re-pray. Or if you mistakenly already began a prayer, like in the earlier case, you can just finish it. Okay, in the event that you go into a synagogue and the congregation is way ahead of you in the middle of the Amidah, if you can reach them before they get to the prayer of Moedim in the Amidah, you should start. If not, then don't start, according to others, before they get to the prayer of Kedusha. This disagreement is based on whether or not you hold you can say Kedusha by yourself. According to the opinion you can't say Kedusha by yourself, it's based on the verse, "And I shall be hallowed among the children of Israel," and any terminology of sanctity implies with a number of 10 men, similar to some other verses by Korach, hence you wouldn't be allowed to say it by yourself. Everyone agrees you can't interrupt your prayer to respond to the Kiddush prayer. There is one opinion that disagrees, saying you always interrupt whatever you're doing to respond the words Yehi Shmei Hagadol Mevarach, but we don't do that. Back to the original topic that you can't say certain blessings while impure. This is because the verse about learning Torah, and you shall impart them to your children and your children's children, is juxtaposed to the verse by Mount Sinai, the day that you stood before the Lord your God at Horeb. And by Mount Sinai, people were required to purify themselves if they were impure and refrain if not, so too by Torah study. Then there's a bit of an argument if the one who said this holds we can learn things based on juxtaposed verses at all from the Torah. He seems to imply not by learning about certain punishments in relating to stoning, which are normally learned from juxtaposed verses from a different source. He does, however, learn from juxtaposed verses in regards to the Mishnah Torah based on some other sources. There's a further discussion based on Rabbi Yehuda's laws of purity and impurity, which leads us to conclude that when he says you may not say the Shema blessings if you're impure, you should think them. Some disagree on that, saying he holds you may say them anyways. Some say only in certain cases, where apparently it really depends on your type of impurity and what exactly you want to learn. Some say you can expound only on certain parts of Mishnah or Gemara. Others say you can, but without God's name. Some say you can't enter a study hall at all. Some say you can only study laws in relation to this exact topic. In regards to this last point, there's a quick story where a rabbi was asked to teach the laws of this topic, but he went and purified himself beforehand, but he said that was just because he was very stringent. In the end, we say that we hold like the opinion of Rabbi Yehuda ben Betera, who holds that matters of Torah cannot become ritually impure. In fact, when some came to Babylon, they either abolished the practice of ritual immersion or of ritual hand-washing, depending on which opinion you hold. Like, according to some, if you don't have a mikveh available for ritual immersion, you can just pour 9 kav, which was a measurement back then, of water over yourself, and that's sufficient. Some would publicize this piece of knowledge, as this would make immersing yourself easier and more accessible to people, and more people would do it and learn Torah, while others kept this less known, as then people would uncaringly become impure all the time if immersing yourself was so easy. One says that if you're stringent in this regard, you'll live a long life. However, the mikveh, as it's called, is established to require 40 se'ah of water to make it a bit less simplistic and make people less likely to willingly become impure. It's fine if it's hot or cold, and if you do end up being lenient in allowing 9 kav only, it must be poured over you, not just immersed in it, like by a proper mikveh, and should only be done in a unique situation, such as if you're sick and can't really move around easily. More specifically, the argument is around the institution of Ezra. He said that a person that voluntarily becomes impure must go to a proper 40 se'ah mikveh, while one who became involuntarily impure must pour 9 kav of water over his head. The argument there is where a sick person falls under which of these two categories. Basically, the actual statement of Ezra is that of the proper mikveh, and the leniency of 9 kav was added. And if you're sick and become impure voluntarily, you only need 9 kav, and if you're sick and become impure involuntarily, you don't need immersion at all. Rava states that the law is actually that a healthy or sick person who voluntarily becomes impure requires 40 sa'ah in a mikveh, and if you're healthy and it's involuntarily, you only need 9 kav, and if you're sick and it's involuntarily, you don't need any purification at all. According to others, if you want to teach Torah, you always need to immerse in 40 sa'ah. According to others, you just always need 40 sa'ah. Others say if you're teaching Torah and sick and involuntarily impure, you can immerse by pouring 9 kav. Others say this too requires 40 sa'ah. As for how the water is placed, according to Rabbi Yehuda, 40 sa'ah is sufficient if it's placed in the ground, even if drawn by a person, but not if it's placed in the vessel, according to some. This Gemara piece ends off by saying a quick story where a few rabbis were arguing who gets to say the after blessing. One said he had purified with 9 kav, so he should do it. One said he had purified in 40 sa'ah, and the third said he should, as he had never gotten impure in the first place. Also, one rabbi would immerse prior to doing some of the Passover services on everybody's behalf, but we don't hold like that. And now for a new Mishnah. If you're praying and realize that you are impure, you just finish quickly with an abridged prayer. If you're in the middle of immersing and it's nearly sunrise, you need to say the Shema, so you should leave the water, cover yourself, and say the Shema. If you don't have time, you can cover yourself in the water and say it there. You can't do this in gross water unless you dilute it to make it nicer by adding more clean water. Similarly, if there's something gross in the room, such as waste, you must be a minimum of 4 cubits away to say the Shema. This begins a very lengthy conversation in the Gemara about praying or saying the Shema when you're impure, or if there's some form of waste in the room, and how to move yourself the proper distance away, or to go into another room or something like that. So, the Gemara now says that if you're reading the Torah and realize that you're impure, you should speed up, even if you don't read perfectly. Others say you should read a minimum of 3 verses and stop. If there is waste near you when you're saying Shema, walk forward 4 cubits. If there's no room, step to the side. If you only realize there was waste after praying, some say it's fine, others say you must re-pray. In the event that someone has some sort of a bladder issue or is incontinent during prayer, he should stop. Afterwards, some say he should restart prayer from the beginning, others say he should resume from where he stopped. This argument is perhaps based on whether you hold that if you stop in the middle of prayer, sufficient time to complete the prayer, whether or not you can resume, or you have to go back to the beginning and restart. But actually, no, that's not what the argument is based on here, as whether he delayed or not is never discussed in this case. Rather, it's based on whether you're allowed to pray or not when you need to use the restroom. Some say if you do, you can't pray. Some say you can if you can control yourself for the time it takes to walk the distance of 1 parsa, which was an old form of measurement. The source for this rule is the verse, "Prepare to greet your God, O Israel." Then it also quotes some other verses which teach you to not sin, and if you do, bring a sacrifice to the temple, and not just that, like actually repent, not just bring a sacrifice. In regards to the topic of being respectful during prayer, in regards to needing to use the restroom, that's just something you should be generally aware of, and if you need to go into a restroom, remove your tefillin up to 4 cubits away. If it's not a proper restroom, then you don't need to be 4 cubits away, but once you've used the restroom in that location, it's designated as a restroom, so you have to be 4 cubits away to put the tefillin back on. This applies by any form of using the restroom. Some say you should leave the tefillin outside if you can, some say no, wrap them up in a few layers and bring them in, as somebody might steal them, as it's a story brought where a student went to the restroom, left his tefillin outside, and a harlot took them, went to his school and claimed the student had given them to her as payment for her services, and the student took his own life, so maybe don't leave them lying around. In this regard, during the day you wrap the tefillin up in their straps to keep them safe, and at night you keep them in a pouch. There's also a point that one holding tefillin or a Torah scroll in his hands shouldn't pray, as he could get distracted and drop them. Normally you use the restroom or sleep or nap, as you could also drop them in all those cases. Others say you also shouldn't do these things while holding a knife, a bowl, bread, or similar for the same reasons. By the way, it is worth noting, all of this discussion in regards to tefillin and what you can and cannot do, where you can and cannot go, etc., is mostly applicable to the fact that back in Talmudic times, people would wear their tefillin all day long, not just during prayer, as we do now. Hence, a lot of the discussions are from that perspective, so just something to bear in mind. Anyways, we end up holding the opinion that you can't bring your tefillin into the restroom. The discussion goes on a bit longer, but that's the conclusion. There's also some other points in this regard, such as prior to eating, to help your stomach, you should walk around a whole bunch, and during a meal, you should take off your tefillin and put them on a table until you say the blessing after eating. Also, by wrapping your tefillin up, you shouldn't do it in a designated bag along with your money. You may, however, put the tefillin under your head in bed, although according to some, if your wife is there should be a separation out of respect. Some say you should put it under your pillow, a bit to the side if you're doing this. Some would tie them in the curtains, some would cover them with a cloth on a bench. There is an argument whether you can say Shema while someone is in your bed, whether your wife or somebody else. Some say with somebody else it's fine, as it's only really inappropriate with your wife. Others say the opposite, as your wife is considered to be like you to a certain extent, so that wouldn't be an issue, unlike the alternative. It's not considered improper to say the Shema if your family is next to you, if there's a garment or something in the way in bed. And it's for sure allowed if they're just kids, which are defined by their requisite ages. There's also a lot of discussion as to what exactly constitutes being undressed to the extent that it's considered disrespectful, and it also says that it's very improper for a man to look at a woman inappropriately, be that looking at her skin or hair or listening to her sing. Also, one person would hang their tefillin, which is apparently super wrong, and one who does this will have his life hang in the balance, but that's only if you hang him by the straps. This is where he hung them by the box, so that's okay. Or alternatively, he hung them inside of a pouch, which is allowed. This teaches that, unlike a Torah scroll, tefillin doesn't strictly need to be placed flat on a surface. It then mentions on this topic that aside from restroom-related things, we're not as strict with most other body-related things like yawning or sneezing or similar, although you should cover your mouth. From a different case, it's proven that this is only if it's involuntarily, and sneezing is actually seen as a good sign. As for spitting, you really should try not to, but do it into a cloth or something if you're really delicate about that. In general, you should pray out loud if it'll help you focus, otherwise don't do it loudly. If you're praying with others, don't be loud, as it could disturb people. Some teach that if you're praying and you pass wind, either wait or walk away and say a prayer about how God made people in such a manner. If you're in your bed unclothed and want to say Shema but can't stick out your head because it's really cold, you should make a barrier with your blanket between your mouth and the rest of your body, either at your neck or heart, depending on what you hold in that regard. In addition, if you're walking through a filthy alley, you shouldn't say the Shema, and if you're standing there, you shouldn't think Torah. Some say if you're saying Shema and get to a filthy alley, you should stop. Some say you should cover your mouth. There's also a point that if you stop for long enough to say the whole Shema, you should start over, which was an idea mentioned a little earlier. Also, on the earlier topic, if you're undressed but have a cloth tied around your waist as a separation, that's enough to allow you to say the Shema. By prayer, it needs to cover your heart. If you space out and walk into a restroom while wearing tefillin, you should cover them and walk out and remove them as soon as you're able. Don't run back out immediately though, as it could cause digestive issues. There's also an argument if your hand is filthy, whether or not you can say Shema then. Some say yes, some say no. If there's a foul smell coming from something, you should walk away 4 cubits from whatever the object is to say the Shema, or 4 cubits away from the edge of the smell, or 10 hand breaths below or above you, or at least distance yourself until it's out of your range of vision. Some are particularly strict if the entity in this case is animal feces, and you can't say Shema nearby at all. This discussion about saying the Shema in unique, rare circumstances where there's a poor smell or a disrespectful object or similar goes on for a little bit longer. What constitutes any of those, the circumstances and distances around them, the differences and stringencies between different types of waste. But that's the general idea and pretty much all of it. I'm not going to go too in-depth into this, but you get the idea. Don't say Shema or pray near waste or other unsanitary things, the precise details of which can be looked at on this page. Okay. Back in the Mishnah, we said that if you're immersing in the morning, you should see if you have enough time to say Shema before getting out. We can't really calculate based on this the conversation discussed in Chapter 1 as to what time you can say the Shema by comparing it to what time people go to mikveh in the morning, as no matter which way people could wake up earlier than the designated time by sunrise to say Shema. If you don't have time, you should say Shema in the water. You're not considered undressed, as the water, assuming it's not totally clear, acts as a divider between the rest of your body. If you're in clear water, either descend to your neck or kick the water around a bunch. Some say it's just fine in clear water. Some say if your heel can see the rest of your body unclothed, it's impermissible. We say it's allowed unless your heel is actually touching yourself. With waist versus an unclothed person, if the waist is covered with even glass or something, it's allowed, as the main thing there is to cover it, as opposed to not seeing it. You can also spit over or cover over a hole with waste in it, There is no difference between a Jew and non-Jew in regards to not saying Shema before them while they're unclothed. We also said you can't be in dirty water or flax-soaked water while saying the Shema unless you dilute it. The same applies to not being in urine, although I'm not sure how that would happen. Some say you can add any amount of water to dilute. Some say you must add a quarter of a lug, an old form of measurement. Some say this is if you mix clean water to dirty water, but if you have clean water and dirty water gets added to it, it's all considered diluted by any amount. Others say that that's the dispute with water already in the vessel, and everyone agrees that if you add more water, you need a quarter of a lug. This is proved from a case discussing a chamber pot, where some say if it's behind your bed, you can say Shema immediately, and if it's in front of your bed, walk away 4 cubits, while others say no matter where it is, you have to move it under the bed prior to saying Shema. People who say these opinions seemingly contradict themselves in a different source, so there's a little discussion about if we should switch their opinions around here or in the other source, and they end off disagreeing as to who we hold like. Then we get back to an earlier topic about covering the Tefillin. If it's in its regular holder, even if it's in multiplayer layers of its own covers, it still only counts as one cover. It needs a different type of cover to create layers like that. This goes on a bit further, discussing certain distances and measurements as to how far you need to be from certain improper things while praying. It discusses certain types of restrooms briefly, but that's pretty much that. New Mishnah. It lists a bunch of different forms of impurity, whether for a man or for a woman, generally by discharging bodily fluids, and if you're affected by them, you have to immerse in a mikveh, a pool of water. The Gemara just spends a few lines now discussing particular variants in these bodily fluid impurities. I'm not going to get too in-depth into that right now. It's more discussed in later tractates and isn't super relevant to Shema and similar as we're discussing. But with that, that's basically the end of chapter 3. Chapter 4 begins with, as always, a Mishnah, now leaving off 3 chapters of discussion on the Shema on to the rest of prayers. The rabbis hold that the morning prayer can be said until noon. Rabbi Yehuda says until 4 hours. The rabbis say you can say the afternoon prayer until evening. Rabbi Yehuda says until Plag HaMincha, the midpoint of the afternoon. The evening prayer can be said all night, and the additional 4th prayer, Musaf, that's sometimes said, according to the rabbis, can be said all day, and according to Rabbi Yehuda, until 7 hours. The Gemara asks, we say we can pray a few hours into the day, but we implied earlier that you pray alongside Shema, which is done much earlier. So that's only if you're being extra strict and say Shema with the sunrise. You actually can say it a little bit later. In addition, we say you can pray until noon, but we say later that if you miss a prayer, you can do an additional 2nd prayer with the next one. Well, yes, you just don't get rewarded for saying that prayer in its proper time. On this note, we said you can do a 2nd prayer by the next one if you miss the previous, but if you miss the afternoon prayer, can you make that up by the evening prayer, as that's the next day? Day starts by night, according to Judaism, and as prayer is in place of temple sacrifices, you can't make those up the next day, so can you redo that here? So, it says that you're allowed to. Also, this isn't allowed if you intentionally miss a prayer. In addition, as Shabbos has special prayer, the same rules apply, and if you miss the afternoon Shabbos prayer, you can make it up the night after Shabbos ends with 2 weekday evening prayers, and add the portions of the Havdalah prayer into the first one. If you add it in the 2nd prayer, then only that one counts. However, seemingly only saying Havdalah in the 2nd one should be fine, because it says elsewhere that if you miss Havdalah in your Amidah, unlike many of the other editions, you don't need to re-say it, so seemingly it should be okay to miss it in the first time too, so that just ends up being an unresolved question. Anyways, the concept of prayer 3 times a day was either instituted by the 3 patriarchs, or it's done as a replacement to temple sacrifices. There are respective proofs for both of these. There's a verse by each patriarch which implies to the institution of a prayer, and there's a proof that the timing of when you can say prayers correlates with the timing of when the respective offerings were brought for each of them, even the evening prayer, which is the only one that can be said from a specified point up to the rest of the night, correlating to the evening sacrifice, which was burnt all night, and the timing of the additional Musaf prayer coincides with the timing of the additional sacrifice. Again, the same applies with each prayer. On that note of the timing of the prayers, the afternoon prayer is said, according to an opinion, until the midpoint of the afternoon, which could either be the time of Mincha Gedola, 6.5 hours into the day, or Mincha Katana, 9.5 hours into the day. We hold it's the second one. The final point on their institution is that they were instituted by the patriarchs, and the exact times were designated based on the sacrifices of the temple. So it's a bit of a mix of both those two. On the previous note, there's an opinion that the morning prayer can be said until the 4th hour of the day. So is this including or excluding that 4th hour? The answer is pretty complicated. We said a number of sources of different times this opinion said until a certain point, whether it included the last hour or not, or if it's even possible, because there are some circumstances where that breaks a lot of the timing principles established, or contradicts his own opinion, or agrees with opinion that he actually says he disagrees with. Point is, it does include that last hour, and there are a number of sources that back this up. Some of which are things like other people agreeing, Mishnahs which cite the same opinion, or verses from the Torah which imply it's 4 hours total. We also try to bring a proof from the actions of another who did similar, but that proof is non-viable, as there were others who practiced like the opposite too. We then cite a story where a rabbi was praying the Shabbos prayer on the eve of Shabbos, and during the end of the Amidah, you take 3 steps back, but here he didn't, as his student was right behind him and he didn't want to disturb his praying. We learn from this that A, we can pray the Shabbos prayer at this time, B, that a student can pray behind a teacher of his, and C, that you can't pass before somebody praying, as it could distract them. Question: but we learn elsewhere that any form of disrespecting your teacher, be it greeting them improperly, rivaling them by building your own school near theirs, citing something in their name if you didn't directly hear it from them, or praying behind them, causes the divine presence to leave Israel? Well, yes, that is the case, and in the above story, that was an exception. As the person wasn't really a student, he was more of a colleague, so he could be more informal. This is seen in his story where he informally spoke to him about the laws of Shabbos, wherein he went into a bathhouse to perspire, which was allowed then, as it was prior to the institution that it's not allowed on Shabbos. On that note, it also mentions somebody that fumigated baskets with sulfur on Shabbos, but you can't really learn anything from that incident because that was an error. Well, what if you make a mistake and accidentally pray too early? Like if there's clouds and you think it's later, and then the clouds clear up and you realize you prayed the evening prayer too early. Do you redo it? Well, some say no, they already did it, while some say no, because we don't make a congregation redo stuff as it's too much of a burden. According to the opinion that you can say the evening Shabbos prayer early, you still say the Kiddush prayer over a cup of wine. Also, you would still say the Havdalah prayer after, also over a cup of wine. There's some disagreement about the source, but that's the idea. Now for discussion on the regular evening prayer. The actual quote says that it is not fixed to a specific hour. So, what does that mean exactly? Some say that just means you can say it whenever you want in the night. Some say that just means it's optional. It was, in fact, a massive debate whether the evening prayer is obligatory or not. There's a whole story cited where they were arguing about it originally, so it went and was brought before the study hall, and the Nasi, the prince of the time, Rabban Gamliel, said his opinion, and the person who disagreed didn't really want to say anything out of respect, but he was told to testify his opinion, and he stood, but he was not told to sit back down, so he had to stand there for a very long time, and people started getting upset, so they decided to replace Rabban Gamliel with a person named Rabbi Eliezer ben Azariah, an exceptionally talented 18-year-old who consulted with his wife and took the position. However, he was worried he wouldn't be respected because he was so young, so he prayed to God, and his hair turned white. Hence he famously said in a quote, "I am like 70 years old," because he wasn't actually 70, he just looked really old. First thing he did when he got to the school was announce that everybody could learn there, instead of being super selective like the prior guy. And either 400 or 700 new benches got added to the school. Seeing this, Rabban Gamliel, the prior guy, felt really bad and thought that it was his fault that so many hadn't learned Torah in his school because he was too selective. So he saw in a dream white jugs filled with ashes, which represented that the new students weren't actually learning very well. But as it turns out, that wasn't actually true. They were learning well. He was just shown that in a dream so he could feel better. Anyways, it was a great day. Every pending halachic legal ruling was decided at that point, and even Rabban Gamliel kept going to that school without a grudge. There is a specific incident mentioned where an Ammonite convert on that day came in and asked if he could marry a Jewish girl, so it was argued a whole bunch because normally Ammonite converts are one of the few that can't marry a Jew, but there could be an exception because his people have been scattered around a whole bunch. In the end, the marriage was made permissible. Anyways, one of the arguers in that case was Rabban Gamliel, so we see that he went back to the school without any issues. Anyways, Rabban Gamliel went to the house of the earlier guy that he had offended to ask for forgiveness, and saw that he was also a blacksmith, which he was surprised by. So the rabbi got upset that he didn't know what Torah scholars had to do to support themselves, so Rabban Gamliel asked for forgiveness in the name of his father, and the guy forgave him. So, because he was forgiven, he was reinstituted as the head of the school, but this time shared with Rabbi Eliezer ben Nazariah, who would give classes for 1 week, and then Rabban Gamliel for 3 weeks. Also, the one who asked the original question that started all of this was a Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, a very famous sage who has a whole holiday around him, but that's for way later. Okay, back to prayer. There's the additional Musaf prayer we mentioned that's said sometimes, and it can be said all day. However, don't delay it, as then you're called negligent. There's argument if you have the afternoon prayer and the additional prayer in front of you, which one should you say? Some say you should say the afternoon prayer, as that's done more often. Some say the additional prayer, as you could run out of time for that soon. We end up saying to say the afternoon prayer first. The source for this is that a sage, Rabbi Zera, if he got tired learning, he would sit by the exit and stand up whenever a sage walked by so he could honor them. And he did this, got into a discussion with one sage who had just finished memorizing this exact piece, that you say the afternoon prayer first. On the topic of the timing of the additional prayer, one says that if you delay it past the 7th hour of the day, based on a verse, God will get annoyed and bring destruction because you delayed the festivals. There's a similar thing said about people who delay the morning prayer. On that note, there's a story where one of the rabbis didn't come to that day's lecture because he was sick, so they asked why didn't he just eat something first and pray the additional prayer a bit earlier, whether you hold like you can eat before certain prayers. In the end, we say the rule in that regard is if the time for the afternoon prayer is reached, you can't eat anything before saying it. New Mishnah. One rabbi would say a little prayer as he entered a study hall, that nothing bad would happen due to him while he's there, and a prayer when he left as thanks. The Gemara says the exact contents of these prayers. Not going to say the whole things here, because this isn't really something done anymore. Then the Gemara goes and lists a bunch of teachings from different rabbis. When Rabbi Eliezer was sick, he taught his students to properly educate their children so they get reward. When Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai got sick, he began to cry and explained it was due to fear of an eternal God and his judgment. Then he blessed his students to have a fear of a God akin to that of the fear of a moral king, the logic being that you don't do things wrong if you know a moral king is watching, neither should you do something wrong when God is watching. Then, right before he passed away, he had his room prepared in regards to the laws of purity, and had a chair brought in for the king Chizkiah, who he said was coming to accompany him. Alright, new Mishnah. Rabban Gamliel says you say the full prayer of the 18 blessings, the Shemona Esrei, also called the Amidah. Rabbi Yeshua says to just say an abridged version of that prayer. Rabbi Akiva says you do the full version or not, depending on if you're fluent in prayer. Rabbi Eliezer says if your prayer is fixed, it is not considered supplication. This will be explained soon, what that means exactly. Rabbi Yeshua says if you're in a dangerous place, you can do a listed abridged prayer. If you're riding on a donkey, you should dismount and pray. If you can't, you should look towards the temple. If you can't do that, think of the inner room of the temple. Do this also if you're on a ship or something. And now the Gemara. There are 18 blessings in the Amidah, either to correspond to the 18 mentions of God's name in Tehillim, Psalm 29, the 18 mentions of God's name in the Shema, or to correspond to the 18 of the vertebrae in your spine. Furthermore, there are certain points in prayer when you bow, either to the point where all your vertebrae protrude, or until a coin on the ground would be parallel to your heart. Some say you just need to bow your head as long as you're actually exerting yourself. There was actually a 19th blessing instituted later, which speaks negatively about heretics, so that either corresponds, depending on which your opinion was, to an additional reference to God on that psalm, or in Shema, the word one, which counts as a name, kind of, and of the spine, it's 19 technically if you include the lowest descending vertebrae. In fact, there's a story that after the 19th blessing was added, the next year they were praying and the guy forgot the blessing, so he stood there for a few hours and he wasn't removed because he didn't make a mistake. And we do suspect somebody is a heretic if they mess up the heretic blessing, which was this 19th one, but not this guy, because he was the one that had actually instituted this blessing in the first place. And we don't suspect that he became a heretic since then, because there's a tradition that a good person doesn't become wicked, specifically if he was initially righteous to begin with. Although, even this may not be strictly true, as one of the high priests of the time, Rabbi Yochanan, became a heretic. Still, point is, there's no issue of concerns of heresy by this guy, as he was the one who had instituted the prayer. Alternatively, he started the prayer, and although it did take him a while to continue, he did finish it properly, so again, not a cause for concern. We said there are 19 total blessings of the Amidah, and on Shema there is a different Amidah said with 7 blessings. These 7 correspond to the 7 voices of God referenced in Tehillim number 29. On Rosh Hashanah we say 9 blessings corresponding to the 9 mentions of God's name in Chana's prayer, as she's one of the people specifically remembered on Rosh Hashanah, along with Sarah and Rachel. On a fast day, we say 24 blessings in the Amidah, corresponding to the 24 songs of Solomon when he brought the Ark of the Covenant into the temple, specifically then as it's a day of asking for mercy, like a fast day. It then lists exactly what the abridged prayer version of the Amidah is, along with which blessings are and are not said. There's an unresolved question as to whether we say the Havdalah blessing in the actual Amidah. There's similar points arguing about other of the individual blessings, about the prayer for rain, the prayer about the new moon, and others. It goes on for a bit like this about the formatting and circumstances, but yeah, if you just open up any prayer book, you'll see the accepted standard format of the Amidah prayer. We said earlier in the Mishnah that if your prayer is fixed, it's not supplication. What this means exactly is that if prayer is a burden for you, or if you say it just as words, or if you don't introduce something new depending on your opinion. That last one isn't really done, as it can cause confusion. Or, some say what this means is to pray at the time of the reddening of the sun, which either means right after sunrise or right before sunset. Others say don't do this, as it could mess up your timing and you could end up praying late on accident. Then it says that you should do the abridged prayer if you're in danger, and there are a bunch of variants of which of these to do. There's also a story where Eliyahu, the prophet, told a rabbi to say the traveler's prayer while traveling, along with other advice like not to get angry or drunk. In fact, this traveler's prayer listed is still said to this day if you're going on a long trip or on a flight or something. There are more specifics as to when to say this prayer, specifically if your journey is longer than a parsa, an old form of measurement. Some say to say it specifically while standing, others even while walking or sitting. This is seen in the story where some said this prayer and decided to stand even though they didn't have to. This has some more discussion on it about the difference between the short prayers. The Havinenu prayer has more requirements than the standard abridged prayer, specifically that the Havinenu prayer requires additional blessings said before and after, and it's also considered a valid substitute, and you don't need to re-pray when you get back. And it must be said while standing, all unlike the other abridged prayer. If you're riding a donkey, you should get off the donkey to pray. But some say you don't need to do this if you have nobody to hold onto the donkey. Others say you can stay on no matter what, so that way you can focus better during your prayer. You're meant to face towards the temple in Jerusalem when you pray, but if you're blind, you can just focus on God. Specifically, you should turn to Israel. If you're in Israel, turn to Jerusalem. If you're in Jerusalem, turn to the temple. If you're in the temple, turn to the Holy of Holies, the innermost part of the temple. If you're in there, focus on the ark. If you're right by the ark, focus on the cover. In general, just face towards that direction, whichever direction you are from it. Generally, that just means facing east. Some would have the custom to pray early and then say the Shema later when the time for that came around. This applied by all holidays and their unique customs. Still, though, it's preferable to say the Shema and then the Amidah together for reasons written in chapter 1. Some in those days would also have their prayers done at slightly delayed times because they had classes to teach, but yeah, that's the idea. New Mishnah. Rabbi Eliezer ben Azariah said that we only say the additional Musaf prayer if there are 10 men in the city. Some say this doesn't really matter as a factor. Rabbi Yehuda says similar, that you don't say the additional Musaf prayer if you pray by yourself while there are 10 men in the city. The Gemara then says the practical difference between the first and last opinions, which are very similar, is in a case where there's not a group of 10 in the city. The first opinion would hold you're exempt, while the later opinion would hold that you need to say the prayer there. This is backed up by some who say that they did like this. However, there were many who didn't hold like this and said you always had to say the additional prayer based on the fact that they prayed 2 times on certain days. This is attempted to be discredited because maybe they prayed twice because they didn't focus properly the first time, but that's invalid, as it was a good testimony that this occurred. Side point, some sages would only pray where they studied, which was a topic referenced some chapters ago. Anyways, some said that the guy prayed twice because he forgot to say the prayer for the new moon the first time around, so it could be that you don't actually need to say the additional prayer in some circumstances. Other point, some hold you should wait a bit between prayers, so your mind will either be in a pleading or in a beseeching mode. This is sourced from some verses. Anyways, we end off by invalidating that last attempted disproof in regards to forgetting the new moon prayer, as we hold that no matter if it was by a full or a short month, if you missed the new moon prayer, you aren't required to redo your prayer. Therefore, the fact that this guy prayed twice must have been the additional prayer. Therefore, the additional prayer is required in those cases. And with that, that brings us to the end of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 begins with a Mishnah discussing the level of focus necessary while praying. Specifically, it should be with great focus and submission. Some particular people would wait an hour prior to prayer in order to prepare. Your focus should be to such an extent that if a king greets you, or if a snake comes over to you, you shouldn't interrupt your prayer. The Gemara states that this focus is derived from the story of Hannah, who prayed with great intensity and focus. Well, maybe that was an exception over there, because Hannah was extremely distressed. Okay, so we learn it from King David, who prayed with great intensity. Again, that may be an exception because King David was distressed over the whole Bathsheba incident. So, there are many interpretations of King David's verses. Some say it means you have to wear nice clothes while praying. Some teach it to mean in general you shouldn't have excessive joy and should temper it. The exception being if you're wearing Tefillin, as that caused one sage to be super happy. Furthermore, there's a story where there was a wedding and everybody was getting a little bit too joyful, so one sage took a super expensive cup and smashed it. There were similar things that happened at many weddings. To this day, there is a custom to smash a glass by a wedding to remind ourselves of the sadness of the destruction of the Second Temple and our exile, even during a joyous day like a wedding. In addition to this point, if you're praying right after learning, don't begin prayer after learning a complex, highly debated subject, as it'll preoccupy your mind during prayer. Rather, pray after learning a conclusive law that's not debated, like certain laws of purity, tithes, or consecrated animals. Also, don't go into prayer right after being sad, lazy, chatting, laughing, etc. Rather, go into prayer after doing a good deed. Similarly, you should only leave a conversation in general with a discussion of Torah, not any of the above frivolous things. Some say you do this so you'll think well of that person you just finished talking to. There is an example of this occurring where there's a story where two sages were walking by some palm trees in Babylon, and one said that those palm trees had been there since the time of Adam, and there's a verse which teaches that every land Adam decreed would be settled was eventually settled in, and every land he said would remain uninhabited remained uninhabited. Also, in addition, students should accompany their teachers around. Back to prayer. You should have great focus, again sourced from some verses, and it's taught that Rabbi Akiva prayed shorter when he was leading the congregation, but when he prayed by himself he would do it for hours and would end up walking all across the room from all the bows he was doing. Also, you should try to pray in a room with windows, as Daniel did, again based on a verse. Similarly, a lot of the more precise laws of prayer, such as to do it 3 times at different times facing Jerusalem, saying the Amidah quietly, to ask for stuff for yourself after praying God, not to be drunk during prayer, and many others, are learned from several biblical figures such as Daniel, Hannah, and King Solomon. There are, in fact, several things that can be learned from the whole Hannah story. The story being that there was this woman named Hannah who was barren, so she prayed at the temple, and the high priest, Eli, thought she was drunk, so tried to kick her out. She explained what was going on, and she was blessed with a kid. So we can learn from that things such as that someone who prays while drunk is considered like doing idolatry. If you suspect someone of doing something they didn't do, you should appease them and then bless them afterwards. And that when Hannah prayed for a son, she called God Lord of Hosts, the first time such a term was ever used, and prayed that as God had made the whole world, she should be able to have just one son, comparable to a king who was at a great feast, and a beggar who requests just a piece of bread. Furthermore, based on some double wording in the verse, it's taught that she kind of threatened God because she said that if she didn't have a kid, she would seclude herself with another man besides for her husband and be accused of being unfaithful, even though she wouldn't have been, and then have to go through the sota ceremony, which, when it's proven that she did no wrong, the blessing is to have children. So that was going to be her strategy to have kids. According to some, however, that wouldn't have worked because the blessing is actually that if you already have kids, then they're going to be better, be it birthed painlessly or more attractive or something along those lines. Not that you'll start having kids. So, according to that, the double wording she used in the Torah is just an expression. Also, in Hannah's prayer, she referenced herself as being a servant to God 3 times, referencing either 3 things that a woman is likely to pass away from, or to 3 of the special commandments towards women, the laws of female purity, separating challah, and lighting Shabbos candles, all of which Chana was very careful to do. In addition, when Chana asked for a child, she said, an offspring of men. This is either interpreted to mean a very great man, a man who would anoint 2 men to royalty, being King Shaul and King David, or to be equivalent to 2 great men, Moshe and Aaron. And according to some, it means just that her son should be inconspicuous, average, be it in height, size, looks, or intelligence. Also, based on the verse, it teaches that Eli, the Kohen Gadol, stood a bit away, specifically 4 cubits, which is the distance he should be from somebody who's praying. There's also another teaching based on some words here and some terminology later that she prayed that her son not be punished when he later taught something in the presence of his teacher, being the Kohen Gadol Eli, something about the laws of priestly sacrifice, which apparently made him liable for the death penalty, and God offered to give her a new child, but she said, for this child I prayed, meaning not another. It also says that Chana spoke on her heart, the implication she was asked why her body was made in such a way if she wasn't going to be able to have a child. Bit of a side point, somebody who fasts on Shabbos, it's considered so great that a negative decree against him, even up to 70 years, is torn up. However, you're also punished for violating the commandment of enjoying Shabbos, so to make up for it, you should do another fast during the next week. Okay, back to Chana. It's taught that she actually kind of spoke a bit disrespectfully to God through all this, similar to what Elijah the prophet and Moshe did. Side point, it's taught that God assists people to do the right thing, and if he didn't, things would have fallen apart a long time ago, from all of these verses listed here. In regards to Moshe speaking to God, it's explained that he argued on the behalf of the Jewish people after the golden calf that only happened because God had decided to give tons of gold and silver to them after they left Egypt, so therefore they built the golden calf. This is akin to the saying that a lion does not roar before a basket of straw, but it does before a basket of meat, or to the example of someone who fed a cow good food and then it started kicking them, or the example of somebody who gives their son fancy food, clothes, and money, and then leaves him outside of a brothel, at which point he sins. So that's comparable to the whole thing with the Jewish people receiving a ton of gold and silver and then sinning with the golden calf. Based on this, there's a teaching that overeating is a type of sin, as it could lead to these types of issues. In fact, based on some later verses, the implication is that God actually conceded the point that maybe giving them all that gold and whatnot wasn't such a great idea. There are some other points about Moshe and God by the golden calf, how Moshe initially was rejected and then tried again and managed to convince God, comparable to a man who stops a king from severely punishing his son. In fact, it says that he grabbed God in a manner comparable to how a person would grab another person by their garment in order to convince them. God offered Moshe to be the new and only forefather of the nation, but he argued no, if the original nation, with 3 patriarchs, was insufficient, then for sure 1 wouldn't be enough. And in addition, he wanted to give him another chance, or it would even look badly on him. It said Moshe prayed to the point where he either became extremely ill, or to the point where his vow was nullified, or to the point that he gave his life, and managed to bring out God's divine attribute of mercy. He also argued on the point of God's eternal oaths towards the Jewish people, and furthermore the nations of the world would say that God was weak and could defeat Pharaoh, but not the 31 kings of Canaan. God eventually, of course, conceded, and it says that a student is fortunate to have his teacher concede to him in such a manner. Another thing to learn from this is the above point, that Moshe praised God first and then made requests from him. Bit of a new point. We know prayer is greater than action alone, as Moshe did many great things, but was only allowed to look at the land of Israel after he prayed a bunch for it. There's a similar thing taught, that fasting is greater than giving to charity, as charity affects your money, while fasting affects yourself. Also, prayer is greater than sacrifices, based on some verses. Very unrelated side point, a priest that has killed somebody for whatever reason may no longer perform the priestly blessing. Okay, back on prayer. It said that since the destruction of the temple, the gates of prayer have been locked, but the gates of tears remain open. God covered himself, similar to a cloudy day, which is a bad omen for prayer in general. It's as if there's an iron wall between God and the Jewish people. However, similar to Moshe, anybody that prolongs their prayer, it is answered. However, don't do that expecting it to be answered or else you'll wind up disappointed. However, if you're not answered, don't give up and try again. In fact, there are 4 things you should constantly try to improve in: Torah, good deeds, prayer, and your occupation. Each of these is sourced from a verse. Later, in regards to all this about the golden calf, it says that God forsook and forgot us, both of them. God counters by saying he has created 12 constellations, each of which has 30 armies, each of which has 30 legions, each of which has 30 leaders, each of which have 30 leaders, each of which have 30 leaders, each of which have 365,000 stars, and all of this was only created for you, so clearly he has not forgotten about you. However, the only thing he chooses to forget about is the golden calf. Okay, back to the original topic. We said earlier that extra pious people would wait an hour prior to prayer to prepare. Some would wait an hour after, too. In fact, they would wait an hour, pray for an hour, and then wait another hour, and there are 3 prayers, so that's 9 hours a day, but they were fine because the work that they did do in their day was blessed. With regards to not interrupting even if a king speaks to you, there is an exception if it's a king of Israel. However, if you see something dangerous coming towards you, be it a dangerous person or a vehicle, abridge your prayer and move out of the way, if possible. If not, you can stop and make an interruption. In fact, there's a story where somebody was praying and an officer stopped to speak to him and he continued praying, and the guy said, "That's not a very good idea, you're kind of risking your life by ignoring me." So he countered by saying that he wouldn't interrupt himself if you're conversing with a mortal king, so neither should you interrupt yourself when you're speaking to God. We say not to interrupt if there's a snake, but do interrupt if there's a scorpion, as they'll attack you even if you're standing still. We try to bring the disproof, saying we hold if somebody falls into a pit of snakes, you can presume and testify that he died, hence snakes are actually dangerous, but no, as there he's falling on top of the snakes, which would provoke them, hence he's standing still here, so there's no concern. If there's an ox running towards you, you can interrupt your prayer. Generally, if it's a calm ox, you should distance yourself prior 50 cubits, and if it's a dangerous ox, just get out of eye shot. In fact, if it's a very dangerous ox, you should just hide on a roof. In regards to snakes, we end off with a story where there was this venomous snake that bit somebody and they died, so Rabbi Hanina ben Dosa took the snake and held it to prove that it's not the snake that kills the person, but it's the fact that you did something wrong, and that allows you to be liable for punishment. New Mishnah. There are a few additions to prayer made in certain points. We add a prayer for rain sometimes in the blessing about the resurrection of the dead. We add a different rain prayer in the blessing of years, and we say Havdalah in the blessing for knowledge. Rabbi Akiva says we say Havdalah as its own blessing, and Rabbi Eliezer says we say it in the blessing of thanksgiving. The Gemara says we say the rain blessing by the resurrection of the dead because their might is equivalent. The other rain blessing is said by the blessing of years as they are both about sustenance. Havdalah is said in the blessing of knowledge, as Havdalah is the blessing of the separation between Shabbos and the weekday, and that requires wisdom to differentiate, or because it's one of the weekday blessings. Knowledge in general is considered very great, and if you have it, you should not be shown compassion. The temple is comparably great, and it's said that having knowledge is as great as having the temple built in your days. Others disagree and say that it is vengeance that is great. Back on the original topic, one of the options as to when to say the Havdalah prayer was as its own blessing. Originally, it was instituted as part of the Amidah, then they decided to make it its own service over a cup of wine because people could afford it, and then times got worse, so they decided to put it back as a prayer in the Amidah. But if you're able to do it over wine, then do it. There's a bit of an argument in this regard, and the conclusion is that if you say the Havdalah prayer in the Amidah, you must also say it over a cup of wine. Also, if you say the Havdalah prayer over wine, you for sure also need to do it in the Amidah. It's better to do both. If you messed up in both, go back to the beginning. Final policy in this regard is if you said the Havdalah blessing in the Amidah, you need to say it again over wine afterwards, similar to the rule by the Kiddush prayer. The last opinion stated earlier was Rabbi Eliezer's, that we say Havdalah in the blessing of Thanksgiving, and we actually do follow that opinion in the event that a Shabbos has a holiday fallout on the next day. There's some conversation as to who disagrees with this opinion, but that's the one we follow like. There's actually a specific formatting for this prayer too, which is the accepted version to this day. New Mishnah. There are certain verses you shouldn't say in prayer. The verse of "Your mercy is extended to a bird's nest," the prayer of Al Tov, and repeating in prayer the words Modim twice are all not allowed. The Gemara says the reason you don't say the word Modim, meaning we think, twice, is because it implies we're talking to more than one person. We don't say Al Tov, a prayer thanking God for good, as that thanks God for only good, when we should be thanking God for everything, not just good. Some say the verse about birds is not said because it shows favor towards one specific animal, and others say not to say it as it's implying God's attribute of mercy when it's just about God's decrees. There's a story about some sages praying and one of them said the verse about the birds, but that was just because he was testing some of the others. Also, one time somebody was praying and decided to string together like 10 different ways of saying great by God's name, and was criticized because that's not really the point. It's almost deprecating, as no amount of praises can really be enough. In fact, it says on this note that everything is within God's control besides free will to have fear of God. This is a very great thing to have, although for Moshe it was easy. Back on topic. Similar to not saying modim, thanks, 2 times, because it implies you're praising 2 gods, we also don't say the first word of the Shema prayer 2 times either. You also shouldn't say every word of the prayer 2 times either, but this is more important. What if you didn't focus properly the first time you said the word Shema and want to re-say it? Can you say it 2 times then? Well, you should have just been paying attention the first time. Not focusing on prayer is pretty unacceptable. So, new Mishnah. Continuing the prior point, if you say the words Yivarechecha Tovim, may the good bless you, this is basically heresy. If someone is the prayer leader and messes up, he should be swapped out, starting from the place where he made a mistake. Based on this, we generally try to avoid confusion for the prayer leader, so he doesn't respond Amen after the priestly blessing, and if he is the only priest available, he shouldn't say Amen unless he's certain he won't mess it up. The Gemara says, in regards to being the prayer leader, don't be over or under eager to do it. You should refuse the first time asked, be hesitant the second time, and agree the third. Bit of a side point, but it teaches there are 3 things which are harmful in excess, but good if used sparingly, being leavening in dough, salt in cooking, and refusal of being the prayer leader. If someone messes up in the Amida, he is replaced, but if it's during the first 3 blessings, you start from the beginning. If you mess up one of the middle blessings, you start from the first of the middle blessings, and similarly for the end blessings, we're starting from the first of those. Others say the middle blessings are all considered one blessing, so you could restart from wherever you left off by those. On that note, if you want to make a personal prayer during the Amida, you should do so in the middle prayers, as that's the place where you make personal requests. Before and after are improper times. There's a few stories about prayer now, one where the prayer leader was taking way too long, so some students complained, and Rabbi Eliezer defended him, saying, well, Moshe prayed for 40 days. Then there was a time where the prayer leader was praying for way too short, and Rabbi Eliezer said, well, Moshe prayed very briefly by Miriam and her leprosy. Also, we learn from Moshe's prayer by leprosy that when praying for somebody else, you don't need to mention them by name, as Moshe didn't over there. There are certain blessings we bow during, the first few and some in the middle. Just see a standard prayer book if you want to know specifics. It's good not to do additional though, unless you're the high priest who bows by every blessing. Some say, in addition, a king bows at the beginning and then stays like that for the entirety of prayer. Furthermore, there are many forms of bowing. Bowing your head, your body, bending your knees, fully prostrating yourself, etc. Some say it's enough to just bow your head. There's lots of opinions as to when to bow in the blessing of Thanksgiving. Some say not to do it at all, some say in the beginning only, some say in the end only, some say both, some only in the Hallel prayer, some say only in the prayer after eating. New Mishnah. If you pray and make a mistake, it's a bad omen for you. If you are the prayer leader and error, it's a bad omen for the congregation, as you're acting as a representative and have their status. Rabbi Hanina ben Dosa would pray for sick people, and afterwards know who would get better and who would not, based on if he made mistakes, as he prayed for each individual. The Gemara says that the specific blessing that's a bad omen to mess up is the first one of the Amida, about the patriarchs, as that's the one that has a priority to focus in. The source for the fact that messing up in prayer is a bad sign for the sick guy you're praying for is based on the verse, the Lord that creates the expression of the lips says, peace, peace, to him that is far off and to him that is near, and I will heal him. On this note, the prophets prophesied reward for people associated with Torah scholars, be it marrying their children to them or supporting them financially, but didn't mention the reward for learning Torah itself, as that's unquantifiable. Similarly, they prophesied the times of Mashiach, but not the world to come. This, by the way, is in contradiction of the opinion that Mashiach is a more mundane, non-miraculous time, with it just being that the Jewish people will be free from the oppression of other nations and countries. Similarly, the prophets only spoke of people who repented, but never the fully righteous. This disagrees with the opinion that fully righteous people are not as good as people who repented. The reward referenced, according to some, has wine preserved since the 6 days of creation, or Eden, which has never been seen, not even by Adam, who only saw its garden, which is different. There's a story in the above topic where Rabbi Hanina ben Dosa prayed on behalf of a sick rabbi and did so without any mistakes, and then recorded the time, and the person was healed at that exact moment. There are a few words of praise for Rabbi Hanina ben Dosa for his connection with God, particularly from Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, a very prominent sage. Also, in regards to prayer, again, you should pray in a room with windows, and it's improper to pray out in a field, and it's improper to specify any of your transgressions during prayer. And with that, that brings us to the end of chapter 5. Now we're moving on to the topic of blessings, generally before and after food. Briefly, there are specific blessings said for each type of food. The blessing said on bread is the blessing of Hamotzi Lechem Min Haaretz. The blessing said on wine is Borei Puri Hagefen. The blessing said on foods made from grain is Borei Mine Mizonot. The blessing said on fruits is Borei Puri Ha'etz. The blessing said on vegetables is Borei Puri Hadama. And the blessing said on everything else is Shehakal Nihia Bidvaro. So, whichever one of those is always said before eating any food, along with an after blessing said afterwards, which itself is dependent on the type of food, the most significant of which is bread. So, the first Mishnah begins by listing most of the blessings said, again, a different one being for each type of food listed here. It also lists an opinion of Rabbi Yehuda towards a different blessing on vegetables, being Borei Mine Dishaim, but as you'll see later, this isn't the accepted opinion. The Gemara says the source for this is the verse, "Sanctify for praises before the Lord." Praises being plural, implying two blessings by eating, one before and one after. Some, however, disagree, saying this verse is used to teach about wine libations in the temple, and we actually learn we need to make the after blessing from a point about vineyards. There's an extra word which implies this, and then based on the fact that you make an after blessing, you can conclude from that you for sure make a before blessing when you're actually hungry. And it's not just by grapevines, it's by all foods, as all foods satiate you, not just grapes. And furthermore, grapes are not unique, even though they have special laws of giving certain grapes to charity, and also grain has similar charity laws. Point is, both have benefit derived from them and have blessings, so the same applies to all foods. We spend a little longer trying to figure out exactly how we learn the source for food blessings. It's mentioned that there is a special blessing for the 7 fruits of Israel, including these 2, the total being wheat, barley, olives, pomegranates, grapes, figs, and dates. Final point is that you shouldn't benefit from the world in general without saying a blessing first, and to prevent this, you should learn the blessings. The same applies if you don't say the blessing after. It then lists a few negative concepts towards people who don't say these blessings, which branches into a brief point about whether it's more worthwhile to focus on Torah study or work, the conclusion of which is to focus on Torah study first, as people who focus on work first always end up compromising on their Torah study. In fact, the earlier, better generations prioritized Torah study first, unlike the later generations. Similarly, the earlier generations would properly adhere to the laws of tithes, while the later generations would use loopholes to get out of them. Okay, back to blessings. There's a blessing said on fruit, but then a different blessing said on wine. Why exactly is that? We don't say a different blessing on olive oil, even though there's a similar change. So, there are a few answers suggested. Maybe we couldn't figure out a proper formatting for the blessing, maybe because only wine provides nourishment, both of which aren't actually true. In actuality, wine has a unique special blessing, as it satisfies 2. We don't, however, consider it to have the same status as bread, with all the extra blessings that apply by it, as people's meals don't revolve around wine, unlike by bread, which they do. If you do decide to base your meal on wine, however, well, we don't really know, so for now, just still say the normal blessings. Then we spend a bit trying to figure out exactly when you would need to be saying a blessing over olive oil. It's not drinking it plain, as that's bad for you. It's not as a dip for bread, as then you'd say the blessing on the primary food there, which would be the bread. It's not where it's being used as a mixture in a dip along with boiled vegetable water, which was something eaten back then apparently, as again, that's not the primary part of the dish. Rather, you would say a blessing on olive oil if you're consuming it for medicinal reasons, and normally you don't make a blessing on medicines, but you do here, as it's also kind of a food that you enjoy. Then there's a bit of conversation as to what blessing you make on plain wheat flour, whether you say the vegetable blessing you'd make on wheat, or the miscellaneous food blessing, and we try to bring proofs by similarities by olives, but no, you say the miscellaneous food blessing, and also the same applies by barley too. which actually has a blessing in spite of the fact that it's not great to eat it plain. Then there's an argument about the blessing over hearts of palm, if it's the vegetable blessing, as it's a vegetable, or the miscellaneous blessing, as it's kind of going to be a tree. We can't bring evidence from radishes and caper bushes, as the intent when you plant the two is completely different. In the end, we say the rule by hearts of palm is the miscellaneous blessing. Then it gets into caper bushes for a bit, and we see that basically all of its produce, its fronds, berries, and buds are all considered fruits and have the status for all the laws of tithes and otherwise. Others say only the berries are considered fruits, and that's the opinion we hold like. We just brought both opinions because we wanted to teach that if somebody holds a lenient opinion in this regard, we hold that rule outside of Israel and apply the more strict opinion inside of Israel, and this applies to many laws of trees, not just by tithes. Although technically you can eat the berries due to a few other leniencies if it's outside of Israel. Then we get into a bit of a longer conversation as to why exactly the buds of this plant are not fully considered its fruit. We cite points from pomegranates and what parts of that are considered fruit and what isn't. We bring a bunch of points largely as to whether the additional parts of the plant are protecting the fruit, which in the case of the buds they are not, hence they are not considered a part and may be eaten when the berries may not, and also have a different blessing, the blessing for vegetables, unlike the berries which have the blessing for fruits. Then there's an argument about a pepper plant, if you need to make a blessing or not, or if it's considered a fruit. Some say no, some say yes. We say yes, you say a blessing when it's fresh, but if it's dried pepper, you don't, and the same applies by ginger. Then it discusses the blessing on a cake sort of food, something made from flour, grain, honey, and oil, and you say the 5 grain blessings on this, which is said on the 5 grains, and any food that contains them, with the exception of bread, of course, which has its own special blessing. This does, by the way, exclude rice or millet in any form, over which you say the miscellaneous food blessing and the short after blessing, unlike by grain food, which has a longer after blessing. There are some stringencies listed to consider rice as a grain occasionally, hence many have the custom to not eat rice on Passover. Some say if you eat raw rice, you say the vegetable blessing, and if it's cooked, you say the grain blessing. There are many opinions by rice, and it's one of the few foods that we have a very difficult time defining what blessing to say on it. In regards to eating raw grain, we say the vegetable blessing, but one opinion says to say a special blessing for seeds and herbs, and we don't hold like this. There are further opinions listed about the 7 fruits of Israel, and a bit more complication over rice, but that's the idea. In that cake thing mentioned earlier, it's the grain blessing, but if you make it with less wheat, to the point where honey is the main ingredient in the dish, some say it's the miscellaneous blessing, but then change their mind and say that it's still the grain blessing. If the dish has bread, at a minimum, pieces the size of an olive, then you say the bread blessing. If not, then you don't. If you have a bunch of crumbs and re-solidify them into bread by kneading it with water, or if the crumbs come from proper loaves, then you'd say the bread blessing. In the end, we say as long as they still resemble bread, even if they are very small crumbs, then you say the bread blessing. There are also some weird forms of bread listed, which aren't really fully considered bread, and you aren't obligated to separate challah from them. Also, there are some bread-adjacent foods that we say the grain blessing on, not the bread blessing, and some even say you can use them as matzah on Passover. On date honey, we say the miscellaneous blessing, not the fruit blessing, as it's just liquid exuded from the fruit. Crushed dates, however, retain the blessing of the fruit one. We then discussed another pastry-related food, a mixture of flour, oil, and salt. Some say the blessing is the grain one, while others say it's the miscellaneous one, depending on whether or not you make it thin, which means the intent is to use it as medicine, and you say a blessing even then, as it's still a food you enjoy eating. Then there's some conversation if the blessing for bread is hamotzi lechem min haaretz, or just motzi lechem min haaretz, depending on the connotation of the words. We say it's the former, in spite of some disagreement. We then move from the bread blessing onto the vegetable blessing, and we say it's juxtaposed to the bread blessing, because the same way bread is cooked and has its blessing, if vegetables are cooked, they also retain their blessing. Some hold that if it's normally eaten raw, like leeks or garlic, you say the vegetable blessing, and when cooked, the miscellaneous blessing, and vice versa, if it's generally eaten cooked. There's a few opinions on this topic about cooked or uncooked vegetables, but that's the idea. One of the details of which is if an olive requires a blessing if the pit is removed, as the size of an olive is generally the minimum for application of these laws, So if you remove the olive's pit, then it would have its size reduced past that minimum threshold. So we say that it's permissible if it's a larger species of olive. Then there's a quick story about a rabbi and his 2 students were eating, and one of the students messed up his blessing, and the other people made fun of him, so the rabbi got upset at both of them. The mistake made was that there was 2 foods, and some hold you say the blessing on your preferred food of the 2, while others say you say the blessing on the one that provides more sustenance. Okay, now about turnips. Some say you say different blessings based on what size it's cut. If it's small, the miscellaneous blessing as opposed to the vegetable one. Others say you just always do the vegetable blessing because cutting it smaller is actually just to make it taste sweeter. There's a similar point brought about a beet and flour dish. Some people say there's different blessings based on how much flour is added. If there's a little, then vegetable blessing. If it's a lot, then the grain blessing. Others say to say the vegetable blessing either way, as the grain is only to act as adhesion. Side point. I mentioned that apparently beets are very healthy for your heart and eyes, particularly if they're cooked well. Then I mentioned soups, that the blessing on soup is what the main vegetable is. There's a brief question about dill in soup, what its purpose is, and it says that it has the same status as other vegetables. Then we get into a brief discussion about bread, and say that you say the blessing on bread and only then break it. If you have slices of bread and also loaves, some say to say the blessing on the slices, others to say the blessing on the loaves. If they are made of different grains, then say the blessing on the wheat one. If you want to be safe, hold all of them while saying the blessing. This is done by the matzah on Passover, specifically with broken matzah, as it says to use bread of poverty. On Shabbos, we need to break bread over 2 whole loaves. Some would only break one of them, or use a single big piece off one, and that's fine and not seen as voracious, as long as that's not what you would usually do during the week. Some would say a blessing on and eat their Eruv Chatzerut bread, which is a custom discussed more in later tractates. I'm not going to get into it too much over here. It then mentions some things you can and cannot interrupt your bread blessing with, and it says to always make sure to feed your animals before you eat. Also, you shouldn't break the bread until they bring salt to everybody, if that bread requires it. Completely unrelated topic, it then mentions how to properly urinate, either while sitting or onto loose earth, or other options. Not much sure what that has to do with bread, but whatever. It also says, for health reasons, eat salt after eating anything and drink water after drink anything. You should also drink lots of water, a flask of water for every loaf of bread. It also mentions some other healthy habits, such as occasionally eating lentils and mustard, to eat small fish, and fennel. Although it says the smell of fennel is bad for you, but not the taste. We then mentioned that earlier suggested blessing, an individual blessing for herbs, which is rejected here based on how we interpret a verse. Then we say how God is greater than a mortal. As with mortals, an empty vessel holds things and a full vessel cannot, while with God, a full vessel, somebody who has lots of Torah knowledge, can always acquire more, while somebody who has a lack of Torah knowledge, meaning like an empty vessel, has a more difficult time acquiring Torah knowledge. It then mentions from some verses to listen the first time learning, or do lots of review. And that brings us to a new Mishnah. If you eat a fruit and say the vegetable blessing, then that's sufficient. If you say the miscellaneous blessing on any food at all, then that works. The Gemara brings a source for these statements and then says that the second statement, that saying the fruit blessing on a vegetable, is insufficient specifically to teach that a fruit is considered a fruit only if the branch that it grew from will then produce more of that fruit, excluding things like wheat. Everything else that doesn't fit that criteria has the vegetable blessing set on it. The next thing we said was that, technically speaking, the miscellaneous blessing suffices for every food. Some say this includes bread or wine, others disagree based on whether you hold you can deviate from the established terminology of blessing, or some say you need to actually mention the word bread or wine in your blessing. We also cite an incident where somebody said a modified blessing on bread, not like the official terminology, but he mentioned the word bread and also said God's name and said the after blessing, so it was valid. This is brought to teach that we can say the after blessing in whatever language you want, and we know you can say the regular blessing in any language from a different source. In general, a blessing requires mention of God's name and God's sovereignty over the world based on some verses. New Mishnah. Every other miscellaneous food has the miscellaneous blessing set on it. Some say negative foods, like vinegar, bad dates, or locusts, don't get a blessing. If you have many fruits in front of you, some say to say the blessing for one of the 7 fruits, if that's one of them. Others say to say the blessing on the fruit that you prefer the most. The Gemara says that the things included in the miscellaneous blessing is basically everything else: meat, milk, eggs, cheese, or bad foods like spoiled bread or wine, on salt, mushrooms, and otherwise. By the way, mushrooms are one of the few vegetables that don't get the vegetable blessing, as they don't absorb nourishment from the ground, rather through the air. When we said bad dates earlier, some say that refers to dates that are sunburnt, others say it refers to windblown dates. So according to him, they aren't really a bad food, but those must be disregarded because you wouldn't make the miscellaneous blessing on those. You'd make the fruit blessing, so clearly it's not referring to windblown dates. It must be referring to sunburnt dates. This is also backed up from another source, which discusses various types of dates. However, that other place uses a different word to refer to sunburnt dates, not the word used here, so that's left off as an unresolved question. The next topic was that if you have a bunch of vegetables in front of you, which of them do you say the blessing on? Of course, this is if they're all the same blessing. If they're different blessings, you just have to say the different blessings. We try to bring a disproof from a case where somebody had 2 different types of vegetables and said one blessing, but that's a different case where either one of them was the primary dish, or that one of them was one of the 7 fruits of Israel, and in those cases you would only say one blessing. In fact, if the blessing is the same by 2 fruits, some say you say the blessing on your preference, others say that you say the blessing on the one that's one of Israel's 7 fruits. If they are different blessings, however, you say both blessings. Some say there is further disagreement in this case as to which of the 2 blessings you say first. Some say according to the order of the fruits listed in a verse. In fact, each of the 7 fruits of Israel, in order, wheat, barley, grapes, figs, pomegranates, olives, and dates, are each individually used at some point as a form of measurement, hence the purpose of this verse. Some say the verse is just simply to list the fruits. So, as established, normally you'd say the blessing in the order of the list of the fruits, but one time somebody said the blessing on the date, which is last, before the blessing on the pomegranate, which is earlier on in the list. He did this because the word land is reused in the verse and is actually closer to the word dates than pomegranates, so therefore he said the blessing on the dates first. If someone brings you some fruits, grapes or figs in the middle of your meal, some say you only say a first blessing, others say you also say an after blessing, as is usually done after a first blessing. However, simply, if you ate bread at the beginning of the meal and said the blessings, that covers all the blessings for the entire meal. Furthermore, if there is a side food that's a part of the meal, it requires no blessings for itself. If it's not a part of the meal, but is eaten during it, only say the before blessing. If it's eaten after the meal, say all of the blessings. Wine is excluded in all of this. It requires its own blessing, even if you ate bread. Then it goes back on a few points about the earlier mentioned bread-adjacent dishes. Then it mentions a few opinions as to what exactly constitutes the end of a meal, be it when the bread is removed from the table, when the host finishes the meal, when you wash your hands, but we say it's immediately after you wash your hands, and then you say the after blessing. And then we say that just as immediately as that, it's immediate that a Torah scholar receives his reward. New Mishnah. If you say the blessing on wine at the beginning of a meal, that covers wine drunk at the end of the meal. The same applies to any side dishes you say blessings on at the beginning of meals and then eat more of at the end. Saying a blessing on bread covers other foods, but not vice versa, with Beis Shammai adding that this doesn't even cover the obligation for the blessing on porridge, which is something we'll try to explain later. If you're all sitting together, you each say the blessings. If you're all reclining together, one person says the blessings for everybody. If wine is brought out during the meal, each person says his own blessing. If it's brought out at the end, then you say the blessing for everybody, and also the blessing on incense, although it's a bit early for that. The Gemara says that the first rule, that the blessing on wine at the beginning of the meal also covers for the end of the meal, specifically applies by Shabbos and holidays, as those meals are established around wine. This rule doesn't apply the rest of the year. We bring a number of proofs for this. There's also a bit of an argument as to if there's a difference in this rule between wine for drink and wine for tasting. Beis Shammai mentioned that point about porridge. We try to figure out exactly where his context was and all that, and we cannot. We said if you recline and not sit, one person says the blessings. This also applies if you pre-designated the meal together. There's a story that backs this up where some sages after a funeral did this. This reclining thing is specifically by bread, by the way. There's an argument if it also applies by wine. Also, as a part of the wine argument, it doesn't apply if some of the people are sitting more outside. We said that only if you get wine at the end of the meal can one person cover the blessing for everybody. This is because during the meal, everybody is preoccupied with eating and won't pay attention. Also, we say the person who washes his hands first at the end of the meal lead to the after blessing. As for the blessing on incense, you say it preemptively before actually smelling the incense, specifically when you see the smoke rise, similar to how you say the blessing on bread prior to actually eating it. Then we list some of the blessings over incense, which becomes an unresolved argument. Then it lists a bunch of different blessings for a bunch of different smells of a bunch of different plants, which leads into a bunch of miscellaneous teachings. It says that God made everyone's craft appear beautiful in his eyes. Then, in regards to warding off demons, it can't attack if there's two people, and a torch can suffice as your second person, and they won't appear at all if there's three people. And the moon can act for you as three people. Then it says that it's better to toss yourself into a furnace than to embarrass somebody publicly. Then it lists a few more opinions on the blessing of scents, and that's that for that topic. Then it gets a bit sidetracked again, saying there are 6 things a Torah scholar should not do. Go out with perfume on your clothes, and according to some on your hair. You shouldn't go out alone at night, as it could look like you're up to no good, unless you have a known teaching schedule. Don't go out with patched shoes if the patches are visible. Don't converse with any woman in the street. Don't recline with unlearned people in case they rub off on you, and don't be the last to enter your study hall. Also, some say don't take long strides, as it's bad for your health, but that can be healed by drinking Kiddush wine. And lastly, some add not to walk with an erect, haughty posture, as God is everywhere, and you don't want to do that before him. Okay, new Mishnah. If you have bread and a salted food that is primary over the bread, then the salted food covers the bread. In fact, as a general rule, saying the blessing on the primary food covers any other secondary foods there. The Gemara says that the food that is primary over bread is a certain type of special fruit that it goes into a great detail, describing how good it is. Then it speaks a little bit about the great abundance of food in Israel, and about how many Kohanim brothers would marry different families, many Kohanim sisters. Then it says, according to some, a meal is only considered a meal if it has salt, others say if it has soup, and that brings us to a new Mishnah. Rabban Gamliel says if you eat one of the 7 fruits of Israel, you say the full after blessing. The rabbis say you say the shortened version. Rabbi Akiva says you say the full version on even a regular cooked vegetable if it satiated you. If you drink water, you say the miscellaneous blessing, and others say you say the shorter after blessing. They provide their reasons in the Gemara sourced from verses, but it rules that we say the shorter version of the after blessing. It then lists the texts of the various after blessings and some opinions on variations on them. It then mentions some other practical cases, what to do by water, by vegetables, the sources for those, all pretty standard and known about stuff. Then it goes on about how amazing an egg is. First it says that an egg is the single best egg-sized food, and depending on how it's cooked, has lots of health benefits. Also, Rabbi Akiva mentioned a cooked vegetable that satiates you. This refers to a stalk of cabbage. This is sourced from a lengthy diatribe about healthy foods, and it mentions this about cabbage. In fact, pretty much the rest of this page is just dedicated to listing different health benefits and practices of different foods. Then it ends off by saying that if you want to know the proper procedure by water, just check to see what everybody else does, which is, of course, to say the miscellaneous blessing, and afterwards, as the after blessing, say the short after blessing of Borei Nefashos. And with that, that brings us to the end of chapter 6. To begin with, it's necessary to understand what a Zimun is. Essentially, the last chapter was predominantly speaking about the blessings said before eating. However, there are certain blessings said after eating too. In fact, these are a bit more important, actually. Now, normally, after eating anything, particularly bread, which has a very lengthy after blessing, you just say the prayer yourself and that's it. However, if 3 people eat bread together, Then they say a few additional verses in this after blessing, and this is what's known as a Zimun. It also applies to a greater extent if there are 10 people, as then you'd say a few additional verses, and furthermore, if you do this, sometimes in certain circumstances, you say the blessing over a cup of wine. So that should be enough of an introduction, and let's get straight into it. The Mishnah states, if a minimum of 3 Jewish men eat bread together, they do an extended after blessing called a Zimun. This is assuming the bread had the requisite laws of tithes and whatnot applied to it for each person. If not, they don't. This is going to be expanded a bit more in the Gemara. This does not apply to women, servants, or minors who are generally exempt from such commandments. Some say the minimum necessary volume of bread eaten for this to be applicable is the size of an olive. Others say the size of an egg. The Gemara cites a verse that this is all based off of. It also says not to say Amen louder than the guy who said the blessing. Similarly, the translator shouldn't speak louder than the Torah reader, based on some verses in the Torah. Some hold that with 2 people, they can form an optional Zimun, unlike the typical way it's done with 3, which is required. Others disagree, saying you can't do that with 2 people. We try to bring a proof from the fact that it's stated elsewhere that if 3 people are about to make a Zimun, one of them may not branch off to do his own thing, implying that 2 people is not allowed. So we say no, as there that's unique, as all 3 of them were obligated, so it's a special circumstance of a sort. We try to bring another proof that 2 people cannot do this Zimun, because it says a third person can just drop into a meal of 2 people, implying it's because they'll be happy to be able to now say this Zimun prayer, which apparently, according to that, means that they were previously not allowed to do it. Well, no, because maybe they're just happy that they have an obligation to say it now, and not just the voluntary opportunity to do it. Then it tries to bring some evidence of the opposite, that 2 people are actually allowed to say a Zimun, citing proofs from when women can join to say these prayers. And we also bring some evidence as to who holds of each opinion, with it stating conclusively that it's a Rabbi Yochanan that holds that 2 people may not form a Zimun. The contrary opinion was probably taught by Rav before he moved to Babylon. Another point, if 3 people are about to do this after blessing and one leaves, they can proceed if they call out to him and inform him and he can hear and respond. If it's a group of 10 people, however, some hold that everybody needs to be actually sitting there, as by 10 people, you actually say God's name. In fact, according to others, if 2 people say the after blessing, it's preferable for them to say it separately individually than together by just one of them. Some even say you should interrupt your meal to join 2 others to allow them to make a Zimun, now with 3 people, but 2 people shouldn't interrupt to join 1 person. But we see the sages one time did this, interrupting to join 1 person. Well, they were going beyond the letter of the law. Then there's a quick story where 3 sages were about to do a Zimun, and they wanted the leader to be the greatest one of them, but they realized that they were all equal, so they said their blessings separately, and later they were told that they should have just done the Zimun, but now it's too late. If you didn't eat and you see 3 people making a Zimun, you can respond with either Baruch U'Mevorach or Amen, depending on where they're up to in their blessings. On that note, it says you should never say Amen after your own blessing, besides for the blessing of Bonei Yerushalayim said after eating. The blessing of Bonei Yerushalayim is actually the last of the biblically obligated blessings after eating. The rest of them are all rabbinically instituted, so some people would say Amen loudly after saying this last one to let the workers know that they didn't strictly need to say the rest of the blessings, as they're only rabbinically instituted, while others would whisper Amen, so that way everybody would say the full prayers. There's another story mentioned where there's this rabbi who was sick, so they had a feast sponsored when he got better, and they were discussing who should lead the after blessings. Some said the host should, as he breaks the bread, while others say yes, the host breaks the bread, so that he's generous with it, but the guests say the blessing, as that way they could bless the host. And there's also some text brought for that listed here. Some say the Zimun lasts only the first few words, others say until the end of the first paragraph. We try to attribute these opinions to 2 sages, but either works depending on their logic, including factors like whether you're dealing with the blessings of common workers who do it a bit shorter, or for the other, whether one of the middle blessings, the blessing of Hatov v'Hametiv, is of biblical origin or not. It's probably not, as workers who only say the biblically obligated blessings don't usually say that one, and also based on the formatting, it doesn't end with the words, "Blessed are you, God," as biblically obligated blessings generally do, with a few exceptions. So the implication is that that blessing is rabbinically instituted. In addition, another proof that it's not biblically instituted is it's not said in a house of mourning. Some say you do, but still hold it's not biblically obligated anyways. Also, one sage said a longer version of this blessing, which is basically blessing God for everything he does when another sage's relative passed away. If you interrupt your meal to join two other people's Zimun, some say when it ends, and you go back to your own meal afterwards to resume your own after blessing, some say you pick up from where you left off, and some say you go back to the beginning. We hold you go back to where you left off. Then it gets into a bit about the Persian people's dining etiquette. They would have the more prominent person of two recline on a lower couch and the other on a higher couch. And if there was a third person, he would be on a lower couch than the most prominent guy. They had it like this because they would gesture with hand signals, so it would have the most important guy near the middle. In addition, they would have the most important guy wash his hands first, and then, so he didn't need to wait for everybody else, serve him his food immediately. Then, when the meal was over, he would be given the washing water last, but they don't remove the food from the table while he waits. That's what the Persians did. We did very similar, except with two people, the more important person would be higher up, and when washing with 5 people or less, you go from most to least prominent, and if more, you go from least until you reach the last 5 people, and then switch it so that way the first of those 5 is the most prominent at the table. And the first of those last 5 leads to blessings. There's a quick story cited to demonstrate how this happened. However, in general, it says that we don't have a greater person go first when traveling on the road, crossing a bridge, or here with washing hands. There's also a story where they didn't have the greater person go in front of them until they got back to the synagogue, and then they put him first by the entranceway. An additional point on dinner etiquette: don't eat, or according to some, taste, just to be precise, anything until the guy breaking the bread eats first. Also, if 2 people max are eating together, if one person leaves, the other should wait for him, and as we said, the guy who breaks bread should eat first. But if he wants to, he can defer this honor to his teacher or somebody else of importance if he wants to. Also, the guy breaking the bread shouldn't do so until majority of the people there say amen to his blessing that he made beforehand, as that's when the blessing properly ends. We don't need the minority people because you shouldn't say amen for too long anyways. In fact, we're very particular about how you say amen. You shouldn't say it too long, you shouldn't say it too short, you shouldn't say it abbreviated or clipped off, or if you didn't hear the blessing, or otherwise, and negative things will occur to you if you do these things. Then, there's another quick story, that a sage ate really quickly to be able to join another 2 sages' Zimun, saying that although they had finished eating, they would probably eat a bit more after so he could join. There's yet another quick story about a great sage joined towards the end of a meal, and said that he shouldn't say the after blessings as he joined towards the end, rather, it should be the greatest person who was there since the beginning. But we say afterwards that even if you come late, it still goes to the most important person by the meal. One of the things mentioned in the mission earlier was that you could eat and make a zimun over demai, which is produce which was purchased when you're not certain that the guy you bought it from separated the necessary tithes. So that's permissible, as you technically could eat it if you gave up ownership of it and then became really poor. So technically it's allowed. By the way, for the next while, it's going to be discussing a lot of the different types of tithes on foods for the temple and for the poor back in those days. They, of course, don't apply now, so a lot of the terminology might be a bit foreign. So just bear with. It'll be explained a lot more about tithes in general in later tractates. Anyways, we need to mention that you can make a zimun on specifically Meiser Rishon tithes that Teruma had been taken from, which is seemingly a bit obvious to teach that it's allowed if a Levite separated the Terumas Meiser tithe, but not the Teruma Gedolah tithe. That's the most you can get away with in this case based on a verse. Also, the grain that's being spoken about is if it's had its ears removed. Similar to the above point, we said you can make a zimun after eating Meiser Sheni tithes, which again is obvious, and it's to teach that it's permissible to eat where you receive the value of the produce, but not the necessary additional 1/5 that's required in such a case in addition to that. The next point stated about minimum sizes was to establish that a waiter can be a part of the 3 people necessary for the Zimun, even though he's sort of walking back and forth. We then said that a Kuthian is permitted to join a Zimun, assuming he's a Torah scholar, as ignoramuses in general shouldn't join a Zimun, or if he's of the more lenient versions as to what exactly constitutes an ignoramus, meaning he at least tithes his produce properly. Then it gets into a little bit as to what constitutes exactly an Am Haaretz or an ignoramus. Some say it's somebody who doesn't say Shema in the evening and the morning, some say it's somebody who doesn't wear Tefillin, some say it's somebody who doesn't wear tzitzis, some say it's somebody without a mezuzah, some say it's somebody that doesn't raise his sons to learn Torah, some say it's if he didn't serve Torah scholars, which is explained to mean not learning Gemara, which makes somebody an ignoramus, and that's the opinion we hold like. Then there's a quick story about a sage who didn't let a person join his Zimun as he hadn't learnt Gemara, although had learned a ton of other things, and it was said that when that person passed away, he passed away because he didn't let that guy join the Zimun, as that guy actually had learned Gemara, and he just hadn't checked properly. Alternatively, because the guy reviewed the teachings of the rabbis, which made him essentially like a young Torah scholar, so he technically should have been allowed to join. Then we said that we don't make a Zimun over eating Tevel tithes, which didn't have teruma removed, which is obvious, and we explained that it's to include rabbinically ordained Tevel, such as produce grown in an unperforated flower pot. Similar question about the non-allowance by Meiser Rishon tithes without their teruma removed. That's a bit obvious, so it's to teach that it's impermissible if only the Levite took his tithes, meaning only the teruma gedolah was taken. Again, Meiser Sheni that was not properly redeemed is impermissible. That's kind of obvious. Well, it's to teach that it's not allowed if you redeemed it by transferring the status onto an unminted coin, which isn't allowed. It has to be a valid coin with an image, with some other points. And then stated about the minimum amount that it doesn't require a Zimun, this time not to teach anything new, just because we taught the inverse in the first half, so we're reflecting it here. We also said that it has to be with Jewish people, again, obvious, to teach to exclude somebody who's in the middle of their conversion process, meaning he was circumcised but hasn't yet gone to immerse himself in a mikvah. We then said a woman, servant, and minor aren't valid for this, but we do say you can use a minor, even an infant, to fill up a zimun of 10 people, if you only have 9. In fact, if you need a minyan, a group of 10 people for prayer, in general, you can do it with 9 and a servant. We see this from a story where somebody redeemed one of their 2 servants to make them no longer legally a servant when there was only 8 people, which was a bit problematic but permissible as it was necessary for a communal mitzvah. Also, in regards to a minyan, you should try to be within the first 10 people, as then you get a reward equal to everybody who comes after. Some people say it's actually allowed for 9 people to make a minyan if they look like 10, according to some because they are gathered close together, according to others if they are spread out. Some say after eating, when you need 3 men to form a zimun, you could use 2 men only on a Shabbos, which means 2 Torah scholars are sufficient. According to some, you can join a zimun if the third person is a minor who has reached certain stages of physical development. There's a bit of discussion on the source, but in the end we say it's permissible to do it with a minor who just knows how to say the blessing. In this regard, it states a quick point that 2 of the greatest sages, Rabbah and Abaya, when they were extremely young, were both asked where God was, and they both pointed upwards. So we're told they would grow up to become great sages based on their intelligence at such a young age. Also, we said if 9 men ate bread and 1 ate a vegetable, they can join together to say the blessings. It's also allowed if 2 of them ate vegetables, or 3, but if 4 of the 10 ate vegetables, then it's an argument. Some say no, because there's not a noticeable majority. Others say it's still fine, because there is still a majority of people who ate the bread. Then there's a story cited wherein the king Yanai was eating at a feast and wanted to do the after blessings, but he couldn't, as he had killed most of the sages at that time, so his wife offered to bring out 1 sage if he promised not to harm him. He agreed, so she brought out her brother, named Shimon ben Shattach, a great and pretty famous sage. King Yanai told him that he was giving him a great honor. Shimon ben Shattach told him, "No, it's the Torah that grants me honor," so the king got upset. Anyways, he made the blessings, but only after drinking some wine, so that way he had participated in the meal. There's some disagreement if this was permissible. Some say he needed to eat some bread to participate in the meal. Some people disagree, and some say it's enough to participate in the blessing, but not sufficient to do it for everybody else there on your behalf, which is basically what he did, which is the opinion we end up holding. Okay, that was a while, but that's pretty much the end of the discussion on the Zimun. Then it lists the times of the composition of many of the blessings that are said as a part of the after blessings. Moshe composed the first blessing of the after blessings after the manna fell in the desert. Yeshua composed one when they entered Israel. David and King Solomon composed one after conquering Jerusalem and after building the temple. The sages of Yavne composed one after the bodies of the Jewish rebels killed by the Romans at the Battle of Beitar did not rot and were allowed to be buried after a while. It then lists the particular order and sequence of all the blessings based on whether or not it's Shabbos. I'm not going to list every single one. Just open a standard bencher or a Grace After Meals book, as it's called. It also quotes a bunch of verses that are quoted as sources for these blessings, along with a very brief point about King Saul and how a bunch of women talked to him, either because they just talk a lot, or because Saul was very handsome, or because God wanted them to delay him so that way his kingship would only start once Shmuel's leadership ended. It also mentions a bunch of necessary phrases to mention throughout the after blessings. Basically, again, all of which are included in the standard format for these blessings. It goes on a bit longer like this, again still discussing what verses or words or concepts are mentioned. It also gets into a brief point about whether you can end a blessing by speaking about two subjects, which is argued, citing sources back and forth for a bit, which generally that's not allowed, as we don't do mitzvahs in bundles, although there is an exception for one of the blessings here. It also says a quick story where a rabbi brought up that he hadn't properly learned how to say the after blessings by meals, and explained to another that he had messed it up one time, and the sage then criticized him, and the guy he was telling this story to then also criticized him because he had messed it up so badly. A bit more discussion goes on now about how many times you need to mention God's kingship in certain blessings, and that's about that. Again, just see the standard formatting if you want to see the conclusive decisions. There are, however, some additional paragraphs you add on Shabbos and holidays. If you forget to say them towards the end, there are some shorter replacement blessings you could say instead. Again, the exact formatting of the words is discussed. Some people would decide to go all the way back to the beginning if they forgot these certain addition paragraphs and had reached past a certain point. There's a similar discussion by the Amidah in prayer, which also has an additive paragraph for holidays and Shabbos, but there, if you miss it, you have to go back to the beginning always. We say the difference there is that praying is obligatory always every day, but eating bread is not obligatory. Well, actually eating bread is obligatory on Shabbos and holidays, so we say then, yeah, you do need to say the whole thing, again assuming you've reached a certain point. Okay, last point in the Mishnah was that the minimum necessary to eat for all of this to be applicable is the size of an olive, and according to the second opinion, the size of an egg. Well, elsewhere they both state their opinions, but they say the exact opposite. So you could either say that that was a mistake and just switch the opinions around, or you could say, according to another, that either they disagree on a verse's meaning, or they say that it accords with either the laws of impurity, which hold that everything goes accordance to the size of if it's an egg size, while others say it's in accordance with the laws of prohibitions, which are like the size of an olive, generally. Okay, new Mishnah. The actual process of a Zimun is as follows. First, you need 3 people, and then they say the requisite blessings. If there's 10 people, they say an extended blessing. If there's 100 people, an extended variation. If there's 1,000 people, a different variation. If there's 10,000 people, another different variation, all of which are listed here. Rabbi Akiva, however, is of the opinion that, similar to regular prayer in a synagogue, once you reach 10 people, there's a different variation, and that's the max. Nothing changes if you have 100 or 1,000 or more than that. Also, in all the prayers, it starts by the leader saying, Nivarech, let us bless. The Rabbi Shmuel says we start with saying the words, Baruch Hu es Hashem hamavorach, at the beginning, which is what ends up being the accepted method. The Gemara starts by saying, it's preferable to say, let us bless, including yourself, over just bless, simply as is. There's some support for this, and it also mentions that you can make a big prayer to understand Torah, although normally you shouldn't make big prayers like that. It also mentions some further formatting and says if you do it right, you're a Torah scholar, and if wrong, you're an ignoramus. And some people do like the latter, and we do not hold like that. And it goes on for a bit longer than Svein, saying more of the correct formatting of these prayers. Also, the Mishnah was a bit odd, as it first said the formatting is the same whether it's 10 or a few thousand, and then it lists the different formatting for 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000, and the reason is because of those two opinions mentioned in the Mishnah, that some say there's a different one for each metric, changing by each multiple of 10, while others disagree, saying there's just a single flat one done for 10 and up, and that's why there's this variance in statements. They also argue over the verse in assemblages, bless God, Hashem, from the source of Israel, which, according to one, is used to teach about the different prayers based on how many people there, increasing every 10 times, while according to the other, it's to teach that by the splitting of the Red Sea, even the fetuses in the wombs praised God. And the other guy learned that same thing from a different source. Ending law on this topic is we hold like Rabbi Akiva, that it doesn't matter how many people you have over 10, there's just one blessing variation for all of them. There's also a story to back this up. It also mentions an incident where there was a bunch of sages gathered and they decided to do their Zimuns in groups of 3 as opposed to 10 because it was really noisy and would have caused a number of issues. Also, if one person just starts saying his after blessing, 2 others can join him and create a Zimun, but it's just for them too, because for the first guy it would be retroactive because he didn't start it with the Zimun, which is impermissible. It finally ends by stating a story where a sage was reading from the Torah, and he said many variations of blessing God, but no one responded until he finally said Baruch Hu es Hashem HaMavorach, which was the above opinion that was Rabbi Yishmael's, which as mentioned is the accepted opinion and version. New Mishnah, and the last Mishnah of this chapter. 3 people who ate bread may not separate and make it that they are no longer able to form a Zimun. The same applies to 4 people or 5 people. 6 people can separate into 2 groups of 3, and the same applies up until 10 people. 10 people can't separate until they have 20. If 2 groups of people eat in the same house, they can join together only if they can see each other. Otherwise, they form their own groups. Rabbi Eliezer is of the opinion that we only say the blessing of wine on diluted wine, while the rabbis disagree. The Gemara says that a lot of these points have already been established. However, it's being reset here to establish that if 3 people sit down to eat, but haven't eaten yet, they still can't leave and break up this potential Zimun. Some say it's to teach that they can't separate even if all 3 eat from different loaves, or it's to teach that if 3 people are in 3 different Zimun groups and each leave and join together, then this new group is obligated to have a Zimun. This is assuming that they didn't form a Zimun during their original groups. There's also a source cited to back this up. Okay, now on to a discussion about that diluted wine, whether non-diluted wine gets a blessing or not. Also, side point, Rabbi Eliezer says you can use bread for whatever you want, including decoration. Anyways, we hold that you don't make a blessing on undiluted wine because we only want to do mitzvahs in the best manner possible. By the way, it's worth noting that the wine of these times was extremely strong and was only drinkable when it was diluted. So, anyways, according to the rabbis, they say the blessing on a wine drink which is made of undiluted wine, honey, and pepper. Okay, we had that point about bread, so we're going to go back on that for a bit. It says that there are some rules by bread. Don't put raw meat on it, don't pass a full cup over it, as that could spill and ruin it. Don't throw bread, and don't support a full plate on bread, again as it could spill and ruin the bread. There's a discussion about throwing food. We're particular about bread, and generally, anything that will get ruined or gross if it's thrown should not be thrown. There are a few other points about using food for purposes other than eating. You can let wine flow through pipes before a bridegroom, which was something done back then apparently. You can throw toasted grain and walnuts before a bridegroom, but not in the winter, and you cannot throw baked rolls before them ever. If you put food in your mouth and realize you forgot to say a blessing, move it to the side of your mouth and then say the blessing. If it was a liquid, you can just swallow it. If it was a solid that's not gross if removed from your mouth, then just remove it from your mouth and then say the blessing. If it will get gross if removed from your mouth, then that's when that rule applies that you just shift it to the side of your mouth. The reason why it's preferable for your mouth to be empty is, as the verse says, my mouth should be filled with your praise. Okay, what if a person fully ate and forgot to say the blessing? What then? We try to bring an implication from immersing in a mikveh that you say a blessing after you do that. So here too, you can say the initial blessing afterwards, but that's not a valid comparison because by a mikveh, the guy was impure prior and couldn't say the blessing at all until afterwards. Okay, then the Gemara goes on for a bit about the health benefits of a mixture of undiluted wine and cabbage. There's lots of rules of how to properly consume it, so yeah, that's a thing. There are a few interesting points in this discussion, such as that it says that a certain angel told a sage that you should get your shirt yourself in the morning, not from a servant. You should not have your hands ritually washed by somebody whose hands have not been ritually washed properly in the morning. And lastly, only return the cup of this medicinal cabbage wine stuff to the guy who gave it to you in the first place, because not adhering to any of these will allow demons or angels of affliction to harm you. Also, he was told 3 things by the angel of death. The first 2 of the above-mentioned points, about your shirt and the hand-washing, and also, don't stand in front of women returning from a funeral, because the angel of death dances with sword in hand and harms such people there. If you encounter these women coming back from a funeral, you should either jump away 4 amos, which is about 6 feet, try to cross a river, go onto a different road, stand behind a wall, and if none of those are available to you, then look away and repeatedly say the verse, Hashem shall denounce you, O Satan, Satan being the angel of death. Okay, it's customary for the after blessing to be said over a cup of wine, which has many points. You should wash it, you should rinse it should have fresh wine, it should be full, it should be crowned and covered, which is something that's going to be explained in a minute. You should hold it with both hands, and then put it in your right hand, hold it a cubit over the table, and focus on it while saying the blessings. Some say you should also give it as a gift to your household. Nowadays, of these customs, the ones we keep are to wash it, rinse it, use fresh wine, and that it should be full. Washing means on the inside, rinsing means on the outside. It's said that if you say the after blessing over a full cup, you merit a limitless inheritance. Some say with both worlds, this one and the world to come. Okay, crowning your wine means either surrounding yourself with your students as you do this, or by surrounding it with other cups filled with pure wine, according to some by a specific blessing. As for covering, some would wrap themselves in their cloak and sit, others would put a scarf over their heads. The source for holding the cup with both hands is lift your hands in holiness and bless God. We say we transfer the cup to your right hand. Apparently we didn't know if you could use your left hand in this process, so they were safe and just didn't. The source for raising the cup is the verse, I will raise the cup of salvation and call out the name of God. He concentrates on the cup so he doesn't space out. He should also give the cup as a gift to his household so his wife will be blessed. There's a story where somebody decided not to give his wife the cup and she got really upset and broke 400 wine barrels in their storage room. She tried to send her a new cup, but she would not be appeased. Also, you don't talk while doing this wine cup blessing, and also you don't recite the blessing over a cup of punishment, which is the second cup of a meal. Last points of the chapter. Some are of the opinion that if you eat while walking, you say the after blessing while standing still. If you eat while standing still, you say the after blessing while sitting. If you recline while eating, you should sit up while saying the after blessing. The law, however, is that in all cases, he should sit down and say the after blessing. And with that, that brings us finally to the end of chapter 7. Chapter 8 starts with a Mishnah, beginning with an argument between Beis Hillel and Beis Shammai about the Kiddush blessing said over a cup of wine on Shabbos. Specifically, this Mishnah, and predominantly this entire chapter, is discussing the laws of the Havdalah ceremony, which is a little ceremony that's said and done as Shabbos ends on Saturday night. Havdalah means to separate, and it's done to signify the separation between Shabbos and a weekday. It's done with a candle, because it also commemorates when Adam first made fire, and there are a few blessings and prayers said over it, such as a cup of wine, and also there's a blessing said over incense of a sort, usually cloves. Anyways, let's get back to the Mishnah. So, Beis Shammai says you first say a blessing on the day of Shabbos, and then a blessing on the wine, while Beis Hillel says the opposite. Similarly, Beis Shammai says you wash your hands first, and then prepare your cup of wine, while Beis Hillel, again, says the opposite. Also, Beis Shammai says you first clean up after the meal and then wash your hands for the after blessing. Beis Hillel, again, says the opposite. Also, at the end of Shabbos, if you're only finishing your meal then, Beis Shammai says you first say the blessing on the candle, then on the meal, then the spices, and then the Havdalah prayer, all of which are a part of the Havdalah ceremony mentioned earlier. Beis Hillel says the order is on the candle, the spices, the after-meal blessing, and then the Havdalah prayer. They also argue over the exact wording of the Havdalah prayer. Also, in general, you can't use the candles or spices from a non-Jew, from that which was used for the dead, or from idolatry. Also, you only say the blessing once you benefit from the candle's light. Another argument between Beis Hillel and Beis Shammai holds that if you eat and remember later you forgot to say the after blessing, you go back to where you ate to say it, while Beis Hillel says you can just say it right there. They both agree that the deadline for this is until the food is digested. Yet another argument between them in this regard is if you're about to say the after blessing and then get a cup of wine, Beis Shammai says you say a blessing on the wine and then the after blessing on the food, while Beis Hillel says you first say the after blessing on the food and then the blessing on the wine. Also, in general, if you only hear part of a blessing from a Jew, you still say Amen. If it was somebody from Samaria, you have to make sure he said the whole blessing before saying Amen, as apparently they're less trusted to do it properly. Okay, that was a bit of a longer Mishnah than normal, but now we move into the Gemara, which explains the logic between the opinions. Beis Shammai says we say the blessing of the day first and then the wine, as the only reason we're drinking the wine at the beginning of the meal is because of the day, and also Shabbos begins first. Beis Hillel says we do the inverse, the blessing on wine first and then on the day, because we only say these blessings because we're drinking wine, and also it's more common and generally the more common thing that you're doing takes precedence. We hold like Beis Hillel. He needs 2 reasons, mostly because Beis Shammai also brought 2 reasons. Question: why does it need to state that we hold like Beis Hillel if we just about always hold like Beis Hillel, ever since a voice from heaven announced that that's the policy? So, you could either say that this law was ruled prior to that incident where the voice of heaven called out that, or because we just hold like the opinion that we don't pay attention to a heavenly voice that interjects into issues of law. Then, in regards to the argument between them by the order of blessings and events by the Havdalah ceremony, we cite a few sources to try to figure out exactly who quoted what in this regard. Also, Beis Shammai holds the opposite by Shabbos ending, in that you say the blessing on the wine first there, as you'd want to delay Shabbos ending as much as possible so you don't seem like you're like all eager to end it. Also, in general, there's another source quoting Beis Shammai that seems to imply that you don't need to make the blessing over a cup of wine in the first place, but there we try for a while to work the case to fit like Beis Shammai, but in the end we just have to say that it's somebody with a different version of Beis Shammai's opinion. The next thing discussed was the argument if you wash your hands first or prepare the cup of wine first. The logic of washing your hands first is that if your hands are impure, it could impurify the wine through liquids on the surface of the cup. The inverse logic of washing your hands after is that if your hands are wet, there's a concern they could contract impurity from the outside of the cup. So wash your hands only afterwards. The actual argument between the two of them is whether or not you're allowed to use a utensil that the outside became impure if there's a concern that your hands are wet and thereby could transfer the impurity to you through that medium. Also, according to Beis Hillel, another reason to wash your hands after is that the meal should be immediately following the hand washing. The next argument they had was if you clean up before washing after the meal or clean up afterwards. Beis Shammai holds that you place your napkin on the table, as there's a worry if you place it on your cushion, then impurity from the cushion would travel through that to your hand. Beis Hillel holds you place the napkin on the cushion because if you place it on the table, there's a concern it could spread impurity to the food on the table. The argument is based whether we're concerned about people who eat teruma eating at this table and causing problems, or if that's not a cause for concern. This argument carries on a bit more about these laws of purity and impurity, of course, which don't have much practical relevance nowadays. In the end, we, of course, hold like Beis Hillel. They also discuss some opinions as to the order of events in Havdalah, and also the argument as to the text of the Havdalah, particularly over the word Boirei, who creates, whether that denotes future tense or past tense, which it generally does denote past tense in other cases, Or the argument is over the word me'oire, illuminations, if it should be plural or singular. The concern with using the incense of a non-Jew specifically from their banquet is because then there was a concern it could have been used for idolatry. The same concern applies to their flames. It also says elsewhere that we don't use a flame that didn't rest on Shabbos, meaning it was used over Shabbos to perform a form of work. So you can say the blessing over a flame that was lit from a non-Jew's candle as it resets the flame, but not from a non-Jew who kindled his flame from another non-Jew, which was used on Shabbos, as there's a concern you can mistakenly refer to the candle that was actually used on Shabbos. Also, if you just see a flame in public, if half or more of the city's population is Jewish, you can just assume the candle is permissible and say the blessings on it. Also, if you see a child walking around with a candle, you can just check if the kid's Jewish, and if so, say the blessing on the candle, as presumably the candle wasn't used on Shabbos. Specifically, this case is dealing with a child in case he's walking around immediately as Shabbos ends, as an adult wouldn't do that so close to Shabbos ending, but a child might. Also, if you see a big fire, like from a furnace or oven or something, it's permissible to use only if it's at the beginning of the burning process. If you see a fire in a synagogue, you can use it if there's no prominent people present, as if there is, you'd assume the fire was lit in their honor, which you can't use this fire because it's already being used for something else. Or if there's no caretaker, or if there's no bright moon, those also can make a difference if you can use a candle from a synagogue or not. In addition to the above arguments, Beis Hillel says everybody says the Havdalah prayer based on a verse, while Beis Shammai says just one person says it for everybody, so there's no disturbances in the study hall. Similarly, some people wouldn't even say the word bless you after somebody sneezed, so that way there wouldn't be any disturbances in the study hall. We said earlier we don't use a flame or spices used for the dead, as those already have uses, meaning to honor the dead, and also to remove bad smells, so we can't also use it for this blessing. We may, however, say blessings using candles from a dead person if the candles were only used for illumination by night, and they wouldn't have been used there had the funeral been by day, meaning the sole purpose of those candles had been for illumination, in which case they could be used. Also, similarly, you can't use spices used in a restroom to make it smell nice, or hand soap. In fact, generally, if a spice is not used for its smell, we can't use it for this blessing. Spices by a merchant can be used, because although he's selling the spices, he also wants them to be smelled so people buy them, so they're being used for their smell, therefore you can use them for this blessing. In fact, if you just smell a spice, if there's majority Jewish people there, you can assume it's not being used for like idolatry or something and say the blessing on it. Others disagree, saying that perhaps it's being used for something, like as incense to ward off sorcery or to perfume clothing, so it can't be used. Also, if you see incense being burned for idolatry, you should not smell it. Okay, the next thing mentioned was that you need to benefit from the flame to see it and use it for illumination during the Havdalah. This is excluding cases like where you see the flame but don't use it for illumination. For instance, if it's a fading flame. You may use glowing coals that are hot enough that a splinter would catch fire if stuck inside. Then it also mentions some translation of the Hebrew word for dimming. There's some opinions as to how much benefit you need to derive from the flame, whether to the point you can distinguish between certain coins or weights that you're holding up to the fire. Nowadays we hold up our fingers to look at our fingernails. Also, some people would not search after a flame to do this, they would use a flame once they came across it. The next point in the Mishnah was whether you need to go back to your original place or not if you forgot to say the after blessing. Both, however, agree that if you intentionally left without saying the blessing, you need to go back to the proper place to say it again. Then it says a story that one person mistakenly left without saying the after blessing and returned to say it and found a bag of gold coins, and another person intentionally left without saying the after blessing and decided not to return, and a lion ate him. There's another story that somebody was traveling in a caravan and forgot to say the blessing, so he wanted to head back, but he needed a really good reason for that. So he just said that he had left behind a gold dove. So they were like, okay, fine. So he went back and said his blessings, and he just found a golden dove there. A dove is unique, by the way, as the Jewish people are compared to a dove. As the same way a dove is saved through its wings, the Jewish people are saved through following mitzvahs. Then we said the maximum time to go back to say the after blessing is until you finish digesting your food, which is either until you re-become hungry or until you're no longer thirsty from eating. There's another opinion that it's the length of time necessary for a person to walk 4 mil, somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000 feet, but that's only if you eat a very large meal. Also, we said you could say amen for a Jew, even if you only heard part of the blessing. This is assuming the cases where you're not relying on him to say the blessing on your behalf, wherein you'd actually need to hear the entire blessing. This is where the person didn't eat you, so you're not hearing the entire blessing, nor relying on him to make it on your behalf. There's also a brief argument if it's better to say the blessing or to say amen to the blessing. It's thought more the person who says the blessing is better. We also don't say amen for a child saying a blessing, as he's only doing it for his education. We do, however, say amen for a child by the Havdalah after the Torah reading. Lastly, some hold it's necessary to clean your hands properly before saying this blessing, as you can't if your hands don't smell nice. This is based off of a number of verses, and with that brings us to the end of chapter 8. Many previous chapters which were predominantly focused on specific aspects of prayer, blessings, after blessings, or otherwise. This one's largely about all the general miscellaneous blessings that are made on all sorts of random things throughout Judaism. I'm not going to repeat every single blessing that's listed here verbatim, as that would take a very long time, as there are quite a lot of blessings listed. Instead, as I generally do with the series, I'll just have the exact text of the blessing pop up here if it's relevant. Okay, with that out of the way, let's go to the first Mishnah. There's a blessing said if you see a place where miracles were performed for the Jewish people. There's a blessing if you're in a place where idolatry was uprooted. There's a blessing if you see a shooting star, an earthquake, thunder, strong winds, or lightning. If you see mountains, hills, seas, rivers, or deserts, there's a blessing. If you see the Great Sea, generally interpreted as the Mediterranean or another major ocean, you say a blessing, but only every 30 days. On rain and on good news, there's a blessing, which also applies to good news that can turn bad. On bad news, there's a blessing, which also applies to bad news that could turn good. On a new house or new clothes, there's a blessing. We also don't make a blessing or prayer on something retroactively. For instance, if your wife is pregnant, don't make a prayer now that it should be a boy. Or if you hear a commotion within your city, don't pray that it wasn't by your house at that point, because in theory, it would be already too late. Some say when you enter a dangerous city, you should pray when you go in and when you leave. Some say you should pray twice by both of those times. The prayers are for the future and for thanks. You should bless God for the good and for the bad, as it says, you shall love Hashem your God with all your heart and with all your soul. Heart includes both your good and evil inclinations, and with your soul means even if God takes your life. It also says with all of your resources, which means with all your wealth, or it means that whatever you receive, you should thank God. In addition to all this, you should act respectfully by the temple entrance that's opposite the holy innermost part of the temple, and don't enter the temple itself with your staff, with your shoes, money, belt, or dust. Also, don't use the temple mount as a shortcut, and no spitting there either. Also, by the first temple, blessings would be ended with the words Ad Ha'olam, until the world, but the Sadducees, a heretical sect, started misinterpreting this to mean that there's only one world, so by the second temple they established the words Min Ha'olam de Ad Ha'olam, from one world until the next world. In addition, based on some verses from the Torah, a person should greet another with the name of God. Okay, now in the Gemara we're going to go through each of these individual points and blessings and expand on them a bit, basically for the rest of the chapter. First, blessings for miracles. This is only if the miracle was for a large number of people, not for an individual. But we see some people said the blessing for their personal miracles. One man was saved from a lion, one for a well of water that appeared for him miraculously, and another, a wild camel attacked him and then a wall broke apart, giving him a way to escape. So, an individual can say those personal blessings, but it has to be for a large number of people for it to be instituted for everybody. There are a number of such locations, where the Red Sea split, or the Jordan River split, the canyons of Arnon, the stones of Elgavish, the stone of the giant Og, the stone Moshe sat on during the war against Amalek, the remains of Lot's wife, and the fallen walls of Jericho. The canyon of Arnon was when some Ammonites decided to hide in caves of a canyon to ambush the traveling Jewish people, and the canyon walls closed together, crushing everybody inside. The stones of Elgavish is the miracle of hail that stopped when Moshe said to, and started again by Joshua during a war. The stone of Og is when the giant Og wanted to drop a massive stone on the entire encampment of the Jewish people as they wandered in the desert, so he lifted it up, but then ants bored through it, causing it to fall on his head, and then his teeth grew into the mountain, so it was locked over him based on some verses. Anyways, then Moshe, who was 10 amos tall, took an axe that was 10 amos tall and jumped 10 amos into the air, struck Og on the heel, and Og died. All the remaining things in the list are pretty self-explanatory based on their individual sources. Why do we say this blessing by Lot's wife who turned to salt? That was kind of a punishment. Fine, so we say the blessing for something negative that happened over there. Also, we say the blessing about God remembering the righteous by Lot himself. In fact, even at a time of God's anger, he remembers the righteous, like we see by Lot and the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. Also, in regards to the wall of Jericho, it says that it was swallowed into the ground because the wall was just as wide as it was tall and couldn't really just fall over, so it was swallowed into the ground. Also, we thank God for 4 things. Someone who travels across a desert, across an ocean, someone who was sick and got better, and someone who was released from prison. Each of these is based off of an individual verse. The blessing said is Baruch HaGomel, and must be before 10 people. Some say 2 of them must be Torah scholars, and it's an unresolved issue. There's also a story mentioned of someone who was sick and got better, so somebody said this blessing for him before 10, and he said Amen. 3 types of people need protection: a sick person, a groom, and a bride. Some add a woman who recently gave birth, a mourner, and Torah scholars by night. It's also taught that there are 3 things that prolong your life: prolonging your prayer, prolonging your meals, and prolonging your restroom. This about prolonging your prayer is assuming you're not expecting your prayer to be fulfilled. Instead, you should rely more on God's mercy. You should prolong your meal, as it gives more time for poor people to come by so you could feed them. The restroom thing is just about health benefits, and it depends on how you sit. Then it says 3 things that, when done, shorten your life: being given a Torah scroll and not reading from it, being given a cup of wine for a blessing and not saying the blessing, and someone who assumes authority. These are all based off verses, and it says that Yosef passed away before his brothers as he assumed authority. Also, there are 3 things that require God's mercy: a good king, a good year, and a good dream, all of which are based on verses. In addition, a person shouldn't appoint a leader without first consulting the community, as God asked Moshe to ask the Jewish people if he could put Bezalel in charge of the construction of the tabernacle. Bezalel's name means "in the shadow of God," to reflect his wisdom, how he built the tabernacle properly and interpreted everything properly in the order of assembly, building the tabernacle first and then its implements. He also knew how to create using letters in the same way the world was created, which is a more Kabbalistic notion. Also, it's mentioned in a few sources that God only gives wisdom to wise people. Okay, now a bunch of points on dreaming. This is like the entire next few pages, all about dreams, their interpretations, significance, and otherwise. So, a dream in which you fast is a bad sign. An uninterpreted dream is like an unread letter, meaning it just means nothing. No dream is destined to be fulfilled in its entirety. A negative dream is better than a positive one, as it'll result in you doing more good. If you get a negative dream, the sadness you get from it could suffice as its meaning, and the same applies to a good dream and its joy. Some also say a negative dream is worse than a lashing. Also similar to a wheat mixed with chaff, all dreams have nonsense mixed within. Only some of a dream is fulfilled. For instance, by Yosef and his dreams, his mother was included in them even though she was no longer alive. Also similar to Yosef, your deadline for a dream to be fulfilled is 22 years, based on some math with Yosef's lifetime and the fulfillment of his dreams. Also, a positive dream is never shown to a good person, like King David, and a negative dream is never shown to an evil person, like Achitophel. Some interpret this to mean that others will see such dreams about you. Some say further, as not dreaming is a bad sign, that it means you see good dreams, but you just won't remember them. If you see a dream and you're upset, have it interpreted before 3 people in order to fix it, as everybody will interpret it for good. They should also say 3 verses about transformation of bad to good, 3 verses of redemption, and 3 verses of peace. There are a few examples of this. There's also a similar ceremony to do if you're afraid of the evil eye. Hold onto your thumbs with your other hands and say a prayer about how you're a descendant of Yosef who was unaffected by the evil eye. If you're afraid of using the evil eye on someone else, you should look at the surface of your left nostril. Also, if you're sick, don't tell anyone during the first day, but do tell people after, as people who care about you will pray for you, and people who hate you will be happy, so that will end up benefiting you. Also, you can say dreams speak lies, or perhaps not, based on your dream, as a true dream is sent from an angel and a false dream is from a demon. There's also a point that somebody went around to get interpretations for his dream and got 24 different interpretations, and all of them ended up being true. Also, as a very important rule for dream interpretation, as long as it fits with the dream, all dreams' meanings follow according to the way they're interpreted. Meaning, whatever you interpret them, that's what the dream's gonna mean. By Yosef's dreams, the people knew he was right as they dreamed their dream and the interpretation of the other guy's dream. If you dream of a verse from the Torah, it's a minor prophecy. Also, 3 types of dreams are destined to be fulfilled. A dream right before you wake up, a dream somebody dreamed about you, and a dream interpreted within a dream. And some also say a dream you have multiple times. Some people say simply that dreams are just a product of what you were thinking about during the day, which is why you never dream of something that's impossible to exist. In fact, a Roman emperor once asked a sage what he would dream that night, so the sage told him he would dream that he'd be overthrown and humiliated. So that's what he was thinking about all day, and that's what he ended up dreaming about. This also happened to a King Shapur. Okay, now is a very famous story from the Gemara. There was this guy named Bar Hedia, who was a dream interpreter. 2 sages repeatedly came for dream interpretations, one of which paid him and he received good interpretations, and the other didn't pay him, so he received negative interpretations. This occurred even when they had the same dreams, and of course his interpretations always came true, so the guy who didn't pay was pretty upset. There was a bunch of examples of these dreams and their positive and negative interpretations, so the second sage started paying the guy and he started receiving positive interpretations for his dreams all of a sudden, all of which came true. Anyways, the dream interpreter left on a trip, but left his book of interpretations behind. So, the second sage decided to look inside, take a quick peek, and see what was written within, and all it said was that all dreams follow their interpretations, which is what we said above. So the guy just was giving bad interpretations to people who didn't pay him. So the sage got really upset, particularly as one of the interpretations was that his wife would pass away, which ended up happening, so he cursed the interpreter, who decided to go into exile for his sins. But he didn't really learn from his mistakes, so he went right back to his old practices and ended up predicting for the guy that was in charge of the king's wardrobe where he was staying at, that all of the king's clothes would be eaten by worms, which occurred. So the wardrobe guy was put to death, but before he was killed, he said it was the interpreter's fault. So the interpreter, Bar Hedia, was arrested and executed by his legs being tied between 2 bent cedar trees, and then they cut the rope, tying the trees together, causing the trees to snap back in place and ripping him in half. Then it lists a few more specific dream interpretations. Someone dreamed their jaws fell out of their mouth, and it was interpreted to mean that 2 Roman battalions had planned to attack him and they had died. Someone dreamed that their nose had fallen off, and it was interpreted to mean that wrath had been lifted from them. Someone saw their hands being severed, so it meant that they would become so wealthy they wouldn't need their hands anymore. Someone saw their legs cut off, and it meant that they would ride on a horse. Someone was told in his dream that he would die in a certain month, and it was interpreted that he would die in glory without succumbing to temptation. Then it lists the story of a Sadducee who came to Rabbi Shmuel with a ton of dreams, and he interpreted all of them. I'm not going to go through every single one, but it was things like who he had cohabited with, somebody he had kidnapped, and where a certain treasure lay. Then it lists a number of other things that are a good sign in a dream. A well is good, and it symbolizes Torah, or life. A river, a bird, and a kettle all represent peace. A gourd, a heart of palm, wax, and a reed are good omens. You should also say some specific verses if you see these things, along with grapes, a mountain, a shofar, a dog, a lion, somebody shaving, a well, a reed, and an ox. The ox is only a good sign if you're riding on it. A donkey in a dream represents salvation. If you see a cat in a dream, depends how the word cat was pronounced where you live, whether it was a good sign or not. White grapes and black grapes, only when they're in season, are a good sign. A white horse, or a red horse that is trotting calmly, is a good sign. Seeing Yishmael, the biblical figure, in a dream means God has heard your prayer. A camel in a dream means God has changed his mind about you dying. Seeing Pinchas in a dream means a miracle will happen for you. The same for elephants, and even more so for multiple elephants, specifically if the elephant is saddled. The name is Hunna, and even more the names Hanina, Hananya, and Yochanan, being written down in a dream, all mean a miracle will happen for you. The word hefsid, eulogy, means God has spared and redeemed you. If you say the Amen response to Kaddish in your dream, it means you're assured a place in the world to come. If you say the Shema in a dream, it means you merit to have the divine presence rest on you, but your generation does not merit this. Wearing Tefillin in a dream means you will rise to greatness. If you pray in a dream and wake up before you finish, it's a good sign. Also, it gives a big list of people who, if you cohabit with them in a dream, it means certain things, and that also continues about every once in a while throughout the next few pages. Feel free to check those ones up yourself. Wheat in a dream means peace, barley means your sins have left you, vines with grapes means you won't have stillborn children, a branch of a vine means Mashiach is coming, a fig means your Torah knowledge is safeguarded, pomegranate means your business will be successful, or that you'll get Torah knowledge if you're a Torah scholar, or it just means you'll do lots of mitzvahs. Olive, small ones, will have a successful business. An olive tree means lots of children. Olive oil means learning Torah. Dates means your sins have ended. A goat means your year will be blessed. Myrtle means your assets will do well, and if you have none, then you'll get an inheritance. Some say this is only if the myrtle is attached to the tree. An esrog means you are beautiful to God. A lulav means you have one heart for God. A goose means wisdom. A rooster means you'll have a male child, and multiple roosters means you'll have multiple children. A hen means a beautiful garden and rejoicing. An egg means your wish is held in suspension. If the egg breaks, it means the wish will be fulfilled. The same applies for anything breakable, be it nuts, cucumber, or glassware. Entering a large town means your desires will be fulfilled. Getting a haircut is a good sign. Cutting your hair and your beard is a good sign for you and your family. Sitting in a small boat means you'll get a good reputation. If it's a big boat, then also your family, assuming the boat is lifted up above a wave. Using the restroom can be a good sign. Ascending or descending from a roof means you're going up or down in prominence. Some say not going down. Tearing your garments means a harsh decree against you is being torn up. If you're naked, if in Babylon, it means you stand without sin. If in Israel, it means you stand without good deeds. If a Roman officer seizes you, it means God is granting you protection. If you're placed in chains, it means extra protection. This doesn't apply if it's only rope. Entering a marsh or a forest means you will become the head of a school. There are some stories of this happening to some sages who became the heads of some schools. And they also mention one of them had a bell around his neck which he rang. Letting blood means your sins are prepared to be forgiven. If you see a snake, it means you have livelihood prepared for you. If the snake bites you, it means your livelihood will double. If you kill the snake, it means you'll lose this livelihood. All drinks are a good sign except wine, which varies. By the way, just about every single one of these had a verse alongside it as a source for the implication. Okay, a bit faster now. There are certain Jewish kings which represent good or bad depending on the king. There are prophets who represent good or bad depending on the prophet. There are certain biblical books which represent good or bad depending on the book. By the way, by all of these last few, it's listing the individual kings or books or prophets or whatever, but I'm not going to go through every single one of them because, like I said, I'm trying to keep this pretty concise. There are certain sages whose appearance represents certain things. Metal tools represent good signs, except hoes, mattocks, and an axe, assuming the handle is attached. All fruits and vegetables are a good sign, besides for unripe dates or turnips, not attached to their stems. Any color is a good sign besides techeles, which is like kind of sky blue. All birds are a good sign besides certain types of owls. Then it gets a bit sidetracked and lists a bunch of things that are good or bad for the body. Certain foods, washing, etc. Okay, fire is a 60th of Gehenna. Honey is a 60th of the manna. Shabbos is a 60th of the world to come. Sleep is a 60th of death. And a dream is a 60th of prophecy. Also, 6 things are a good sign for a sick person. Sneezing, perspiration, bowel movement, a discharge, sleep, and dreams. Then it goes on for a while longer about certain vegetables and foods that are healthy for a sick person. Then it ends off the thing about dreams, saying a few things that you can see a corpse do that are a good sign, like eating and drinking, or a bad sign, like taking your stuff. Okay, that was a lot. Now we're going back to the original point, which was the next thing you say blessings on, a place you see idolatry was uprooted. It gives some examples of blessings to say, and a number of locations, a bunch of places in Babylon and similar. It also says that Babylon was cursed in many ways, along with its neighboring countries. There's also a blessing to say if you see a giant multitude of Jewish people, which is roughly 600,000. Then there's a few teachings mentioned by this one sage, such as that Adam, to make clothes, had to do a massive process from beginning to end to make them like there was no one to assist him or to buy from. Also, he lists a bunch of things a polite guest does and things that an impolite guest does. There are also blessings for Jewish sages and Jewish kings and non-Jewish kings. You should also run to see any king, Jewish or otherwise, so you can see the difference between Mashiach and them. It relates a story about a blind sage who did this and listened for when the king came. Then a Sadducee heretic made fun of the sage that he went to see the king when he was blind. So either the heretic's colleagues gouged out his eyes, or the sage looked at him and he disintegrated. There's another story about a sage who wasn't a huge fan of Egyptians, so it became a whole issue and he ended up killing a guy who was going to tell on him to the Egyptians, so then he said a bunch of prayers. There's a blessing mentioned to say if you see Jewish houses that are inhabited, and one if they are ruined. Then there's a story of some sages who saw the ruins of a massive charity house and mourned, and it was because ever since the destruction of the temple, the houses of the righteous were also destroyed, but they will all be restored by Mashiach's coming. There are some blessings for the graves of Jews and of non-Jews. There's also blessings for seeing your friend after 30 days, and after 12 months. It also says you tend to forget about a deceased person after 12 months. Then there's a story about a person who was disrespectful towards some sages in regards to the blessings when seeing them, and he died. There are also blessings said praising God for his creation of diversity when seeing somebody with freckles, a unique skin color, obesity, a dwarf, and other variations. There's also blessings if you see somebody with a mutilation of some sort. There are blessings for seeing unique animals too. Then we said there's a unique blessing by shooting stars, and it says that if they get too close to certain regions of space, the planet could be destroyed. It also says that due to the specific placement of the planet in relation to the other celestial bodies, it's the perfect temperature, and if it was too far off in one direction, everyone would freeze or boil. It then lists a bunch of the constellations and their names and why they're called by such names. As for earthquakes, it's said that the reason why those occur is when God cries over the struggles of the Jewish people. A sage was actually told this by a necromancer, and he denied it even though the guy was right, because he didn't want people to start listening to necromancers. Some say earthquakes are from God clapping his hands together, or sighing, or kicking the sky. There are a few theories as to where thunder comes from, be it clouds colliding, water and clouds sloshing together, hail breaking apart from the lightning, or the wind blowing through the hollow clouds. The next one was winds, specifically strong winds, which only start during the day and are maximum 2 hours straight. We also say a blessing on lightning, which under certain circumstances can be a bad sign. There's also a blessing said upon seeing a rainbow, although you don't bow by it as some used to, as it looks like you're bowing down to a rainbow. There are a few other blessings said on certain natural phenomena, if it rains all night and the sky is totally clear, although some say that's never happened since the temple was destroyed. There are certain celestial cycles and certain rivers too, and by certain rainfalls. There's some question about if you say the blessing about something good happening if you are the only beneficiary, and whether certain clothes require the blessing for new clothes, such as if he already has similar clothes. There's a bit more on exactly when to say that blessing. Then there's example brought when they say the good news blessing and the bad news blessing. Then we said you don't say a prayer about something that already occurred. However, you see Leah, the biblical character, prayed when she was pregnant for her last child that it should be a girl, so her sister could have another of the 12 sons who would form the 12 tribes, and she had a daughter, Dinah. But that's an exception, as it was a miracle, or it was during the first 40 days of the pregnancy, prior to the full development of the fetus. It also says that it depends on what happened during the act of intimacy that the gender of the child is decided. Also, in regards to the other point, you should trust in Hashem that if you hear something unfortunate happening, that at least you're not affected. There's a few stories about this, bringing out the point not to have stress or anxiety about things outside your control, because Hashem is in charge. Then a list of prayers said if you're entering a dangerous city, but specifically a city where they execute without judgment, or according to others, even a city where they judge first, as you might not be able to argue your innocence. There's also prayer said when you enter a bathhouse, as those could have the danger of collapsing. Others say not to say a blessing by dangerous times, as you don't want to give the Satan an opening. There's also a blessing when you exit a bathhouse safely. There's a story brought about the dangers of a bathhouse, that a sage was inside one, and the floor collapsed. But he miraculously was standing on a pillar, and caught someone with one hand, who caught others, and everybody survived. Then it says some blessings for healing, and some blessings before and after using the restroom. There's blessings for when you go to sleep, in addition to the Shema, and blessings for when you wake up, some of which are included in the morning blessings we say daily. There are 15 of these individually, covering just general stuff about your life, the morning, and you waking up, and are all said as part of the morning brachos, prayers. Then it says we need to bless God for good or bad, which has many sources for this. There's a famous story of this, where Rabbi Akiva was traveling with a rooster, a donkey, and a lamp. His rooster and donkey were eaten by wild animals, and his lamp blew out, and this was after he wasn't allowed lodging in a city. The next morning he found that an army had attacked the city and captured everybody inside, but he wasn't found because he didn't have any light from a lamp or an animal to make noise, so he said from this that everything God does is for the good. A few other teachings: your words should be few before God. Man has two inclinations, or two souls, a good inclination and an evil one. Some say Adam and Eve were originally combined as one person back to back, and were then separated. Specifically, the man was in the front because it's not modest for a man to walk behind a woman, or to generally try to interact with specifically a woman, say at the store, out of desire. There are a few examples of this. It also says man was created last of all the creations, and destroyed first by the flood. Some say Adam had a tail, and Eve was made from that, and the incision was sealed shut. Some say God originally wanted to make two separate people, but then made one and formed the other from him. Some say that some of these words that we're using as sources actually just mean that God braided Eve's hair. Some say it means that Eve was shaped specifically in a way for childbirth. Others say that God made Adam and Eve's wedding arrangements, and you can learn from this that an important person should help lesser people with their weddings without taking issue with that. Some teach the evil inclination is comparable to a fly, others to wheat. It also explains how the body makes decisions for good or otherwise. It said that a righteous person is ruled by his good inclination, a wicked person by his evil inclination, and an in-between person by both. Rava, one of the greatest sages of all time, said he was an in-between person, while others said that that's way too low for him. This conversation on the makeup of the souls and what constitutes a wicked, a righteous, or an in-between person forms largely the basis for the discussions in the Tanya, a central Hasidic text. Some say the worlds were only created for the fully righteous and the fully wicked. The world for the fully wicked, like King Achav, and the world to come for the fully righteous, like Rabbi Chanina ben Dosa. You should know where you stand in this regard. Then it says that you need to love God with all your soul and with all your might, to include both with all your money or with all your body, depending on which is more important to you. Rabbi Akiva said it means even if God takes your soul. A famous story is brought to illustrate this, wherein after the Roman destruction of Jerusalem and the Temple, and after the Bar Kokhba revolt, the Roman Empire outlawed all Torah study, but Rabbi Akiva persisted with his teaching. A guy named Pappos ben Yehuda asked him why he was doing this, so Rabbi Akiva gave him a famous analogy of a fox watching fish in a river flee from fishermen's nets, and the fox asked them why don't they just come up onto dry land with him to be safe, and they answered that leaving the source of their life, the water, would spell death for them for sure. So too with the Jewish people, that Torah is their life, and it would be better to continue study and risk persecution from the Romans. Later, they were both arrested, and Pappos mourned that Rabbi Akiva had been arrested for teaching Torah, while he had been arrested for something irrelevant. Rabbi Akiva was eventually executed by having his flesh flayed off with iron combs, and while this happened, he said the Shema prayer, as he said above, to love God even if he takes your soul. He said the Shema as he died, and prolonged the last letter of the prayer in the word Echad as he died, and a voice from heaven commended this. The angels of heaven got upset at God, saying this is the reward he gets for all the Torah he learned, and then a voice called out that he was destined for life in the world to come. Okay, the next part of the Mishnah was about acting respectfully near the temple. This is specifically within the boundaries of Mount Scopus, where you can actually see the temple without something in the way and while the temple is standing. In addition, these caveats also apply to when you use the restroom, so as to not do it towards the temple. Some are stricter and say this applies even outside of Israel. Then it mentions some points about proper restroom etiquette. As stated, you should face the proper direction, you should only uncover yourself while sitting down, and you shouldn't use your right hand. There are a few reasons why the right hand, because the Torah was given with the right hand, you tie your Tefillin with your right hand, and you point in the Torah with your right hand while reading. Some also say because you write with that hand. And there's another story where a student was very particular about learning the laws of Torah, so he decided to spy on his teacher to learn about the laws of intimacy, and his teacher got upset at him, so that's something. Anyways, if you're modest in the bathroom, it says you'll be saved from snakes, scorpions, and demons. Some say it means you'll have good dreams. In fact, there was this one bathroom that was haunted by a very powerful demon, but the sages were fine when they went there, as they were modest. Also, they said to end suffering, you do silence and prayer. There were a few customs to fend off bathroom demons. One was to bring a lamb with you, not a goat, as that could be substituted by a goat demon. Some would bring a rattle, and some would have a window that somebody else would have their hand in the room too. There are also very specific places you should use the restroom: behind a fence or in a field, far enough away that no one can see you or where you can't be heard. Bear in mind, this was all before restrooms were properly invented. We are more lenient in other areas of this regard. Just generally be modest in this area. Some say to the point that even at night you go somewhere secluded for this. There was also concern that if you use the restroom in the wrong way, somebody with sorcery could attack you. Some other health points: don't lie down on the ground, don't sit on a beam, and you should sleep and use the restroom by dawn. One person even sold such pieces of good advice for money. Also, when going to use the restroom somewhere, look around to make sure nobody else is there. There's a few other points of modesty in the restroom and just general health advice, along with a quick story that a sage was about to enter a restroom and then a Roman officer pushed him out of the way, and then a snake in there killed the Roman. In fact, it illustrates how even King Saul was extremely modest by using the restroom and entered very far into a cave and covered himself, which allowed David to cut off a piece of his cloth, which resulted in a whole biblical incident. There's a few other explanations on some biblical verses brought here, but that's about that. Back in regards to the temple, one of the things mentioned was that you can't use it as a shortcut. Then it says not to spit on the Temple Mount, even today, as it's like spitting in God's eye. We're a lot more lenient by a lot of these things in a regular synagogue. You can't, however, use a synagogue as a shortcut, and there's some debate as to which parts are learned from what over here. The next point in the Mishnah was the unique response prior state in the temple, which is done as you don't say amen in the temple at all. Then we said that you should greet somebody with the name of God, and there's a bunch of verses cited as it's a bit complicated what exactly our source for learning this is. Some other miscellaneous teachings: if the price of merchandise declines, purchase it. Also, in a place without a man of a needed role, become that man. Another adds that the implication is that if a needed role is filled, don't try to do that also. Also, all Torah principles are implied by the verse: in all your ways acknowledge him, and he will direct your paths. You should also teach your children a clean and ethical craft, such as gemstone cutting. Some more advice: don't have too many friends in your house. Don't appoint an administrator of your house, as occurred by Potiphar and Yosef. Also, the verses about the sota are juxtaposed to the verses about a Nazarite and about Teruma to teach if you see a sota, you should renounce drinking wine like a Nazarite, as that really was the cause of all those issues. And you should pay your Teruma tithes so you get wealthy and your wife doesn't become a sota. If you accept God whenever you're having issues, you'll have a much greater livelihood. If you weaken yourself in Torah learning, some say even in a single commandment, you'll have no strength during a time of distress. Then there's a story that this one sage, Hanina, began intercalating and making changes to the calendar outside of Israel, which is not allowed. So some other sages went and began ruling like the opposite of all of his rulings to discredit him. And when he finally found out what he had done wrong, he complained about Rabbi Akiva that he had done the exact same thing. But they told him that Rabbi Akiva was an exception, as he's a very great sage, unlike you. And everybody has outgrown you while you left, so you'd better stop what you're doing wrong, or else all of you are heretics. And then everybody got really upset. There's a few of the verses explained at length here in regards to Moshe and God. It has some points about not studying by yourself, and some points about how properly and rigorously a person should study Torah, particularly monetary laws, as they are exceptionally complex. A few other teachings, largely about the importance of assisting Torah scholars and having them at your homes, which results in blessings of many children. Another teaching: somebody that tries to force the moment, it will push back against him, but if you yield, the moment will yield to you. This is referenced by a sage who waited many, many years, never accepting any forms of honor, and eventually became the head of a school. Some other teachings: King David prayed in the merit of specifically the forefather Jacob, as he has responsibility, being the progenitor of the 12 tribes. Also, if you partake in a meal with a Torah scholar, it's as if you benefit from the radiance of the Shekhinah, the divine presence. When you leave somebody, say go to peace, as Yisroi said to Moshe not to go with peace, like David said to his son Avshalom, who was hanged right after that. But do say go with peace to a dead person. Somebody who leaves a synagogue and immediately goes to study in a study hall merits to greet the face of the divine presence. Also, Torah scholars have no rest, not in this world, nor in the world to come. They also increase peace in the world, and with that, Tractate Berachot ends by quoting several verses about peace. So yeah, with that said, that is roughly, or at least a very concise summary of the entire Tractate Berachot. Thank you so much for watching.